the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
I do like to be that will be that. So it's a lot of briefing and an opportunity for us to look at issues related to business, finance, and economy.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow air to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM. They are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria and, by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that place. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, the vice president of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of Pulse television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean. where our brothers are living.
Yes, exactly.
Who were moved from this place.
Oh, yes.
So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling.
Oh, yes.
But very soon budget will come to it.
Yes,
And then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. That in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
In Nigeria and West Africa, the youths are not just participants in the fashion scene. They are trend setters, innovators, and driving forces behind a vibrant renaissance that is reshaping the global fashion landscape. This phenomenon is a testament to how young people are blending global influences with local tradition, creating a fashion narrative that is both distinctly African and universally appealing. Social media influence platforms, just such like Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter, have become the playgrounds where Nigerian youths showcase their unique styles in fashion. In today's news talk, I will be looking at the young Nigerian fashion designers who have amassed large followings all over the world and have set trends in the global fashion landscape. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Recent fashion trends like the Nigerian streetwear movement are emblematic of how the youth are redefining fashion. Streetwear brands like JZO and Wanga Ayu are popular among young Nigerians for their innovative designs that incorporate indigenous textiles with urban styles, making a statement on both local and international stages. Young designers are leading the charge in merging traditional African aesthetics with modern fashion. For example, the popular brand Orange Culture, founded by Adebayo Okelawal, is celebrated for its contemporary takes on traditional Yoruba and Igbo attire, infusing them with a modern twist that appeals to both local and global audiences. Nigerian youths are adept at incorporating global fashion trends into their style while maintaining a strong connection to their cultural roots. This is evident in the popularity of Afrobeat musicians like Burna Boy and Wizkid, who are known for their fashion-forward looks that blend Western high fashion with African prints and accessories. The youth-driven fashion sector in Nigeria is booming. According to the Business Day 2023 report, the Nigerian fashion industry, largely fueled by youth, was valued at approximately $4.7 billion, with streetwear and youth-oriented brands experiencing a surge in popularity. This growth is evidenced by the rise of fashion startups and the expansion of retail spaces catering to young customers. As the fashion industry grows, so does employment. Young designers, stylists, and influencers are contributing to the job creation in the sector, like textile production, fashion retail, and digital marketing. For instance, the rise of local fashion hubs, such as the Lekki Arts and Crafts Market, has provided a platform for young entrepreneurs to showcase and sell their creations. For many young people in Nigeria, fashion is a form of self-expression and cultural identity. The resurgence of traditional fabrics like Ankara and Kente is in contemporary designs allows the youth to celebrate their heritage while embracing modernity. This blend of old and new has sparked a cultural renaissance where traditional attire is reimagined through the lens of contemporary fashion. Nigerian youths are also using fashion as a tool for cultural diplomacy. By showcasing their unique styles on global platforms, they are promoting African and challenging stereotypes. The success of brands like Maki O and Lisa Folawiyo on international runways highlights the global appeal of African-inspired fashion. Finally, the youths have literally taken the bulls by the horn in the area of fashion on a global scale. Now is the time to spread this commitment, courage, vision, and innovation to other parts of the Nigerian economy to make it stronger, resilient, and robust. I am Bayo Olaoye.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot new opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who despite the odds has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he would erect a business dynasty that would span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of corn oil, one of Nigeria's largest.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
SOUQ morning, once again, welcome to a beautifully fantastic new week, as it is for me, and hope it is for you, same as well. This is SOUQ Business Landscape, and my name is Hans Mba. On this show, you know, we take a look at business headlines from key publications from across the world, continent to continent to continent to continents. As you hear them and they jump at you, remember, engage with us with the hashtag SBL across all social media. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be another Wala time on the show. Stay here.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together.
Welcome right back. SOUQ Business Landscape. Headlines from across the world. We'll jump right to it. And before we do, let me introduce, drum roll. We have missed him for a while on the show. He's bigger and better and more back. My usual anti-usualist analyst, the one, the only, Doc Idahosa Osamanze. Welcome to the show.
Great Nigeria, good SOUQ morning.
How are you doing, sir?
To have you guys. I'm cool and good, and you?
Where have you been? Enlighten us a bit.
Just to and fro.
Look, the only place I've heard that going to and fro, looking for ... Doc, it's good to see you. It's good to have you on the show as usual. So we'll jump right to it. Business Day Nigeria, emblazoned on the front page. From Russia to Malta, how Matrix Energy imports dirty petrol. First and foremost, this period has been really bad. People complain about... I was having a conversation yesterday with someone, and they said how they feel like when they buy petrol at certain areas, it burns quicker than when they buy at certain areas where I wouldn't mention, I would have loved to, and it lasts longer. Could it be referring to this dirty petrol that's coming in? Because consumers can't tell.
Well, I think it's a failure of the state in terms of our ability to be able to regulate practice. This news has been there for some time now. When Aliko Dangote opened a can of worm, that the reason why he was not giving crude was because some people who are ferrying bad diesel or bad petrol from Malta wouldn't want to see petrol refined in Nigeria. NNPC and other regulatory body came out to say, oh, wow, that's not true. They don't buy dirty petrol and the rest of it. But you see, it's not just enough to call to the press to talk, which is the problem I have with the management of NNPC. Because what it seems to be doing is trying to make the president feel good that they are working. This is regulatory failure. Where are the Standard Organization of Nigeria? Where is the regulators and seeing that this kind of things can come into the country and nobody is looking at it, where it's coming from? It just suggests the nature of the character of the average
worker in the public service that say things that can be harmful to a society and they turn blind eye. It's so unfortunate.
It is.
It's so unfortunate that you find that even in other places, some people are taking really serious care about their citizens. But here we are, we don't really care what happened to our people. The other day I was reading how in China, over 1 million car was being retrieved from circulation because they said that those models had issues with their airbag. Yeah, because that tells you that somebody is looking at what is happening and they are making sure that the citizen is safe. The whole essence of government is the welfare and the well-being of the citizens of the state. Right. So how can we be talking about these very hazy transactions becoming a dumping ground for bad things? Things that cannot be sold elsewhere, we bring it to our people.
We receive
and
them.
then we are doing it as if that's the norm, as it were. And yet we all complain and we want a good government. But at least people, Matrix is not a public organization. But I think these people should really be seeing consequences so that at the end of the day, we know really who are the power behind these organizations that are polluting the society and making life really miserable for the average Nigerian.
Right. Well said, Doc. Nigeria eyes revenue from $56.7 billion crypto market. This is strange because I know that for a fact we haven't been really interested in crypto, and we've been, should I say, what's the word now, stifling that sector, because a lot of us don't believe it's real. But Nigeria is eyeing revenue from there. $56 billion, that's a lot.
Yeah, I think Chiefs John Rogers have always made reference to this aspect of regulation, that rather than Nigerian government really ban crypto or discourage it, that they should actually be looking at how to be able to earn from it. Yes. And I think that's what the regulators are trying to do as CBN, to ensure that, yes, of course, it's something that we cannot today say we can legislate out of existence because it has come to stay, as they say. Globally, everybody is trading crypto. People are making crypto another way of making a living in most advanced countries. The last time I was in Toronto, we were having the same conversation. That what the Canadian government has done was that they have legalized it and they ensure that there are authentic dealers and people or agents who can sell, and these people are licensed by government and they are trading officially. And I think those are the things that we can do. And then, of course, because they are trading and they are making money, government can oversee what they are doing. And then, of course, the applicable tax can apply, and then income comes to government. And I think it's better late than never.
Right, indeed. Good news here. Nigeria wastes gas enough to power 3 million households. You know, so it says the amount of gas flared in the first 6 months of this year can provide electricity to more than 3 million homes, and an estimated 1.48 million standard cubic feet of gas were flared this year.
Yeah, it's...
When it says can, is it that it's about to happen, or is one of those we're looking at it and hopefully we'll get to it type of story?
Yeah, but you see, this is the story about the Nigerian state, which is the story of waste, the story of losses, and in the midst of all this of abundance, here like somebody who is in the big ocean, full of water, and then soap is entering his eyes. That is what that's always been our story. And it's so pathetic. It's very shameful that we live in an environment where people are talking about what is it? You are looking at it that, oh, there's so much poverty. We need support from people to help us. And then things that other people are turning to money, we are wasting it. It's not only in gas alone. The same applies to even electricity. That half of what we generate is wasted.
So sad.
And yet people don't have electricity. And this is just because somehow within the bureaucracy, people just simply make things not to work. And I don't think this is any rocket science. That for regulators to write a standard operating procedure for every kind of business.
Structure.
If you don't meet this standard, you cannot operate.
Right.
That's the way everybody does. I remember the last time we were going to start up in UAE. They determine the kind of equipment your studio is going to use. It's not just about you say, okay, I have obtained license, then go and run. No.
Quality control.
They ensure that the equipment that you are going to use meets the standard that is set by the state. But here, what do? We just simply give people license and then no supervision.
And tell them we'll come and check on you.
Honestly, you see, even within government to government businesses, these are the things that really is so appalling about us. You send AUC, a federal government institution, to go and look at university, then VC keep envelope, they get to the school, they turn blind eye, they go ahead and accredit courses, even without looking at the issues. So, regulatory failure everywhere.
Doc, what's the cause of that? Don't you think we should, because there's hunger?
It's not hunger. I think this simply, you see, if it is hunger, no. I used to think like that.
Because Doc, people would take anything to sabotage.
I used to think that it was hunger. You see, the bad point here is that it is not even the poor or the hungry who are doing this.
True.
I can tell you, if I am an MD of
a bank
establishment or an agency or a CEO or a DG, and somebody is saying this is regulatory. Now, people who are sent to go and do this supervision and ensure that standards are met, they are senior managers.
Right.
Who are fairly comfortable. But I think it's just absolutely greed in our DNA. Lack of patriotism and nationalism. Failure to own the state. That's a real problem. So we pursue our individual agenda. On Wednesday last week, I was in a program and I was saying to them, you see, all this we suffer is the frivolous lifestyle that you have created for yourself as bureaucrats that we are paying for. Because you are living beyond your means and therefore you are looking for more money to steal, and then you come on us and we don't get value for things. Otherwise, you are looking at gas that can feed 3 million households. You look at it, just put it at the current price of 1 kg of gas. How much is that? 1,300. And multiply it by 3 million households and see how much revenue that is going down the drain because of the ineffectiveness or inefficiency of some people who have been given responsibility to drive state process but are not driving them right.
Thank you, Doc. On that note, we'll segue on to the next publication. Business Daily. We're out in East Africa, Kenya. State dividend income hits 80 billion shilling on Ruto's directive. So parastatal is required to surrender 80 pieces of net profits. Safaricom dividend to Treasury rises to 16.4 billion shilling. Now, this state dividend income hits 80 billion on the directive of Ruto.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
Yeah, but it's good that, of course, Ruto is looking inward to see how to free the state from the grip of trouble. Yeah, because you remember recently after the suspension of the finance bill, Ruto had become somehow ruthless. If we're to use that word, because you have to survive right now. You have made promises, electoral promises, and if you cannot get more money, then of course you can have to stop leakages so that government can have revenue. I listened to him speak the other day, and he said, look, if we don't allow this finance bill, the only option is for us to go and borrow, and we'll be looking at borrowing up to 2 trillion shillings to finance our 2024 budget, which is of course very massive. And if you can be looking inward and see how to plug and block all the leakages and loopholes, the weak links in the systems. And now we are seeing that, of course, they are able to mop up to about 80 billion shillings to be able to do that from within government institutions. And I think that's kudos to him. We need to do more of that in Africa to see that revenue leakages are blocked. And I think if we can even block those leakages, that people are not taking government money, we will save more. But again, this is not a rocket science.
Right.
Technology are valuable for all of this.
To make it easier.
Oh, yes. For example, look at the Nigerian exchange.
The stock.
And the stock. What they do today, everything has been digitized.
Right.
So you don't, those days they used to post dividends certificate to you and the rest of it is gone. Once the company declare dividend, the next day, they alert it to your bank.
Straight.
So government can really leverage the power of technology to block all the loopholes. And I think that is what other nations are doing. You just imagine that, for example, even here in Nigeria, you say, oh, France said the other day, everybody had to pay toll. And then you give ticket to somebody. You just put technology in that place. So that whoever it is, there's nobody there. So you cannot influence human beings. A machine. So you digitize the whole space. And you will see you will clean up so much revenue. And there is so much more money than the 80 billion shillings we are talking about. True. If technology is deeply applied to the process of revenue collection. And of course, it will be more efficient, and then we'll get more value for money.
Right. In reference to labor, the next headline, PSC seek to cap salary advances for civil servants. So the Public Service Commission is looking at capping public servants' salaries, which is something, one of the things that the president talked about when he was addressing in response to the recently ended protests. And I feel like it's a good thing how they're headed.
Well, it may look good, but to you, but the civil servants who want advances, it may not be as good as possible. Because when people work, they expect that they should be able to pay their bills, and then they are able to at least live on something. But this is even a big problem here. Because one of the issues is that really wrong with Africa is that we are able to just barely live on our salary. When they are talking about capping salary advance, it is okay, you want to put a ceiling that you cannot borrow beyond certain threshold of your salary in a month. But why would somebody be borrowing salary in the first place? Which means what it takes is not able to take him home. So how are we going to be able to really generate value such that African worker can really be proud of himself? That can only happen as we are able to generate more wealth. The GDP of the entire African state is so small, it's meager when you compare it vis-a-vis our population. I was looking at that data yesterday. You see the G7 European country,
Right.
with a population of about 770 million people, control about 47% of global GDP. Then 25% is with BRICS. The rest, 3 billion people left in the world, you can look at the fraction that is left. So this is the tragedy, really, in most of African states, that we have large population. We also don't have enough GDP or per capita income to drive purchases. So what are we going to do? My recommendation is always to say, can we begin to see how to right size? Because I feel that in public service, there are too many people who have no business being there because there's no work to be done. And because of this, you have over-bloated civil service. You cannot pay the good salary, and the worker cannot live well. So if we can begin to turn to technology to see how we can use it to drive so that you reduce and make the size of your bureaucracy very lean, and then you can pay living wages, then people will not be living from hand to mouth.
Hand to mouth. Doc, thank you for that. We segue on to the next publication, Financial Times in the US. Fed's Daly backs gradual rate cuts as confidence grows, inflation is tamed. So rate setter rejects call for rapid action. Economy not in urgent place, they say. Investors bet on drop next month. Despite this, some economists fear that the world's largest economy, which is the US, is heading for a sharp slowdown that warrants rapid interest rate cuts. Find this news on page 10.
Oh, yeah. I think it was yesterday. We were having the same conversation on our group page about the prediction that the stock market is about to dip, and it could get to as low as 70% decline.
And they said it was
in terms
a
of
scare.
value.
It was a serious scare because it affected it immediately.
Oh yeah, but because that is what it is for a big economy like US. There's a whole lot of packaging that is going on right now, I can tell you. And you know, because we are very close to election here. So there's more than meet the eyes from what we are reading here. Yeah, people are just trying to package a lot of things so that, of course, it does not become a campaign issue.
Right.
So I am not too sure that the rumors are far from true that the American economy is about to hit the rock. But you know, what people are trying to avoid is to say that because when the US sneezes, the rest of the world catches cold.
Yeah.
So this is what it is. All the market will respond to a cut in rate, and therefore the whole world is like a ripple effect on the entire global economy. We do hope that Americans are able to manage the economy. I'm not too sure of what the Democrats are doing right now, whether it's the best thing for America. But you know, basically, the decision is up to the American to take this November elections and see who runs again the economy of America. Because if that world economy suffers, a lot happened to the world.
True.
And I think that the real issue, which for me is a problem with democracy as we speak, is that the liberal democracy has gotten to the extreme of what I may even call socialism or communism.
Elasticity. That's got.
Yes, it's on the extreme.
Right.
Because things that government shouldn't be doing, democracies are taking them on right now, and that's putting burden on the economy. Because what that means is that we're taking more money from companies. Companies are not making profit. Therefore, the economy is contrasting. See, this is a real problem, and this is the problem with a liberal democracy. So you are trying to make people feel good, then you are putting pressure on the business by taking more money from the businesses, and the businesses, the macroeconomic environment is not allowing them to make profit. And as companies are not making profit, they cannot expand. They can only be cutting down our workers, and they have huge unemployment figures coming out. You are having people who are not able to pay mortgage. Credit is suffering. All the economic parameters will be paralyzing because you're just trying to make some people feel good that you are a good government. But for me, I have always advocated that capitalism suggests that individual prosperity is massive, and government role in mediating this struggle in society between the haves and the have-nots must be done in such a way that we don't kill the goose that is laying the golden egg.
And this inflation is a problem across board, and I hope they can do this. Let me not talk about the conversation we had about the two candidates yesterday. Someone, a friend of mine, they talked about one person not being able, not perceived as being able to handle the economy currently, and talk about the other person being the right person for the economy currently. But I don't want to say no names.
Yeah, but you see, it's neither
I'm sure you understand what
it's neither here and there. In short, I tell people, and that's the beauty really about the American democracy.
Yes.
That's been the beauty. Because if you study the American history, you see that there's this alternation between the Democrats and the Republicans.
Right.
And what that means for the American economy is that the Democrats seems to take too much from businesses. And when the society sees that the business is weakening, then they automatically switch to Republicans. So that the business can also have some measure of rest from over taxation. And I think that is the threshold where the politics is right now. But the other issue that may be different from this is whether both parties are having the right candidate. That's a question for another debate.
Well regulated there. So from San Francisco, still Financial Times in the U.S., big tech groups suck up precious water reserves in Virginia's data center alley. So this is one very weird and peculiar story. So water consumption by dozens of IT facilities in the state of Virginia, San Francisco data center has jumped by almost 2/3 since 2019 in the latest reports that Financial Times are bringing us. And now they're saying that the pressure, that this evidence is the pressure that computing power puts on natural resources.
Yes.
You're talking computing power, you're talking IT, you're talking water. People can't, that triangle seem weird, but this is what
you know, it was so amazing for me to learn recently that for mining of crypto alone, the cooling system that's required, the energy consumption that is massive.
That's what they're saying.
Oh, that is what it is. So what we're saying is that actually computing generates emits a lot of heat and what it is. So you need the cooling system, you need water to be able to cool down these things, and that is huge. And really, it is one thing that, of course, that people in the world have been talking about in terms of conserving water, because especially get to places like Europe, water is becoming a real scarce,
being rationalized
commodity.
Rationed. It is. So next headline: how H2O sought to cover trail of risky investments. So H2O is an asset management company. So the UK's financial watchdog has found them, linked them to some questionable characters that have stifled due diligence on high-risk investments, and they were concealing these dealings from authorities and investors. Hence, H2O has found this out and agreed to make payments to investors to the tune of 250 million euros in order to avoid a fine. And for them to agree to pay 250 million euros, you can imagine how much they were expected to pay eventually. So find this full details on page 8. Doc, asset management company being caught with their hand in the cookie jar, defrauding investors and stakeholders.
Oh yeah, that's been the real problem where people look at the ethical consideration in terms of running companies. Morality is actually on a nosedive. People are really not moral.
To the background.
Yes, people of course will say they are struggling for survival. Same problem we had at Enron, where of course companies have two books. One you show to the public and the one that is under the table.
Right.
So this is a real problem. It's ethical issues. And because the truth is not being told, you see, investors' hands are burnt. And I really wish that we can have a more moral world where people see things the way they are,
Right.
so that people don't really become victims of other people's negligence or failure. So that for me is what it is. And I think it's so common these days.
It is.
From Aaron Day that we saw how ethics grinded the world economy, which of course was the 2008 recession. And I'm not sure that the world has even recovered from that recession because of the failure. You presented a picture that you were profitable so that you can take more money from the banks. And you were taking money from the banks in the name that you were profitable, only to be discovered that there was really no money in the book. And then, of course, the bank suffered challenges. So you wipe out the asset of millions of people just to support a fake lifestyle. And I think this is one issue that is really of huge concern among corporate leaders, and people are no longer ethical and they don't even consider humanity when they are making some business decisions.
Sad. We'll go on to Gulf Times. QFC sees 230% surge, that's high, in half of the year registrations. Total firms at 2,200. So the tech sector accounted for the largest share of registered firms, contributing nearly 38%. Of course, QFC, we're talking about Qatar now. 230%. That's huge.
Yeah, massive.
What are your comments?
Yeah, the Gulf, like we've always said here, the Gulf city-states are doing very well. They are very competitive. And you're having leaders who are really thinking about how to grow economy that is bigger than any economy in the world. It will not take too long a time for us to see the Gulf state becoming really the most prosperous state in the world because of the way things are being done, especially when things are done well. Now, this peer review among these Gulf states is something that for me is very commendable.
It's enviable.
Yeah, so a lot of the states are copying each other and they are driving the same direction. From UAE to Qatar to Saudi to Oman and the rest of the Gulf states, they're really doing well, and life is becoming much more meaningful. Expansion is happening, business is taking place, and they are really giving good account of themselves. So
they're going there together.
Kudos.
All hands linked and making that move and growing the economy together. All right, we've come to the tail end of the show, SOUQ Business Landscape. Remember, we're taking this conversation off live. So let's interact. #SBL on YouTube and across all social media. Thank you, Doc, for being here. We'll leave you right now and see you on the other side of social media. My name is Hansen Ba. Stay tuned for more programming on SOUQ News Television.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Oil exploration companies. Corn oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornell, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornell expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a front-runner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he'll come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late SOUQ Exclusive. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil. And I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to SOUQ Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he heard. That Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recording. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%, driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBC) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year on year and quarter on quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
What a time to have you join us on this special production. On Mondays, we do what we call Global Policy Update, and today we're going to start our conversation as regards giving the latest policy developments across the globe. And we're going to start from the U.S., looking at the U.S. economy, where the inflation rate has dropped to 2.9%, which is considered to be the lowest in the last 3 years, according to the statistics released by Bureau of Labor Statistics. We're also going to take a trip to New Zealand, where there's also another development talking about the cost of living in that nation, which has forced a lot of people to take a flight. Thereafter, we'll come back to our nation, Nigeria, the Nigerian space, to look at the FMCG sector or market, with what we consider to be fast-moving consumer goods. The report is the volume of transaction in that market has declined by 17%. We're going to look at that. That will be the thrust of our conversation for today. Don't forget, it's your program. This implies you can be part of this conversation, and all you just have to do is to join us on all our social media platforms, our Facebook, our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV using the hashtag #EarlyExchange. As you know that, our job is to give you the big stories. We'll switch over to our newsroom now, where Ikena is standing by to take us around the world to give us the latest development. Stay with us.
A SOUQ morning and welcome to the news updates at this hour. I am Hans Mba. President Bola Tinubu has approved the immediate reconstruction of the Waga Bridge linking Adamawa and Borno. Director General of the Northeast Development Commission, Mohammed Goni, announced this during his second inspection of the collapsed bridge in Adamawa State. Goni said the collapsed bridge has increased the challenges faced by locals. However, he gave the assurance that though the reconstruction may be delayed by the rainy season, alternative solutions would be put in place to facilitate vehicular movement. The bridge's collapse has significantly disrupted travel and commerce between Adamawa and Borno. The Nigerian government has approached the World Bank for a $500 million loan to support its recently approved health sector renewal investment initiative. According to a World Bank appraisal document, this financial commitment is part of a broader effort to address critical health challenges in the nation. The loan under the Nigeria Primary Healthcare Provision Strengthening Program aims to enhance the utilization of quality essential health services and strengthen the resilience of the Nigerian health system. The Federal Ministry of Health will oversee the implementation of this initiative, which is expected to achieve universal health coverage and fortify community-based service delivery. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has inaugurated 5 flyover bridges as part of the Red Line Rail project. The newly built flyover located in Onyugbo, Yaba, Ikeja, Agege Pen Cinema and Mushin were inaugurated to reduce train and vehicular interactions as well as to alleviate gridlock on the routes and intersection where they are located. According to Jibril Gawat, the Senior Special Assistant on New Media to the Governor, these flyovers are key components of the Red Line Rail project, which was launched on April 15, 2021. The project is expected to carry 500,000 passengers daily, connecting Ebuteta to Agbado through various key areas. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS Parliament, is intensifying diplomatic efforts to prevent Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso from exiting the regional bloc. Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu confirmed that the parliamentary diplomacy mechanisms are in place to engage the three nations, emphasizing the importance of unity within ECOWAS. Speaking in Abidjan, Kalu assured the letters have been sent to the government of the concerned nations, with parliamentary representatives scheduled to visit soon. He expressed confidence that dialogue would lead to their reintegration into the regional body. Many thanks for watching. That's it for the news update. I'm Hans Mba. Back to Femi on Early Exchange.
All right, many thanks, Ikena and the news crew, for giving us the picture of the latest development across the globe, which is what you know best. This is Early Exchange, where the big story lives. We'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll look at our big story for this segment. Stay with us.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us. Now let's start our global policy update for today by looking at the development in the US market, where the inflation rate has dropped to 2.9%. This is according to statistics of figures released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics in the US. Now, this is believed to be the lowest in the last 3 years. Now, the question is, can US maintain this momentum or make progress, even as it's considering having its interest rate benchmark, whether to cut it or not, as the Federal Reserve is considering having its meeting in September. What will be the implication of this in the U.S. economy? And then the question also is, it's a political year. What might likely be the aftermath of these? Let's shift the conversation to our guest who joins us virtually in the business of shaping policy for today. We have a global affair analyst. We're being joined by Mukhtar Mohammed, who is also the CEO of Finance with Mukhtar. Glad to have you join us this morning, and good to see you again, Mukhtar.
Always a pleasure to be on your program. Good morning.
Always a pleasure too, having this kind of conversation with you. When it comes to global affairs, you're always the right man. Now, let's beam our searchlight on what is happening in the US market, where the latest figure released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics in July has shown that the inflation rate has dropped to 2.9%. What do you make of this development and the trends of things in the last 3 months in the US economy?
Well, thank you again for that comment. Well, I say for that kind words about being the best in global affairs. Okay, when you look at the US economy in the past 3 months, you've seen it's gone through the ups and the downs, and finally it seems to be looking up. But again, it didn't just look up just by virtue of just pronouncement or anything that is just happening. But again, it's due to the government of the US, especially the Federal Reserve, done to the US economy. Like you said, inflation is coming down for the first time in the last 3 months. And again, consumer spending also going up. And so that shows that there's a balance between fiscal and monetary policies. And that's why you're seeing what you're seeing in the US economy as it stands now. When you look at those figures, you realize that what the US is trying to do is looking at the core driver of inflation and keep addressing that, and why they also look at their economy also as a consumer-based economy. And so what they do is also trying to make sure that their consumers also have enough to spend, so that the economy is not stifled, whereby you are just trying to grow the economy to the detriment of trying to fight inflation to the detriment of growing the economy. There seems to be a synergy in that regard. So what you see is that while the Federal Reserve is hiking rate, you see that the physical side is also looking at ways of expanding in terms of consumer loan. And then why they do that also to make sure that that consumer space does not suffer from any crisis. There seems to be a hike in terms of salaries, in terms of wages of their workers. And so when you look at all these, you are seeing why the economy is the way it is. Just last, when their data came,
All right, we seem to be having a a glitch connecting to our guest. We're looking at the U.S. inflation rate, and it started by providing a background to the development. And according to the statistics provided by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the figure dropped to 2.9% in July, which is the lowest in the last 3.5 years. It's been up to the target of reaching inflation rate. Now, this is coming at a time where the Federal Reserve is expected to cut rates, speculated by some economists. Is looking at with this development, the Federal Reserve might be emboldened to look at the possibility of cutting rates in the U.S. And the meeting is slated for September. But the point is, looking at this annual inflation rate, which has slowed down to 2.9%, what is the reality playing out as regards the prices of goods and services? There are comments from some Americans as regards the development that impact this development, having the inflation rate at 2.9%. Prices of goods and services are still high, especially when it comes to consumable goods and all that. And then looking at what is playing out in the manufacturing sector. The U.S. economy is also very sensitive when it comes to global development. You know, it's just like when the U.S. economy sneezes, every other economy might likely catch cold, given the fact that the global trade is highly dollarized. And the fact that it's a peculiar time for the U.S. economy. The election is coming in a few months, and it's a political year, and a lot of activities are taking place to ensure that the economy is in good shape. You have a lot of candidates who are also telling the electorates their plans for the economy, because the economic issues form the basis for opinion as regards when it comes to election. And if you look at the contenders, each of them, they released their plans as regards the economy, the U.S. economy, restoring the economy. But the point is, between now and then, what should be the responsibility of the Federal Reserve as regards interest rates, as a lot of manufacturers, investors, businesses are also complaining about the cost of borrowing, which is also significant at a time like this. But the question is, would you expect the Federal Reserve to cut rates in meetings slated for September? All right, let's go on a short break now and see what I guess we have to say as regards this development. Stay with us.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well, ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Background to this development. Let's get back to him now. Mukhtar, glad to know you're still there with us. All right, we understand it's just beyond your control. Now, you were providing a background to this kind of development when you have inflation rate at 2.9%, which is perceived to be the lowest in the last 3 years. Tell us the implication of these on the U.S. economy and what will be the aftermath on these on prices of goods and services.
Yes, I think you've already said it. Aftermath of goods and services, like I was saying before, we had the network issue. What we saw there is that in terms of labor, in terms of minimum wage has gone up. The American economy is a consumer-driven economy that is largely driven by consumers always having to buy things for the economy. So what we saw there is the economy is improving because job creation and increase in minimum wage. It's also brought more money into the hands of the average America for spending. And you could see that in their report about food and services sectors that actually improve in terms of revenue. You could see that in Walmart. In terms of distribution, you could also see that in Amazon and other food companies in America. So what we saw is a synergy as as inflation goes down, then the cost of the goods also came down, and then the earning ability of the average American also went up. So you could see a balance in terms of where inflation was. Now inflation is coming down, their earning ability is up. So you are able to match this together, and it has a snowball effect in the area of wages and then in the area of consumables. And like I said, the economy is a largely driven consumable economy. So what you are saying now is that a lot of people have funds to be able to provide food for their household. So that for me is the key driver, because like I said, the American economy is largely driven by needs. Then before you talk about the want. And so most of these needs are being met because of the increase in minimum wage and also the reduction in terms of inflation. So you are able to buy more goods in the market. That's all the long and short of it.
All right. In the last 3 months, the U.S. economy has, experienced what we call stable consumer prices. But let's look at the target set by the Federal Reserve as regards inflation and the bid to tackle inflation in the U.S. Now, the target is to ensure that inflation is at 2%. But as at July, the inflation rate now it's at 2.9%. Would you consider this to be a progressive development in a bid to manage inflation in the U.S.?
Well, very progressive, especially when you look at where they are coming from. They're coming from an inflation that is almost like 9%, 10% of the time, almost 11%. And then within 3 years, you can see that has come down drastically to about 2.9%. And when you look at that, so going forward, you realize that it's also doable for them to get to the 2% of the target they have set for themselves. But you can see a long-term strategy. It's not a fire brigade approach. They're looking at the core inflation drivers, and they realize that the core inflation driver in America has to do with food, essential household items for which most Americans consume. And so what they did in that space to look at what is causing the distortion in this food and prices, they look at the Chinese, in terms of high tariff. Also, they also look at the farmers. How can they improve them to bring in more products into the economy? And then they looked at the crisis in Russia and Ukraine, which Ukraine happened to be one of their supply in terms of wheat. And they begin to look at how do we deal with there any other countries that will begin to get wheat from, and how do we partner with them. So they look at situation and know that this is the key issues with our economy. So how do we address it? They look at one other key driver of the inflation was oil and gas in terms of increase in gas. So they looked at that, and also they decided to also dump in their reserve to pump in more gas into the market, and that also means a lot of gas in the system. That also dropped down the price of gas in virtually every city in America. And you won't forget that up to this moment, they are still enjoying the tax holiday on purchasing of gas. So that also helps. So it's more or less creating more funding, especially where you have tax holiday. So you are putting more money in the hands of the average American. You are reducing their expenditure, because you know that the key driver of your economy is consumables. So once Americans cannot consume, then your economy cannot grow. And once your economy cannot grow and you are dealing with inflation, then you have a challenge. So what they did is, where the physical side is looking at stemming inflation, the monetary side is looking at stemming inflation. The physical side itself is looking at helping the growth of the economy. So there was a synergy. So how do we help the growth of the economy? The physical side was taking a bite of their revenue in terms of tax. They are looking at how to increase availability of gasoline into the market at a reduced price. And the physical side also was looking at the distortion that is happening. How can we help also in terms of hiking interest rate? If you look at that, you realize that the hiking interest rate was gradually going down, and now we are getting to a point whereby there might not be any hike again. There will be cuts. So that's a partnership that you are seeing to drive the economy. And for me, that's one of the best partnerships. But like I said, they are all used to this because they have those key data that help them in taking policy decisions when it comes to their economy.
All right, interesting. Now, let's take the reaction of the U.S. president to this development. That's Joe Biden. I'm going to quote him now. I would love you to react to it, and then I'll make some addition to that. Now, the reaction from Joe Biden says that the latest figures show that we continue to make progress in fighting inflation and reducing costs for American households. How do you react to this kind of statement? Some people will say it's actually political. Some will say it's actually portraying the reality. Now, Joe Biden is saying his administration is making progress when it comes to managing inflation and reduce costs for American households. And here on the other hand, let's look at the reality on ground as regards prices of goods and services. How do you marry this statement with the reality in some instances where prices of energy and cost of some goods as still high?
Well, you look at it, say 3 years. If you look at the first 3 years, they came in, inflation was very high. And again, and at that time, that was after the administration of former President Trump or presidential candidate Trump. So yes, it could be a political statement, but by reality on ground, you might not see price reduction drastically like it was, but you can agree with me that if you look at their data, a lot of prices have come down, especially in the area of energy and also gas. That's one of the major issues that the American face. But the average American would tell you that, again, we face those issues, but it's not so much of an issue. Where we really know whether our economy has really turned around is when we get to winter. And so where we have to use more gas, we have to use more energy. So maybe that's how we begin to know whether it's reality or not. But as it stands, that is a reality because a lot of their goods has come down. A lot of consumers are also able to buy products and services. So that's the reality on ground. Yes. Is it political? Of course, it's happening in a political. Yes, a plus to the Democrats. It's a stance now. So it's not left for the Republican to dispute that fact. So, but the reality on ground is that to the average American, the cost of living is getting a little bit low comparable to 3 years ago. So that is a plus to the administration. To the reality, yes, not every sector is enjoying that, but again, that's why you still have that 2.9. 9 is still there, and that's those areas that you begin to see them deal with. And when you look at those areas they are planning to deal with, they are trying to deal with that area also by reducing cost of businesses. So they are looking at that area. Look, now the challenge is cost of funding in terms when businesses borrowed is high. So we are going to make sure that we cut rate so that now businesses will have to borrow at a lower cost, and that also will make them employ people. And once you bring cost of funding down, which is part of what causes height in price hike, then you are also beginning to see a reduction in price because the smaller business will also be able to borrow at a low interest rate, and that will bring down their goods and services. So I think now what they are concentrating on is to see how they can bring down cost of business, cost of doing business, and cost of funding. And the way they can do that is to cut rate. And so once that happens, then you are going to see that data coming up before the election showing that a lot of businesses will be employing more Americans because the cost of business has come down. Then a lot of costs of goods and services will also be coming down because cost of business also have come down. So they are tackling those issues with clear-cut strategies on how to deal with this inflation. So that's the reality on ground.
All right, now let's look at the tax before the Federal Reserve, which is expected to have its meeting in September. Now, some economists have also speculated that this would be the best time for the Fed to consider cutting rates, given the inflation rate at 2.9%. Some felt it should be a form of encouragement for the Federal Reserve to consider cutting rates. Will you, as an expert in this field, do you consider this to be something valid, that a good time for the Federal Reserve to consider cutting interest rates as it's going to have his or prepares for his meeting in September? What's your take on this?
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. Like I said, you brought inflation down because of some of these goods are down. The 9% that you are seeing there is largely driven by high cost of businesses, especially in the area of borrowing. And so what you see that small companies are borrowing at a high interest rate. So cut down the interest rate, they are able to borrow, they are able to expand, they are able to create more jobs for their people. Then the longer, bigger picture is that goods will come down because that means cost of funding also have come down. And also that will have a snowball effect in the area of cost of production. And then you will see that drive into the area of gas also and energy. So definitely, I think it's a no-brainer for them. They will have to cut rate because they have dealt with most of the issue that is dealing with them by the inflation. So that their focus now will be to grow the economy. And to grow the economy, then you need to cut rate because especially American economies are a little resemblance with Nigerian economy. Just is largely driven by the smaller businesses, and smaller businesses in America are largely driven by funding. And once they get low cost of funding in their banking sector, then you tend to see those effects in the overall economy of the overall economy.
All right. Now, we're barely 3 months to the election. What kind of obligation are you expecting from the Federal Reserve to keep this momentum? The target is to ensure inflation rate is at 2%. Now it's at 2.9%. For that to be achieved, the target of 2%, what are the obligations expected of the Federal Reserve in months to come?
Well, number one, you should know that the American economy is devoid of politics, and that's why the Federal Reserve Bank they call it the Federal Reserve is independent in terms of decisions that they make. So we are going to look at those data. Those data will be coming in, and it's very encouraging what has come in now. So definitely going forward. But again, it's an election year, like you say. Is the Democrat that in power? They want to make sure that the economy is looking up, especially that a lot of debates on the economy will be stationed on. I mean, a lot of voters will be looking at the economic policies going forward, and so they want to score a plus in that area. So, like I said, one of the things they will be doing is cutting rates. They will cut down rates definitely. You remember sometime, was it 2 weeks ago, they were having challenges. People were saying that there might be a crisis. The stock market responded negatively. But in few days, the market responded positively when they realized that the crisis that we're looking at is not going to come through the mortgage sector. It's not going to affect the financial sector. And it was just in terms of employment data that did not meet the standard. And then, I mean, the data they were expecting was less than what they expect, and they reacted negatively. But in the long run, they realized that the economy is in a sound footing when those inflation numbers came and everything stabilized. So definitely, and before now, they were saying if it continues like that in terms of job data not improving, they may even meet before September. But now it seems that they will meet in September, and one thing is paramount in their mind to cut rates. So I think the major thing they are going to do, the Federal Reserve is going to cut rates, definitely. But like I said, the physical side are not just sitting down watching. They're also looking at improving consumer spending in terms of giving bringing down the cost of business. And that's what the Federal Reserve will do for them. Cut down the rates, then they will now improve in terms of consumer spending. And how they try to deal with consumer spending in the US or by the fiscal side is to increase minimum wage. So a lot of Americans, those that consume now have a lot of money to be able to they have a lot of money to purchase consumables, and that will drive their economy going forward. So Federal Reserve will cut rate, physical side will make sure that there's more liquidity in the system so that the productive sector, the most vibrant sector of the American economy, which is the consumer goods sector, will also add to the GDP of the economy and also create more jobs for the economy, and in the long run grow the economy better than what is expected. And I think that's basically what they are going to do. It's not rocket science.
All right, let's look at the political side of this development, because it's a political year. We can't but talk about it. Earlier, I made reference to the statement credited to President Biden as regards this development. I would like to quote what Donald Trump said, the presidential nominee under the party or the Republican Party. He said, it declares the country is approaching economic Armageddon. I would love you to take note of these words and react to them to balance the conversation. He said, in recent appearance, he has warned that the country is on the brink of depression, describing the economy as broken, and claimed that the rising prices making an average Americans miserable. Now, he described the economy using the word, the country is approaching economic Armageddon, and is emphasizing that the rising prices are making an average Americans miserable. Now, if you compare this with the statement credited to Joe Biden earlier as regards the economy, what will be your take on these two statements from these two gladiators?
Well, my take is one is talking politically, the other one is talking reality on ground. The American economy in terms of data does not lie. I mean, that's one area that data has largely driven their economy. And by the data are from independent sources. They don't come from the Federal government alone, the government power they come from and like I said, the Federal Reserve is void of political interference. So when you look at that, definitely that means the reality on ground is that yes, cost of living was high, but again, it's largely coming down. And again, like I said, it's not driven by what the Americans were. It was driven by things that were not what was beyond their control, especially the energy side in terms of gas, where Russia was sanctioned, and a lot of sanction on Russia because of the war in Ukraine. There was a blockage also in the exporting of wheat from Ukraine. The United Nations had to step into. So there's a lot of things that are going. America need to look for a new trading partner in the area of energy. So there was a lot of growth in the system, and so that's why what happened. Remember that even him, Donald Trump, left started the economy very well, but didn't leave the economy in a good state, especially with the way he handled the COVID-19 incident, and also the way he also handled the Black Lives Matters issues. All that had a negative impact on the economy, even if it started very, very well. So when Joe Biden came to power, they were trying to build all those things to bring it back to stability, and so that's why you see what you see there. So, but again, like I said, it's not expected that he will say that the economy is going well, because who is going to win the vote is who comes with a better economic plan, because what is driving voter sentiment, especially the non-deciding investor, is what plan do you have for the economy. And when you look at Donald Trump's first 2 years before COVID, you realize that he has a better plan for the economy. But again, he lost his way through COVID, and then he was not able to gain that momentum going forward, and he lost the election. And then Joe Biden came in, he had to face a lot of crises when he came in, especially the Russian-Ukraine crisis, after trying to deal with issues that have to do with COVID. Remember, a lot of Americans' lives were lost at that time. And so all these are the negative. So they really have to work from ground zero to where they are today. So they could give that as a plus to them. And then when you look at their own economic policy from their Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris, you realize that it's talking more of putting more money in the hands of consumers, getting tax relief for first-time mortgage applier, first-time mortgage applicant. It seems to be hitting the right note. But again, what people are saying is that a lot of Americans say, do we really have these funds to drive this very, very ambitious economic plan? So those are what they are bringing to the table to tell the Americans, especially undeciding voters, to know where they will have to cast their vote come November.
All right. The U.S. election is slated for November. For the electorate who are also thinking of who to vote for. Now, when it comes to the issue of the economy, it's also part of the factors that the electorate consider to determine who they are going to vote for. Now, what do you think are the obligations expected from whoever is going to emerge as the next president of the U.S. in fixing the economy? For those who have not made up their mind as regards who to vote for, what do you think they should watch out for when it comes to economic goals and any of the candidates as regards fixing the economy as campaigns and every other activities continue?
Well, when you look at in terms of fixing the economy, most Americans also have more confidence in Joe Biden than Kamala Harris. If you look at data, they have, because of his antecedent being a private sector driven man, like I said, what he did before COVID came in, that he lost his way. So most Americans have most confidence in him, but they don't trust him to go through those policies, especially they see him as a man that is coming to make the rich richer than impoverish the poor, or put the poor into forced labor. And that was not helped with his interview with Elon Musk, where he said that workers can be fired anytime they go on strike, and that has backfired on the workers' union, especially in key deciding states like Michigan and Philadelphia, are already working against him seriously. And that is creating more momentum for Kamala Harris. So definitely, yes, they trust him with the economy, but they don't trust him to keep to his word when it comes to the economy, because they think maybe he's very erratic in terms of making economic decisions. So that, for me, is a negative to him. But again, Kamala Harris also, they have their own challenge with her in terms of they think she's a novice, she's more of an administrator. and they don't. But again, that also will determine with the kind of team that he takes, and he has made the right choice in the vice president and candidate, which is also a man that is loved by both parties in terms of how he has dealt with the Black Lives Matter crisis, and where it started from, how he handled it, and how he has been able to take the economy of that state from where they are during the Black Lives crisis, during the COVID-19, to where they are today. So definitely you could see a partnership. One is administrative driven, one is economically driven. So it creates a very good partnership there. If you look at the Donald Trump, you see that Donald Trump is the economic man, and then the vice president is a political one, trying to see how they can win deciding state like Ohio. So all these are strategy. But again, undecided voters are looking at two things to make up their mind. They are looking at immigration and they are looking at economy. Now, in terms of immigration, they feel that Joe Biden is too hard, and then American economy is largely driven by immigrants. And so in that area, when you match immigration and the economy, then you think the Democrat will have it. And remember that what cost him his second term was actually his immigration policy, and by the economic side of it, how he handled the COVID-19 pandemics, and also the Black Lives Matter, which is almost like an economic issue. So those undecided voters are looking at that. They are not happy with his pronouncement because they don't think it's working. He said when it comes in, they'll make sure that about 1 million illegal immigrants are leaving America, and that is huge, and that will have a very big impact on the American economy. And I don't think the average American wants that. It will cause a lot of chaos in the system. They want stability, and And so for me, stability in terms of when you look at the economic policy, like I've said, Kamala Harris is looking at creating more jobs, is looking at more American owning houses, is looking at giving rebate to families that are up to 4. And so all these that drive towards putting more money, making the average American have more money to spend, and then in turn grow the economy. And so, but for Joe Biden, it seems to be the headliner. Think of immigration and that. And once you begin to remove the illegal immigrants out of America, then you are creating a gulch in terms of job. And once that gets come in terms of job, it has a way of affecting the economy, the viability of the economy, especially the technology sector that is largely driven is a large driver of the American economy, but again, it's largely driven by immigrants. So it's a big challenge, and he has not been able to match that. And you can see that his rating goes down by the day. That tells you that in terms of policy, people tend to, because of the time they tend to move towards Kamala Harris in terms of provision, and then in terms of the hardliners, they will definitely want to follow Donald Trump like they've always done. So when you look at it, where one is thriving in the area of immigration, and again, the Democrats also can pride themselves that immigration has actually come down during Joe Biden administration than during Trump administration, that was high-headed in terms of handling those economic challenges, immigration challenges without making noise. So it's also a plus to them, and that also have had a way of reducing labor costs for businesses in America, because most of these low cost jobs are largely done by immigrants for this big company. So a lot of things seems to be working in favor of the Democrat, and so the undecided voters might just be looking at that and to make up their mind. But like I said, in terms of America election, it's still early days. We are in August. It's still early days, because sometimes this picture gets clearer towards the last weeks of September. Then you begin to see those projections come true, and 90% of the time, those projections are actually come out to be true. The only time those projections didn't come out to be true was also the time Donald Trump won. That could also give him confidence when he beat Clinton then. So that could also be an advantage for him, looking that these projections are not going to cross my way. After all, when I had Hillary Clinton, the same projection did not go my way, and I won. But it's very hard to see how Joe Biden will be able to, Donald Trump will be able to beat Kamala Harris based on the momentum that Kamala Harris is getting, especially with the youth.
All right. Interesting narrative there. Now let's come back home now to see how we can shape policy in this regard. Obligation is to shape policy. Looking at the policy as regards inflation rate in the US, let's take take some lessons rather for Nigeria as regards tackling inflation in Nigeria. Looking at what the Federal Reserve is doing in the US, our own version of that is the CBN. What are the lessons for CBN as regards the approach to tackling inflation, looking at what the US is doing as regards inflation policy?
Strategy, not panic, not fear. Those data didn't just come overnight. There are times that they were expecting the data to be better. It came up worse than what they expected, but they still have their strategy. Nigerian central bank have run an erratic strategy. Today is Dutch auction system. Tomorrow is settling with bureau de change, and the next day is fixing the rate for a particular product. So, and they have not been synergy until recently, whereby the physical side is ready to take a bite of the revenue. Like I said, the American physical side took a bite of their revenue in terms of petroleum tax has been suspended. And so you are seeing that a lot of people are buying gas lower compared to when they have to pay taxes on some of this on this gas on every gas that they purchase. So they are taking back a bite of their revenue. That's what the Nigerian government need to learn. They will say they have learned well. You say there's a tax holiday on some of household items or food items, but again, it's small compared to what we want because I don't see the tax holiday in some of these household items having so much impact, especially when you have a fluctuating exchange rate, because they will still need exchange rate to even bring this good. So what will make them have an impact is when you have a fixed exchange rate, especially with tariff. So that's what I think we should be learning. The physical side should be learning to synergize with the monitoring side, like what we have seen in America. So the monitoring side also should begin to look at provision of liquidity. The physical side should also be looking at cutting a bite of their revenue. That's when you can have that synergy, and then you can begin to see that the Nigerian economy have learned one or two lessons from the economy, from the American economy. Synergy, and then looking at the core driver of your inflation. And if you look at Nigeria core inflation drive, is largely driven by high cost of production, high cost of demand and supply, monetary policy decisions. What are we doing to replace this policy? Maybe the figures that have come in recently looks exciting, but again, not much has been achieved. When you compare it by last year and this year, you realize that there's been an increase. And when you look at since this administration came to power, it seems that it was the administration that upped the peak in inflation. So there's still a lot that they should do, especially in the area of taking a bite of their revenue, looking at how they can create confidence in the economy, that what the Americans have done, looking at how they can put more money in the hands of the average Nigerian, which they have done in one way with the implementation of minimum wage. But if you implement minimum wage and the cost of goods doesn't come down, then it will not have a desired impact. Like America, you see, the inflation came down, minimum wage goes up. So you could see that the impact will be there. So those are part of the things that I think we should learn from the Americans.
All right, away from the conversation on US inflation rate, now let's talk about what is happening in the Nigerian space, talking about the fast-moving consumable goods, talk about FMCG market in Nigeria. Now, the latest report has suggested that the volume of transaction has declined by 17.7% in the Nigerian market, which is Nigeria is considered to be the largest market for FMCG products. Now, what do you make of the development where you're having volume or decline in transaction as regards the volume transaction that should take place in that market? It has declined in the last few months. What do you make of this development? What do you think is largely responsible for this? And what are the peculiarities of some of these challenges that the Nigerian fast-moving consumable goods market, is contending with at this crucial time?
Well, that sector is contending with high cost of doing business, especially high cost of funding in terms of the hike of interest rate, because borrowing has gone as high as almost 30%. So they are struggling with that. And then consumers the consumer index perception is still low because a lot of consumers, like I say, they are not earning so much to be able to buy much of these goods and services. For me, those are the two major issues that is driving that sector. And what is causing that is just the FX volatility. Because, like I said, mostly about 70 to 80% of what we consume, we import into this country. When you don't have a stable exchange rate, definitely the volume of importation will drop, because a lot of people cannot have access to FX, and that means the demand from one of these products will go high, then the cost will go high, then a lot of people cannot afford it, so you will see those declines. So it's not rocket science. It's all Nigeria is struggling to achieve as a standard now is how to create stability in your FX market. Once you create that stability, once I know that I'm going to get a goods at 1,500 or 1,400, it gives me room to plan, especially for this sector of the SMGC. But if you don't have a feedback, you are not sure, because FX today in the port is going to be reviewed daily, then you will not be so excited to even import. And when you want to import, and then again you'll be importing small, because again there's liquidity crunch again. Yes, they've done the Dutch offshore system, which shows that the CBN also is looking at, oh, this is really a problem, and they done the Dutch offshore system at 1,500 and maybe 500 and something, and that is also still high. It's also still high compared to a time that they were giving the bureau de change at 1,000. The time they gave them at 1,300, and at a point the bureau de change themselves were saying that we cannot even continue to make profit at 1,200. They were looking at getting it at 1,100, 1,200, but we lost that momentum, and we're almost back at where we were before. So I think it's based, like I say, your strategy must come with key objective that you want to achieve. But for now, I think what we are seeing in terms of responding, whatever we do, is a fire brigade. When there seems to be fire on the mountain, we come up with one policy, and once the fire comes down, then we go back and relax.
Now, when you look at the peculiarity of these goods, talk about fast-moving, consumable goods, these are necessities, household items, beverages, and the rest of them, which, no doubt, people can do without these things. Now, my question is, what kind of intervention would you expect from the government to, perhaps, reduce the burden being faced by consumers as regards these now, because this report has shown the decline in the volume of transaction, and this might likely be the trend in months to come if nothing is done. Now, looking at the peculiarity of the challenges the Nigeria economy is battling with now, what kind of intervention do you think will help, in making the figure better, looking at the latest development now in this market? Talk to us. What would you expect? What kind of policy?
You see, sometimes when you see those numbers, you're only looking at volume. But again, the government will pride themselves to look at value in terms of cost. But they will not give you the true picture, because the value is largely driven by the high exchange rate. What we should be looking as a government now is the volume, and the volume determines turnover. That's how many people are affording it. But what the government is looking at is the value. Just give an example of custom duties. At the time they came in, custom duty exchanges was about at the highest when there was 700. And they were not looking at that. When they came in, they were not looking at custom value duties and now value, and then they are looking at value, and they are saying, look, we are improving in value in terms, because we are now making more revenue. But they've forgotten at that time when they came in was 700. And now they are making at above 1,500. So value have increased, but volume has come down. And it's the volume that really tells how much people are able to afford it. So for me, that is the major challenges that we are not looking at. Now, how do we tackle these issues? Now, we have seen the government say they are giving tax holidays, in the tariff holidays for 6 months. But when you look at those products that they're actually giving tariff holidays for, you just mentioned something, beverages, cereal, they are not included. And these are household goods, they are not included. So the cost of those goods are still high. And this is largely driven because of exchange, and the exchange rate is still fluctuating. Custom does, they say that, I think sometime last week, the exchange rate was about 1,600. So it does not help. So what government need to do is to make sure that they fix that exchange rate. You can be telling us that you want to fix exchange rate in terms of petroleum product, and Dangote will pay in naira, all those domestic petroleum company will pay in naira at a fixed exchange rate, and then you are not doing that again for other sectors, especially the consumer goods sector. People that are bringing goods, it's not good. It will not help bring down inflation, because what you are just doing now, you are just trying to play to the gallery by trying to look at some of the good, some of those household items that you can cut tariff on. And when you look at those household items you are cutting tariff on, they don't make up to 20% of your revenue, because 80% of your revenue is driven by those products that you are not even cutting interest on. So it's not. And then when you look at local consumption, also you are not even reducing tariff on machinery that help in terms of local production to be able to meet local consumption. So all these are policies that you need to look at holistically and come up with a comprehensive roadmap. So what we have now is a panic roadmap. We are not coming with a comprehensive roadmap. What are some of the comprehensive roadmap? Fix your exchange rate in terms of importation of duty. Make sure that you take a bite off your revenue in some essential household item. It will not kill your sector. Rather, you also do the win-win situation whereby you can come zero tariff for some of this your other sectors that you think you want to drive. You can give them zero tariff in terms of machinery that they bring into the country, especially for local production. That will also bring down the cost of their own price, and they will be able to compete favorably with the international distance. So it's not rocket science, but I sometimes wonder why we are not looking at the bigger picture. We are not looking at the revenue picture. The president in his broadcast will tell you how much revenue has been created, but again, you're not looking at how much people have gone to poverty by your revenue collection policy. So those are part of the things I think they should be looking at.
All right. Mukhtar, when you have decline in volume of transactions, this also suggests that you have decline when it comes to the demand for these goods. What will be the fate of manufacturers who, in effect, will be battling with low revenue? Also, the ripple effect of that is you have decline in revenue. How can they survive at a time like this where you have decline in transactions, in demand? What strategy do you think they can put in place to survive this crucial time for the manufacturers of these goods?
Well, one of the strategies they are put in place, most of them are they're providing power for them, independence power. And that has also helped with the advent of Dangote refineries, whereby some of them are buying diesel. Diesel have been very, very consistent in terms of price. It has moved from a height of about 1,700 and it has stayed at 1,200. That's part of the what they are putting in place to reduce high cost of energy because of the increment in terms of energy costs, especially when you're in band A. And unfortunately, it looks like if all the industry manufacturing sectors are located in the band A band. So that is what they are doing there. Secondly, the one that they are doing that is very painful and is affecting the Nigerian economy, that you have to reduce your overhead costs. Because if I'm not making revenue so much, I'm not my bottom line. So I will look at my overhead costs. And when I'm looking at my overhead costs, also I'm looking at manpower in terms of reduction, in terms of numbers of staff. So that is creating more Nigerians to the unemployed market. I think those are the two strategies they are using at the moment to see how they can stay above water. Not just looking at to put their head above water, because they are really, really struggling, because you are looking at that, you are looking at cost of funding. A lot of them cannot even meet the obligation in terms of funding for borrowing that they are borrowed, because the cost of borrowing has gone up to about 30%. And like you said, volume has also come down. So they are really battling a lot of issues. And unfortunately, I think the government is not really looking at that sector and saying, okay, how do we help you? How the government only looked at them during the time of minimum wage and said that they will take some decision, because they have to look at them whether they will be able to pay up that way. That's the only time the government and the organized private sector, the manufacturer, ever had the same opinion in terms of minimum wage. But in terms of other factors that can even be able to help them pay minimum wage, we've not seen, though the president promised that there will be a kind of intervention in that sector so that they will be able to pay the living wage of some. So we are still waiting, but it's really a very turbulent time for them.
All right. Now, the fast moving consumer goods, Nigeria is considered to be the largest market for FMCG in Africa. Now, what do you make of this school of thought or this argument that if there's any sector that the federal government needs to float what we call subsidy regime, it should be for this particular market, for this kind of goods that are household items, to lift the burden off the shoulder of consumers. Would you consider that to be a necessity, talking about subsidy regime for fast-moving consumable goods in Nigeria?
Well, subsidy has not really worked in this country, and I think we need to begin to look at subsidy in a different light. Subsidy that should have a positive impact on the Nigerian economy should come with a little bit of do's and don'ts. What do you do to qualify for those subsidies? So for me, if we're having local production, that is when the subsidy will make sense. You're looking at giving subsidy for local production of some of these items, and so that they can be able to compete favorable with those that will be bringing it from outside this country. Because they have a Nigerian mentality that Nigerian goods are very inferior and high in cost. So, but by the time they begin to look at the cost, because we'll be looking at cost, and because you are beginning to give them some incentive, then they will be able to come up with good product, and then they will be able to compete relatively. For people are having let me give you an example: the clothing sector in the Nigerian economy. Virtually every Nigerian now tend to make local use of the local designers in Nigeria, and they are beginning to export even globally, because even those in Nigerians in the diaspora are beginning to call for their services. So those are part of the things that the government should begin to look in terms of subsidy. What's the subsidy? Why are you not giving them subsidy in electricity tariff and say, okay, the manufacturer sector will give you subsidy on those tariffs? Those are part of the kind of subsidy that can work and make lasting impact. But again, what other possibility is to give them tax holidays, because you are producing here, you are employing, and that's what the government said. I think the minister for finance said there will soon be tax holiday based on or tax relief or holiday based on the number of Nigerians who you employ. I think they are beginning to look at it, but my challenge has always been implementation, timely implementation. When you say policy, one of those things, remember, it was in July, they said they were going to take a bite of their revenue tariff for some goods that come in. That implementation did not start sometime in August, almost a month after. So sometimes they make this statement, it takes a long time because of the bottleneck. I'm sitting bottleneck, looking for presidential approval, setting up committee to look at it, that and that. So I think we must be fast in taking some of those decisions, because when you make some decision, you need to put timely deliverable time for you to see the impact. So most of the reason why we are not seeing so much impact, let me talk the example of the revenue. Even if I say I mean tariff, even if I say they have not done enough, you cannot see those impact in the next economic data until the goods that people have now are sold. And like your report have said, the goods are not, they are still there, low patronage, low volume. So it will take a while, and people will start saying, if you remove tariff, why are we not seeing the impact? Because again, you are removing tariff on a particular item that households are not so much in it, and tariff is still high on the particular item that households are always wanting it. So it's just that coming up with ways to help this sector. But that way, the monetary side should help this sector is by cutting rate or bringing an intervention. But again, like I said, intervention has not really worked in this country. Remember traders' money, remember a lot of intervention that were done by the Buhari administration. Now we are beginning to see those interventions were shrouded in a lot of corruption. So sometimes you don't blame them, but we need to create structures. And when we are intervening with the right data. That's when we'll begin to have results.
All right, it's important for Nigeria government to create a structure to ensure that these policies, they work and they see the light of today. What a way to wrap up this conversation, Mukhtar Mohammed. Thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure. It's always educating having your thoughts on this kind of development. And we must thank you for creating time for us this morning out of your busy schedule. Thank you so much for your time and your thought, Mukhtar.
Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure to be on your station. Thank you.
All right, that's a conversation with Mukhtar as regards the U.S. inflation, then also talking about fast-moving consumable goods in Nigeria. We're not done yet. We'll take a moment. When we return, we'll look at the GDP projection for key economies globally. It's also going to be part of our global policy update for today. And that will take place after this short break. Stay with us.
So it's another briefing and another opportunity for us to look at issues related to business, finance, and economy.
Yes, and it's really extremely powerful just to help you start you, inspire you to have.
Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment. Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, if you're just joining us, you're at the right place at the right time. Our business is to shape policy. We started that business of shaping policy by looking at the U.S. inflation rate pegged at 2.9%. Thereafter, we talked about the FMCG market in Nigeria. And now to our third big story for today, because today is for Global Policy Update. we want to look at the GDP projections by the IMF for the year 2024 and 2025 for emerging economies and for the last 10 economies of the world. IMF did a projection as what is going to be the expected GDP growth for these economies. You have the US, China, Germany, you have Japan, and the rest of them. Now, to shape policy in this regard, we're being joined by Fidelis Atabo, who is a development economist and also a banking expert. He's also a lecturer from the Department of Economics, Federal University of Lafayette, Nasarawa State. Glad you have joined us on the next thing this morning, Fidelis.
All right, thank you, Mr. Femi. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning. Good to see you. Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too. I'm actually, how do I call it? Accumulating more knowledge in Lafayette, but across every other sphere, we are actually impacting. You know, thank you very much for inviting me on this program. I think it's a welcome development to be consistent on a particular discussion that is relevant to the world, most especially the emerging economies and the stable economies too, that can also borrow a lead from what we are discussing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the compliment as well. So let's get back to the business of the day now, looking at the GDP projection made by the IMF. I would love you to react generally to these projections before we go specific on some of these countries. Now, when you got this report, what came to your mind? What's your assessment of this GDP projection, the GDP growth for these emerging economies? What are the peculiarities you've seen in these reports? And what can you tell us about some of the peculiarities associated with emerging economies in respect to the projection made by the IMF in this report?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think before we proceed, I would like to situate properly that GDP is actually the measure of economic activities that take place in a particular country over a period of time, usually a year. And it is used to measure the performance of an economy and well-being of the people in that economy. You know, and then that means that GDP is a very important KPI that every government should be able to focus on, because it has a lot to do with the well-being of the people. But the realities we have seen in most emerging economies and then even the developed economies is that you could see GDP at an increasing rate, then the cost of living, or probably the well-being of the people, does not go at that traction with the GDP. So I think it also calls for concern, and it's part of what we are going to discuss today, to see how we can narrow down the impact of GDP on welfare and the impact of GDP on economic development, and how GDP is driven in each of these economies, as the case may be. So that takes us to come up with the world output that is projected at 3.2 in 2014, and then 3.3 in 3.2 in 2004, and then 3.3 in 2005. No, 3.2 in 2024, and then 3.3 in 2025. Sorry for that mix-up, please. And out of this, we have the advanced economies, where 1.7 in 2024, in 2024, and then 1.8 in 2025. Then for the emerging economies, developed economies, we have 4.2, 4.2 respectively as being projected for the 2 years, 2025 and 2024 respectively. Then if you look at this, It shows how individual economies are going to drive this to make sure, despite the turbulence they will encounter along the way, how are they going to make sure that this growth is actually being achieved? And if you look at it critically, there are trade abnormalities that are actually going on. There are supply shocks that are actually going on. And there are also market shocks that are also going on. And all these things, as well as political tension too, are also capable of determining the mileage or the extent to which this growth can be achieved, both for the developed economies and the emerging economies. So these are the things we are actually going to witness. And I think by the time we go into the specifics, we begin to look at what each of these regions are doing, and then how they are actually putting their acts together to make sure that the global turbulence, the global crisis, does not really affect the growth of the economy that will translate to improved GDP capable of improving welfare of each of the citizens in each of these economies. Thank you very much.
All right. Now, looking at the concept as regards GDP, there are those who argue that, that tells you the size of the economy, but not necessarily the strength of the economy. The size, in some sense, doesn't connote strength of the economy. So looking at this argument, why do you think this projection is also significant? And then what do you make of the argument where some economists have also suggested that it is not enough to look at the GDP projection, given the fact that it only tells you the size and not the strength? And given that fact in a layman's language, or for our viewers to understand better, help us understand why this GDP projection is quite significant in reference to this school of thought.
All right, thank you very much. Just as I said earlier, under normal circumstances, ceteris paribus, there's a correlation. If resources are being managed very well, there's a correlation between growth in GDP and then improved economic performance that dovetails to well-being, positive well-being of the people in that particular country, the citizens. That is the normal scenario that comes with GDP, the design. And as it stands, you can see that GDP also gives you an edge. The projections give you an edge that, yes, this is what I'm expected to make in terms of GDP. And what does that give to you as a nation? One, it keeps you on your toes to make sure that you don't relax, so that every execution steps that you are supposed to embark upon, you will not relax. Then it also gives you ample opportunity for effective planning. Now, this is what is going to come into the coffers in terms of growth. Then how are we going to plan? Then management is also very key. How are we going to manage this? That is why it is pertinent that it is not just about the projection. It's all about the planning. It's all about the management to make sure that the projection is being achieved. And while we can also see GDP as an opportunity for, or as a factor for economic development, is this. One, it shows that, yes, a particular XYZ amount of economic activities is going to take place in a nation. And by so doing, it attracts investors to come in. And by the time it attracts investors to come in, and they tinker with the opportunities where institutions are upheld, you will discover that the economy will begin to gain the benefits from that projection that has been made. But in the layman perspective, you could see that having resources, having money in your pocket is not actually the crux of development, even human well-being. But what you do with it is what matters. In an economy where GDP is growing, where we have weak institutions, where we have corruption, where we have insecurity, the little traction of growth in GDP in no distant time will be retracted because of these vices that I have mentioned. You know, so GDP projection is actually a way to plan, it's a way to develop, but if it is not properly managed, you even discover that there are some countries with oil that ordinarily, despite what is happening in their country, most especially the emerging economies, despite what is happening in their country, their GDP could be growing. But because of the other side of it, which is poor management of the economy, you know, you discover that GDP does not trickle down to the better well-being or to the better well-being of the people in that particular country. So GDP is actually a measure that helps a country, you know, a continent to plan the economic activities, you know, to execute in a way that it will also trigger other value chain that can come from either locally or internationally to trigger the entire economic growth expectation. Thank you.
All right, now let's go to the specifics of these projections. There are about 9 of them. I'm not too sure if time will permit us to go through all the countries here, but we'll do it one after the other. You have the US, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Japan, UK, and Canada. But let's start with the US. The projection for 2024 is 2.6%, and that of 2025 is 1.9%. And there's something peculiar about the US economy, which IMF has projected that there will be growth, and this will be due to slower job growth and tighter fiscal policy, less government spending, and higher taxes. How do you react to that projection for the US economy? 2.6% rather, for 2024, and then 2025 you have plus 1.9%. Let's have your take on the US projection.
All right, the US projection is actually going to see some level of growth because, as I said earlier, you know, there's a difference between planning for growth in developed economies and then developed economies. You know, in America, for example, one of the things that is actually going to work for them is the fact that some of these technological advancements are actually being given due attention, you know, and then there's going to be serious attention to technological advancement in the US, and then there's going to be more support again for MSMEs, you know, which has actually been the bane of American development, you know. So by that, the American economy is going to look into that technological development to see how more can be achieved in that space. And the beauty about technological development is all about not even what you can also extract from the immediate country, but, you know, within other nations too. The technology does not have borders. You know, it goes across every other aspect of the nook and cranny of every continent to see how business can also be driven. Then in terms of slower jobs that was actually spoken about, the slower jobs in this sense does not mean that jobs will not actually, or jobs are not going to be created, but much emphasis is going to be given to expansion, you know, and this expansion is actually going to lead to maybe not the same proportion to the level of expansion, but at least an average proportion to which the expansion is going to be made in America. And, you know, in America too, they are poised because of the forthcoming election too. You know, it will also give room to spending. And, you know, when there are spending in an economy, you know, it also helps to, it helps investment because spending is going to be very high in America. And then because of that increase in spending too, It's going to lead to more investment in terms of income generation for firms, industries, and even service delivery firms in America. And then the election is also going to attract services too, and then that area is also going to generate a lot of money. So America stands a chance to grow by the projection. And I think with what they have done, and as I said earlier, in one of our earlier discussions, the American government's pronouncements, the Joe Biden pronouncement that is not going to contest for election again. So it makes the economy very sound for people to come in because one, he gave a health condition, and that is a very good statement for an economy that is yearning for consistent growth. I think America have all what it takes, most especially leveraging on technological advancement, and then maybe working around other partnership with other developing economies. They stand a chance to grow the economy as projected by IMF. Thank you.
All right, let me do a follow-up to the statement you made earlier as regards government expenses. It's obvious US it's an election year, which you expected more spendings to take place. Now, what the IMF is advocating here is tighter fiscal policy, which means less government spending and higher taxes. Now, in an election year, how visible it is to have less government spending, given the reality or what usually plays out when it comes to election year, where money has to go out for campaign and a lot of activities. How visible is that? This is what IMF is advocating for the US to achieve this target. There must be tighter fiscal policy, which means less government spending and higher taxes. How do you react to that? How visible is this?
Yes, thank you very much. As I said earlier, I said there's going to be high cash flow in America. That was what I said earlier. And then the government is trying to say that, okay, they have to be futuristic because they have to work on the fiscal policy to see how the cash flow, can actually be managed, because if it is not managed, it will begin to have a negative impact on inflation. Because when we have money that is actually going beyond proportion in an economy, it actually begins to affect demand. We begin to experience abnormal demand in purchases. It begins to lead to inflation. Yes, government can actually achieve this because it's an election year. There are some projects that have been embarked upon by government. There are some programs that government has actually come up with them that may need to be reviewed, that may need to actually be looked into again to see how they can be better managed within this election period. In an economy, you don't just come up with policies and then leave them on autopilot like that. That is why we have the cabinet members who work 24 hours with the president to make sure that at each point in time, the policies are being reviewed to make sure that they work pari passu with the goals and objectives of the government at time. So this election period, what the government will do is to have a kind of policy review, to see how some of these initial policies that were embarked upon at the beginning of the year can also be reviewed to see how some amendments can be made, then that may not actually lead to outright exposure in terms of spending of government. I mean, there are programs and policies that government may also need to adjust, just as I said earlier, they may also need to adjust that. And then every 10 kobo that is being spent in America now, it has to go through, how do I call it, a stiffer review, or a stiffer, there's a word I want to use, Yes, okay, let me leave it to review. So America can allow this, but on the part of opposition, you know, we also know that yes, before now, they have actually kept this money for this election. There's no way they will not pump this money into the economy. So the money we are talking about that is going to circulate in the economy also can also come from other political opponents. It must not be the government alone. So what we are saying in essence is if government does not really handle their parts, you know, to be able to cut expenses, you know, that may lead to financial exposure because the external funds that are coming from outside, from other political parties, you know, and agents into the political space may actually throw the American economy into an emergency hike in inflation. And that is what the government is trying to control here. Thank you.
All right. Quickly, let's see the projection for Germany, and let's see what can be made out of this. For 2024, the projection is 0.2% plus 0.2%. For 2025, you have 1.3%. That's plus 1.3%. And then IMF is saying in this report that, you know, Germany, who has struggled due to weakness in manufacturing sector in the last 1 year, it's been projected that the economy will pick up just like some of the countries in Europe. So what do you make of this projection? First of all, talk about the peculiarity of Germany, where manufacturing sector has been struggling in few months, and then the projection that Germany is going to experience plus 0.2% in 2024, and by the year 2025, you're going to have plus 1.3% as regards the GDP projection for Germany. How do you react to this?
Thank you. Prior to even 2023, you agree with me that the effect of shortage of gas supply orchestrated from the war between Ukraine and Russia has actually affected manufacturing in Germany. And then you could also see that effect of shortage of gas supply, you know, rubbed on manufacturing activities in Germany. And I think within the period the war started and they started experiencing this, they also saw that even Germany went back to some of the coal, the old coal mining that were used in the past before the emerging of the environmental friendly driven energy materials for manufacturing. So because Germany has actually survived this between when the war started, and then now they have restructured the economy, they have restructured their technology, you know, and then it's beginning to give them some level of traction. And then I think what came to Germany that time was like a supply shock of energy source, which affected some of the manufacturing industry there. And I think between when the war started up to 2023, between Russia and Ukraine, up to 2023 and 2024, you know, the industries in Germany, they have innovated, they have realigned, they have adjusted, and I think they are beginning to have some traction from the adjustment, either in technology, which they have done, adjustment either in terms of human resources that they have done, adjustment either in terms of markets that they have also done. So these are the things that will actually culminate into Germany, seeing a mileage has been projected by IMF. So Germany industrialization or Germany industries are set, you know, and then we are also seeing that in terms of employment generation, Germany is also going to have an increase in terms of employment generation. And, you know, this increase in terms of employment generation that also leads to increase in tax payment and all other aggregates, that culminates into GDP calculation. It's going to really help Germany, and I am sure that most especially from the industrial angle, and then governments being resilient to see how some of these companies are being supported with the enabling environment. Germany stands a chance to record the expected growth being projected by IMF. Thank you.
Right, we will come to this edition Global Policy Update. So let's see how we can run through these statistics and through this report. Now let's get to China now, where the projection for China for 2024 is plus 5.0%, and for 2025 we are plus 4.5%. And it's projected that the Chinese economy will slow down to 4.5% in 2025 and to 3.3% by 2029. I'd like you to talk to us. Why do you think what is playing out, this projection about China, should be of interest to the world or to investors? And what is so peculiar about the Chinese economy that is going to turn out slow down by 4.5% in 2025 and the projection 3.3% by 2029?
All right, thank you very much. The Chinese economy is actually going to slow down in 2025. And as we are seeing here, it is evident that one of the major challenges that China is having, some of the facilities that have been granted to emerging economies, some of them are not performing. And if facilities are not performing, it actually goes to dovetail into what will come into China. Some of these loans that have been given to developing economies, most especially African countries, some of them are not performing. And what they need to do this time is to embark on restructuring. And while they are restructuring the facilities that they are giving out, it will have a way of reducing the profitability, that they ought to have generated within the periods that the loan ought to have elapsed. And then what you can also deduce from there is, they are looking at it that, okay, while giving out these loans to countries that are not managing them effectively, are we interested in loan recovery, or we are interested in profitability that comes from these loans? So it is evident that China is trying to be a bit conservative with the kind of facilities they give to other nations, most especially African countries, that may end up in difficult recoveries, or that may end up in the state of non-performing. It may not really bring out the traction of the interest as being projected or as been calculated, in that facility. So China is trying to look inward to see how they can also redefine their own economy, and redefine their own economy further, they try as much as possible to see how monies have been spent locally. So they are going to spend much of their funds locally, and if funds have been invested locally, like in 2024, you don't expect returns to actually begin to come maximally in the same year of investment. So given the kind of low restructuring, strategic loan to developing economies, redefining and retooling economy that China is trying to embark upon, is going to really reduce what they will make in the year 2025. So this is actually what China is going to do. And then, one beautiful thing about China is this: they can invest now, knowing fully well that, yes, it's going to be, or it's going to come out positive in the future, and I actually believe in their economic development because they look at it from every perspective to make sure that even the local economy has a buffer that can respond to any external shocks that may come in. And then because of the economic crisis that is also going on, every economy is trying to look inward to see how they can strengthen their own economy, most especially to develop more on the comparative advantage of each of the economies. So China is trying to retract the volume of loans that have been given to developing economies that are not performing. Some may even come back and say, okay, please, can we have debt forgiveness, and they don't believe in all those things. Debt forgiveness, once you begin to have that, it's a sign that, that economy is a difficult economy, it's a slippery economy to borrow to. So that is why they are actually looking at developing their own the local economy. Because African economy, to be honest with you, is actually very slippery. It's very slippery, and every investor is trying as much as possible to mitigate and de-risk every of their investments to
look
make
at
sure that
what is playing out in
crystallize.
China. China is battling. There's a reality playing out in China, which is the fact that that nation is battling with aging population, whereby you have fewer workers and more retirees. It's also affecting the labor force in China. What would you expect in correcting this narrative, looking at this projection for 2025 that is going to slow down? Part of the reality is because China is battling with aging population, so you have fewer workers, which is affecting the labor. What kind of intervention or policy would you expect to manage the aftermath of this kind of development in China, the issue of aging population? Hear me? Okay, we seem to be having a disconnection there. The issue here is we're looking at the GDP growth projection for emerging economies, where we're looking at about 9 countries according to IMF report. You have that of Germany, US, Japan, and the rest of them. Now, the projection is to give a picture of what the GDP growth will look like between 2024 and 2025, and we have a special guest here, Fidelis, who is also reacting to this development. Glad to know you're still there, Fidelis. Now, my question,
I'm here,
because we don't have much time now, is for you to address quickly the issue of aging population as regards China, where you have fewer workers and more retirees, how that might slow down the economy. Of course, it's playing out, it's slowing down the economic growth expected. And how would that play out between now and 2025 in likes with these projections made by IMF? Quickly.
Thank you very much. I think what they just need to do, is just the aging is actually a natural phenomenon that we cannot contend with. But what matters is how do we work around it to make sure that we get the best leadway amidst this. So yes, the aging is actually telling on the economy, and the implication is that even though you increase government expenditure, because these people are not going to be left on the streets, government is going to keep taking care of them to make sure that they are actually up and running. And by this, you discover that you're going to see a reasonable number of citizens that are no longer working, but government is actually giving them attention in terms of payments to the retirees, and also in terms of special care to make sure that they also remain to be consulted if they need the right. But what they need to quickly do is to actually look at the age brackets that can be brought into the mainstream of the economy. And we may also see this rubbing on other economies too, whereby we're going to have a recall of experts from other countries back home to see how they can replace the aging group that is actually going to come up, to be able to fill the gap that will not have a negative effect on productivity, because the productivity needs to be sustained And if productivity is sustained, it can be improved upon. And by the time it is improved upon, government will have more money to be able to take care of this, the retirees, that will not have negative effect on the economy. And I think it's also a challenging time for China too, to see how the interplay between all I have explained, can also be done in a way that it will not slow the growth that is being expected in China. So it may lead to a recall of experts, just as I say, from other nations too, for replacement as the case may be. Thank you.
All right, let's wrap up by looking at the few African countries on this list. We have South Africa. The projection is 0.9%. For 2024 and 2025, you have plus 1.2%. And for Nigeria, you have plus 3.1% for 2024 and then plus 3.0% for 2025. Quickly, we are almost out of time. I would like you to react to the projection for these two African countries. You have our brother country, South Africa, and then you have that of Nigeria. What do you make of this projection for these two African countries? Quickly, South Africa and our own Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much. I think the projection for South Africa and then Nigeria, let me start with South Africa. South Africa, part of what they are also doing now is also leveraging on knowledge-based economy. They are also enhancing the skills of the citizens to make sure that they'll be able to prosecute the exploits, the economic activities in the country. And I think it's a wake-up call too for every other African countries that yes, what they need to do now is to upskill the citizens, in terms of technology and probably artificial intelligence, to see how resources can be harnessed within the economy. And I think South Africa too, on their part, they are also a coordinated policy framework and institutional upheld that is also going on in South Africa, and I think it's also going to really help them. And then coming to Nigeria, I think it's actually a very difficult time for us, because one of the things that we need to check now is the political tension that has actually started erupting in Nigeria. Elections are coming up in 2027, but as we speak, there's a heated game that has commenced in the country, Nigeria now, by people that are not in power that want to take power, that people that are in power, they want to remain in power, people that are coming in, as the case may be. So what I'm trying to say in essence is this may distract government, but government of the day needs to be very focused to see how the development effort in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of diversification into agriculture, in terms of diversification into technologies to knowledge-based economy, can all be harnessed to be able to give the expected relief that Nigeria is supposed to have. Because hitherto, before the last protest, when subsidy was removed, I think an average Nigerians are yet to see the traction in terms of well-being that has actually come from the removal of fuel subsidy. But I can boldly tell you that such economic policies does not come with immediate succor. It requires some level of patience, and level of support.
All right, Fidelis, it's important to let you know that your points are well taken, talking about the need to ensure that the dividends of removal of fuel subsidy is being evident in the daily living of Nigerians. And I think that's what you're trying to emphasize on. But unfortunately, we just have to wrap up now. And I must commend you. You've done justice to this conversation. Thank you so much for your time and your thoughts on this development as regards GDP projection for the year 2024 and 2025. Thank you so much for spending time with us on the next thing today.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello,
all right. At this junction, we just have to wrap up. This is our offering for today. Don't forget the conversation continues on our social media platforms. And you can do a catch-up of the conversation we've had earlier, even the present one, on our YouTube channel. Just search for SOUQ News TV. That's just the handle for all our social media platforms. Don't forget your award-winning program, Early Exchange, will always come bigger and better. And then don't forget, we'll return tomorrow to have another conversation as regards shaping policy and developing our continent. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godio Didi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government wants to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up, and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something like that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones and how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there, and from there I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu I have Honorable Mr. Dele Alake. I have Honorable Mr. Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Lincoln Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work It has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting clerks, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's not to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So, you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 1999, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion. We all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations. They just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, you know, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. You know, even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owodionere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors, but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts, and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books, titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community.
In the midst of men, delivered me.
During the event, Dr. Ayo Onafuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onafuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself. I'm university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort, and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion, and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank him and I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make this possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief. And one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad being an author noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, the world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them, first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Have him as my in-law because he's very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching me. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
You are unable to understand why the Imo woman, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. You are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ or that, let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, the vice president of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of Pulse television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and sisters who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to us. And then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the boat abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
there is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our experts.
Good morning and thank you for staying tuned to SOUQ News Television this fine Monday morning in the city of Lagos. Welcome to Market Insight. I am David Chiedu. On the program today, the spotlight is on Nigeria's gas potential vis-a-vis the recently signed Nigeria Equatorial Guinea gas pipeline agreement. We'll get into the conversation shortly proper, but first, we'll take a quick look at the NGX report for the previous trading week after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Market Insight. This morning, we're going to start with the NGX Trading Week summary for Friday, August 16, 2024. Now, at the end of last weekday of trading on the Nigerian Exchange Limited, a total of 348,952,726 shares in 7,677 deals corresponding to a market value of 7,464,902,951 naira 30 kobo were traded. Compared to the previous NGX trading day, that is Thursday, August 15, Friday's data showed a 29% improvement in volume, 112% improvement in turnover, and 6% improvement in deals. The current market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange sits at 55.1 trillion. In the aggregate, 108 NGX listed equities participated in trading, ending with 23 gainers and 21 losers. Owando led the gainers with 9.97% share price appreciation, closing at 35 naira 85 kobo per share, followed by RT Briscoe going up by 9.68% and Computer Warehouse Group going up 6.48%. On the losing side, Learn Africa came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.97% at 3 naira 52 kobo per share, followed by Cadbury Nigeria going down 9.95%. Nymeth International Pharma went down 9.17% and Secure Electronic Technology went down 8.89%. Guarantee Trust Holding recorded the highest volume of 90.9 million traded shares, followed by Owando going at 30.4 million, Japol Golden Ventures at 22.4 million, and Veritas Capital Assurance by 21.7 million. Now, regarding the performance of the NGX market indices, the benchmark NGX All-Share Index paired 0.05 points to close at 97,100.31, representing a one-week loss of 1.51%, a four-week loss of 3.42%, but an overall year-to-date gain of 29.86%. Other remarkable indices that performed were the NGX Top 30 Index, including the NGX Insurance Index, the NGX Banking Index, the NGX Oil and Gas Index, the NGX Main Board Index, and the NGX Premium Index. And that's the stock market report for last week. We'll get to the Nigeria-Equatorial Guinea gas agreement conversation in a moment. Do stay tuned.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. On the conversation this morning, or rather on the program this morning, we're having the conversation regarding Nigeria's signing of a new agreement with Equatorial Guinea, an energy alliance, if you like, in a gas pipeline agreement, and a significant step towards bolstering regional cooperation and mutual development. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu and Equatorial Guinea President Teodoro Mbasogo signed an agreement on the Gulf of Guinea pipeline project. Now, this particular project was formalized during President Bola Tinubu's recent official visit to Equatorial Guinea and also aims to enhance gas exploration and cooperation between the two countries. For many, it is aimed at unlocking new opportunities for gas exploration and generating employment, thus contributing to the economic growth of both nations. But for Nigeria, the benefits of these projects extend beyond mere economics. They also serve as a strategic tool for fostering deeper regional cooperation as well as integration. Now, we discussed the impact and prospect for Nigeria's economy, energy security, multilateral relations, and sustainable development. This morning, we're joined by a legal advisor in the oil and gas sector with operations across the upstream, midstream, and downstream sectors of the industry in the country. We're talking about Ugochi Ihediwu. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Right, we're also being joined by a geospatial information technology specialist and environmental sustainability scientist, Dr. Mahmoud Ibrahim Mahmoud. Dr. Ibrahim, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you for having me on this program.
So we're going to start, first of all, with you, Dr. Mahmoud. By way of an overview, first of all, let's talk about this particular agreement. The agreement is supposed to cover various critical aspects, including legislative and regulatory measures for pipeline, its establishment and operations, the transit of natural gas, and ownership of, gas pipelines, as you were, alongside general principles governing the project. So, as I said, by way of an overview, what are your thoughts on this particular development and the scope of it therein?
Thank you very much for having me once again. And it's actually a very laudable and strategic step that has been taken by the President around this particular subject matter. So I will start with drawing your attention to note that you will recall that Nigeria, from the hinterland down to Europe, has the AKK project that is going on. from its main or from the Niger Delta. But then we also have the West African gas pipeline that goes across the coast. It's a coastal infrastructure that goes around to Morocco. Now, it's going to be very interesting to see that the Gulf of Guinea is left blank. And if you look at the geographic location of Equatorial Guinea, it's actually on the other direction. So it does really make sense to have an infrastructure that will provide all of these gamut of services that we have actually enlisted that is going towards Equatorial Guinea. That is also another very interesting market that Nigeria is being proactive and frontal to put the gas infrastructure in place. Keeping in mind that if you look at it in the bigger picture, within the context of the transition to gas as a strategic response to diversifying Nigeria's economy from oil specifically, you will see that the energy transition plan that Nigeria has in place already has categorically stated that Nigeria's transition fuel is going to be gas, and hence it's good to reflect on this on the basis of the scarcity that we have, and then looking at how best we can do this transition, which in the long run will provide some stability and sustainable energy infrastructure that will make Nigeria also tap into the gas market properly.
Now, where does it leave us, in economic terms, based on the current realities, both nationally and regionally?
Again, I will just continue from where I stopped, knowing fully well that if we transition from oil to natural gas, which is an abundant resource for Nigeria, Nigeria has actually been more now recategorized as a more gas country as opposed to the oil that Nigeria is being known for. And for decades, Nigeria has actually been flaring gas, and I can tell you that about 4.5 billion standard cubic feet of gas have actually been estimated to have been burned based on data. And you can always find this data on the Nigerian gas flare tracker that was developed by the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency. Now, to more like cast it properly, transitioning from oil to natural gas, it represents a strategic response to the challenge we are seeing in the context of fuel scarcity, and natural gas offers Nigeria a more stable and abundant, source of energy compared to oil, which is usually subject to some volatility in the market and complex supply chain. So, in a nutshell, by focusing on natural gas, Nigeria aims to enhance its energy security, reduce its dependence on oil, and then also stabilize fuel supplies for both domestic and industrial use, and then therefore transitioning to gas well aligned with global trends, where many countries are currently investing in cleaner energy, more reliable energy sources, and it's a win-win for Nigeria if Nigeria is able to get this well sorted as planned, knowing fully well that there is an hinterland market that's going to Europe. There is also a market that leads all the way across all the West African countries down to North Africa, but then also the Gulf of Guinea aspect of this is well captured as a good strategic market for Nigeria.
I'm going to take you up on your remarks with regards to gas flaring. It's been a very, very huge issue for us, especially with regards to, the loss of revenue and also its environmental impact, as you were. But for some reason, we've seen the almost, continued or almost incessant this issue of gas flaring persists with very little or nothing by way of solutions to curb, this particular challenge, which has led to loss of revenue on a very, 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 huge scale. Can you speak to this issue?
Thank you once more for, more like this is my home. This is home for me because knowing fully well that I have actually, in my capacity as an environmental scientist, I've actually been in charge of gas flare issues in the while I was with the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency. Now, this is a digital tool that has actually tried to look at both an onshore and offshore of the Nigerian terrain within the oil and gas sector, and specifically this topic has been very, very obscure for Nigeria, since like about a couple of decades. And proactively, the agency have taken some very proactive steps in using ICT, digital technology, like you had, zero information technology, such as remote sensing, to look at these minutes for Nigeria. Now, like I earlier said, according to, looking at from 2012 to date, in the NOSDRA record, it says that Nigeria has cleared about 4.5 billion standard cubic feet of gas. Now, in terms of the revenue, that is actually the value of this gas that has been cleared is about 15.6 billion US dollars. And you know that there is actually a penalty that is actually attached to these. According to the NOSDRA record, it says about 8.9 billion is supposed to actually be gotten from, the penalties of violating what you have in the regulation from what DPR, as it were, used to have, but now NUPRC, as we have currently. And also, as part of the benefits, if Nigeria were to actually utilize this gas that has actually been wasted, it's about 445 1,000 gigawatts of energy that Nigeria is supposed to benefit from. Aside from the fact that it also, when you look at what the waste entails, is affecting the climate on one hand, but then the air quality and the people that are actually in the Niger Delta and Nigeria as a whole. So Nigeria has actually lost a lot with gas flaring, and this in tune also is linked to, if you look at it within the climate change context, you have the short-lived climate pollutants where you have CO2, and of course you also have methane emission. All these are menaces that need to be really avoided, and there is need for strategic approaches that need to be taken on board. But first of all, to have data that speak to what we are actually wasting, and then from there, the technologies that need to ensure that the utilization of this comes to fertility. So I will want to say that the initiative to sign this project for gas within the Gulf of Guinea with Equatorial Guinea, it's also going to provide another form of utilization where all of the gas that is being flared is now gathered, collected, and then it's utilized rather than the waste that we see. So it's good that the government has made a very strong and taken a very strong decision to go in this direction. Then this will actually force the operators to make sure that all of the associated gas that is being wasted is entirely avoided. But then now the gas, natural gas exploration will now start for more economic benefits for Nigeria and the region as a whole.
Thank you very much. Let's come to you, Ms. Ihedibu, if you can hear me. Mr. Ibrahim spoke about our transition, our energy transition, and its appurtenances also. Again, while he was commenting, he mentioned one of the challenges, which I of course elaborated on, and then he gave more insights regarding. But with all of these, one connecting issue essentially could be, or is rather, systems, processes, regulations, and whatnot. So you are essentially a player in the legal aspect, with the legal aspect of the oil and gas sector. So the PIA, which is essentially supposed to put all of this, beg your pardon, into context and provide if you like, a framework for them to operate optimally to the benefit of Nigerians. So far, would you say that has adequately captured the needs, especially with regards to what we're talking about now, the aspect we're looking at now, which is the oil and gas sector?
Good morning once again, and thank you for having me. Well, I know that before the advent of the PIA, the PA was. Can you hear me clearly, please?
You can.
Okay, great. So before the advent of the PIA was the governing legislation. However, when the PIA came into play, we have seen that the PIA is even more gas focused than it is oil focused. And this is understandable because due to energy transition, Nigeria is looking for ways to properly harness its gas reserves and then put favorable laws and legislation policies, regulations and guidance, which are subsidiary laws to the PIA now in place to aid its gas development. Has the PIA done justice to gas? Technically, yes. Yes, there are diverse provisions on the PIA that focus solely on gas and how it can be enhanced and even, creating for the midstream, downstream processes. However, the implementation of the PIA has not exactly been at the pace we have expected it to grow at. I note that if the PIA is properly implemented at a considerable pace, this issue would be a walkover for Nigeria, and it would also help us develop and aid our economic growth.
When you talk about development, I mean, Mr. Ibrahim, or rather Dr. Ibrahim earlier spoke about some of our other agreements in the past, vis-a-vis that of Morocco. This happened in 2016, by the way. We entered an agreement with Morocco to construct a Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline to promote regional integration and also to bolster energy security across the continent. Of course, we know that this particular agreement is, going to be in phases over a 25-year period if I'm not getting my wires crossed. However, we see a lot of lofty ideas, or lofty projects rather, such as this, both the recent one and the previous ones we've had with other, regional, counterparts, as you were. And it's great, on paper, as you were. But in practical terms, in your view, that is, what does it mean for the local economy or the informal sector, as you were? If there were going to be measurement metrics, so to speak, what exactly would the impact look like in very, very practicable terms?
So first off, the Gulf of Guinea pipeline project would aid Nigeria's energy security. What do I mean? To provide reliable and affordable access to energy for Nigerians and even West Africa in general. And then this is because if Nigeria should properly harness its gas reserves, we all know that Nigeria has been stated to have the ninth largest gas reserve, proven record. So if Nigeria should properly harness these gas reserves that it has, it would aid energy security. It would also boost our economic stability. How? This would just simply mean that people would have access to cheaper energy as opposed to fossil fuels that Nigeria had previously relied on. Also, another impact of this project would be it would help boost industrialization. What do I mean? Increased access to gas would mean that other energy-intensive related projects or aspects in Nigeria, manufacturing, petrochemicals, would have access to gas that would aid the development of their sectors, right? This would in turn consequently now boost industrialization. We also note that this would create jobs, it will enhance job creation for Nigerians and even outsiders. Hopefully, Nigeria has a way to, manage this dicey topic, because more often than not, what usually occurs is when there are projects of this nature, typical large gas infrastructure projects, sometimes foreigners are prepared as or go-to employees, for projects such as this. But I believe there can be a balance, there can be a mix. Also, it would also aid in revenue generation for Nigeria. No doubt we need forex in Nigeria, and then by the time we start exporting gas, it would in turn boost our revenue generation and help us diversify our economy, right? And export of whatever proceeds or revenue generated from the export of natural gas from Nigeria, in terms of implications, would also mean that we could apply those proceeds to other aspects of affairs in Nigeria. This could help us diversify our economy. And practically, another practical integration would also mean, not integration, implication would mean regional integration. It is commendable that Nigeria is seeking or has sought to, establish ties with Gulf of Guinea. We note that this is not even new. Nigeria in previous times had history with the Gulf of Guinea, which have been good, give or take, in respect to trade and security and even cultural interests. This particular project will further deepen and strengthen the ties that Nigeria has with Gulf of Guinea. And if properly implemented, it would help position Nigeria as a global leader in the global energy market.
Right, you're still watching Markets Insights today on SOUQ News Television. We're talking about the alliance, the recent signing of the gas agreement between Nigeria and Equatorial Guinea. We are being joined this morning by Ms. Ugochi Ihendigbo. She is a legal advisor in the oil and gas sector with operations across the upstream, midstream and downstream sectors of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, and is also a member of the Energy and Natural Resources and Corporate Finance and Securities Practices groups of Bloomfield LP. And also we're joined by Dr. Mahmoud Ibrahim Mahmoud. He's a geospatial information technology specialist and environmental sustainability scientist. We will continue the conversation very shortly on the other side of the break. Do stay with us.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market rulings, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back to Markets Insight. We're still talking about the Nigeria Equatorial Guinea gas agreement, and we still have our guests with us giving us their thoughts on the issues. Ms. Ugochi Ihedibo is with us this morning, as well as Dr. Mahmoud Ibrahim Mahmoud giving us his thoughts as well. Now, Doctor, I'm going to come back to you. Let's talk more about some of the challenges that have impeded us from moving further or moving forward, especially when it comes to, the harnessing, if you like, of our gas potential in this part of the world. One of those issues, amongst the myriad of issues, is transportation or transit, and what has led to some of the issues, the transportation issues plaguing the gas sector are things like vandalism and the likes. So can you speak to this matter, with regards to how to mitigate this issue? Because I know that if it's supposed to go from one point to another point, the pipelines are subterranean and subterrestrial, beg your pardon. And a lot of things can happen when we're not seeing these transit conduits, as you were. So can you speak to this?
Oh yeah, thank you very much for still coming back to me around this topic. And yes, one of the major challenge that, even though I would like to, it's good to talk about benefits, but we know that we have some current challenges that Nigeria has been dealing with, and it's very, very peculiar with the vandalization of infrastructure. It's very known to Nigeria, and within the context of oil, this has also been what has led to oil spills that you have all over Niger Delta. Now, within the gas and in the gas context, now this is something that we need to start thinking of now from a proactive point of view. Now, there are different ways of laying gas or pipeline infrastructure, but in this context, it's either subsurface or from at the surface. It would be nice for Nigeria to look at on the basis of the various host communities that this infrastructure will crisscross, to look at what are what is peculiar with these regions, and how best and what are the suitable approaches that it needs to adapt to be able to put this infrastructure in place. And if you just reflect a little on what the PIA says around host communities, particularly host communities where infrastructure will pass through, they have their own responsibilities. Now, should they meet up with securing, or playing a very proactive role in ensuring that infrastructure that is within their communities are well protected, then this is when they are entitled to some of the portions, or they have something earmarked for them as part of opportunities for host communities. So this kind of community engagement needs to be well stated and finalized, so that the potential benefits and the real benefits of the pipeline project, within the context of the Gulf of Guinea project, can actually be, harnessed properly, because this is a good initiative for Nigeria's energy strategy. And then the pipeline generally is supposed to significantly enhance the country's ability to transport gas, natural gas efficiently from production sites to key consumption areas both within and across Nigeria. So for within Nigeria, there's need for that conversation to happen with host communities around how they should actually protect and take care of the infrastructure that passes through their environment, knowing fully well that when this infrastructure, this pipeline comes on board, it will reduce gas flaring, which is a major environmental concern, but then it will also facilitate the capture and utilization of natural gas that will otherwise be wasted, which is the current challenge that we have now. And this is not just only about the benefits to the environment, but will also boost economic returns from gas production. And one might add that the project will promote regional integration by linking Nigeria gas resources with neighboring countries, as we see that if you look at the West African gas pipeline, and then if you also look at the Gulf of Guinea countries. So this is a very good regional integration, and then potentially creating more stable and interconnected energy markets, which, this particular session is about market insight. So this interconnected energy market in West Africa and the Gulf of Guinea will be well established and can lead to enhanced economic cooperation and growth across the region. So one might only just want to look at in the long-term economic implications, what this will look at as a benefit for Nigeria, but also having this infrastructure in place. Because if you recall, just trying to link this with what happened in terms of the war, the Ukraine-Russia war, and then you want to also just oppose this with the oil boom that Nigeria experienced during the regime of the former president, President Ibrahim, Babangida. You see that Nigeria got a lot of income from the oil boom as a result of the war, with Iraqi. So now with the Ukraine-Russia war, Nigeria, if this infrastructure was already in place, will have been a major alternative source of revenue for Nigeria, and to, in fact, maximize or optimize its gas market and revenue that should be accrued from that. But because of the more like delayed, establishment or delayed implementation of this infrastructure, Nigeria could not actually tap as much as possible from these. Like you can also see that beyond just the pipeline, Nigeria is just trying to get, or is just having its train 7 of the LNG infrastructure to trade gas. However, it's important for Nigeria to go into this direction, because while energy financing, particularly from oil and gas, is winding down, particularly from multilateral banks or financiers, it's incumbent for Nigeria to maximize its own resources to make sure that its resources are actually being used for its own development. And I think, and I will just say that in terms of long-term economic implication, Nigeria should look at, fit-for-purpose strategies to ensure that the current challenges that we're experiencing with infrastructure is really minimized to the barest minimum by ensuring that a spatially explicit context is being put to ensure that every stakeholder is properly engaged in ensuring that the project comes to utility.
At this point in time, but I'm going to piggyback off of your remark with regards to stakeholders being involved. You've made quite an insightful submission in that regard. But Ms. Ihedibo, if you can hear me, we're going to look at that from the legal context. Dr. Ibrahim spoke about a lot of things involving the local community or the host communities where some of these activities happen. And we know that, things like that have led to, skirmishes and impasse between one and the other. By that I mean between the host communities, the IOCs, the host communities, the federal government, and all of that. So with regards to all of these, where is What is the legal perspective here with regards to remediation, with regards to payment, settlement, if you like, and even penalties, as Dr. Mahmood alluded to much earlier?
So like I rightly said earlier, the PIA is a commendable piece of legislation. And I say this because it's considered the oil and gas industry for the most part in its entirety. So in respect to host communities and all that, I know that the PIA has provided that there should be a host communities development fund that oil companies, both indigenous and IoTs, are supposed to comply to and provide a certain percentage of their earnings to fund host communities that their oil and gas operations may, quote unquote, negatively impact. And other than that, there's also the environmental remediation fund that the PIA provides. This is also supposed to be funded by oil and gas players in the industry. This would in turn help to, remediate the environment that has been degraded by virtue of their oil and gas operations or activities. All these and even some others that I might not be able to mention right now are very commendable steps that have been put in place by the PIA, that if it is being properly implemented in Nigeria, we would see that it would aid even help pushing the effects of oil and gas activities and keep social unrest at bay. This is because when the host communities see that okay, you are doing this on my piece of land or in my community, but I am getting financial benefits for what is being done. You are keeping my environment. I am not being affected. My health is good, and my environment is not exactly causing to it's not negatively impacting my standard of living, because you are using the funds that are being generated from your oil and gas activities on my community to help, make life a bit bearable for me, to help keep agitation at bay in Nigeria, and then also just, help to make sure that the whole energy transition phase goes on smoothly, and then Nigeria is not left to hang dry because they can't produce oil and gas anymore.
All right, now to top that up, let's get your view on how this particular project fits into the broader context of regional integration efforts in Africa, and also, its implication on other regional initiatives such as the AFCTA.
So first off, this project, like I had rightly said earlier, would help enhance, or what do you call it now, would help enhance regional integration and also keep Nigeria on the global map, right, to make it a global player in the energy market in general. If this project is properly implemented, we will see that more similar projects would come up. Similar projects, when I say people to drag in investments into the people would want to invest in similar projects like the Gulf of Guinea pipeline project, and then in turn this would help, aid Nigeria's economic generation, what they call it, diversification, and then economic growth. And just like other similar projects, it would also help Nigeria properly harness its abundant gas reserves, and basically keep Nigeria, give Nigeria an edge to even negotiate with other foreign counterparties when and if need be. And also, we should not, like Dr. Mahmood has rightly said, the environmental and social implications of this particular project cannot be underplayed. It is properly implemented. This project basically would lead the way for other similar projects to come into play.
All right. In closing, let's finally get your thoughts, Dr. Mahmood. Now, we know that these projects, in most cases, there's always the impact assessment done in the areas or the regions where they're being carried out, as you were. So what measures, in your view, need to be taken to mitigate potential environmental risk and also ensure sustainable development? Very quickly, if you can do that in a few seconds.
Thank you very much for this very important question. And knowing fully well that to have projects well implemented, you need to do a proper assessment. So the environmental and social impact assessment that needs to be put in place. So this is just to ensure that there is environmental and social safeguard. And then you also look at a grievance, mechanism that is going to help in mitigating whatever issues that you have, be it environmental and social. So indeed, having a very truthful and spatially explicit environmental and social impact assessment that is well thought of is a very good way, whereas you also make provision for the environmental management and plans that will affect the various components. So indeed, as a measure of sustainability incorporated while conceiving this project, it is very important to consider the environment as a matter of an importance towards addressing sustainability issues, because don't forget that ESG, energy and social governance issues are a major thing. So the project is likely not and might not fly also, even if you don't have these documentations well thought of and implemented, because the funders will be looking at these, because it's a common tradition right now where you have maybe the World Bank or other African Development Bank or many other multilateral investors or financiers are very interested in looking at this, because they also care about their reputational risk, and they will not want to put their hands into what will damage their reputation, whether presently or in the near future.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program this morning, Dr. Mahmoud Ibrahim Mahmoud, Geospatial Information Technology Specialist and Environmental Sustainability Scientist. Many thanks for joining us on the program. And Gochi Ihedibo, thank you very much for joining us. Ms. Ihedibo is a legal advisor in the oil and gas sector. She is a member of the Energy and Natural Resources and Corporate Finance and Securities Practices Groups of Bloomfield LP. Many thanks also for joining us on the program this morning. On Market Insight this morning, we've been talking about the Nigeria-Equatorial Guinea gas pipeline agreement, and a lot has been said with regards to how we can properly and adequately harness our abundant gas reserves, which of course is towering well over 209 trillion cubic feet, as it were. And there's too much potential in there, according to our guest. They've spoken along the lines of energy transition as well as diversification. Dr. Mahmoud earlier, who spoke about some of the challenges, plaguing the sector, including gas flaring and its mitigation therein, as well as some other issues with regards to community involvement and stakeholder enlightenment, as it were, and also environmental and social impact assessment, as it were, which of course all of these taken care of, and if we properly harness the potential that are inherent in the sector therein, we can help ramp up our FDIs, ramp up revenue first of all, improve our GDP, and of course, attract FDIs as well as shore up energy security as far as Nigeria and of course the region is concerned. So essentially, beyond mere economics, this particular project does serve as a strategic tool for fostering deeper regional cooperation and integration. That's Market Insight this morning. But before we go, let's take a quick look at the currency markets for this week. On the official market, the Naira is trading to the US dollars at 1,515 Naira, to the pound sterling at 1,993 Naira, to the euro 1,703 Naira. On the parallel markets, the Naira is trading to the US dollars at 1,587 Naira, to the pound sterling 2,058 Naira, to the euro 1,752 naira. That is what the currency market is looking like today. Many thanks again for joining us on today's edition of Market Insight. Until tomorrow, when we bring you another insightful conversation. Do stay tuned. I am David Chiedu. Good morning.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
At a time when Africa has been infiltrated by the much dreaded monkeypox and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree killing cholera, the Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos state government under a free health program tagged Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. The program organized by the Lagos Island local government had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware. Free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people sees good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCAH program provided free medication, food and health care for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
healthcare generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian, was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
On Thursday, 8th of August 2024, SOUQ Girl, Nigeria chapter, an initiative supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, premiered a teen-themed TV series, Journey to Bloom. According to Dr. Okpeju Adenusi, sexual and reproductive health consultant on the project, the production is a blend of key elements essential for raising a balanced adult.
Journey to Bloom is actually a TV drama that one has been looking forward to seeing. I was privileged to go through the scripts as it relates to sexual and reproductive health, which is an aspect of health that we're trying to introduce through the SOUQ projects in Nigeria. And as you can see the TV drama today, we just had about 2 episodes. So it's more like giving you a tip, a new face, a tip of the iceberg, but there's still something deeper coming in the different episodes. So it's looking at financial inclusion. How do you get teenagers, because SOUQ Girls looks at teenagers between the ages of 13 to 18, working with both in-school and out-of-school girls. And as you can see, you could see the SOUQ project itself, the background songs, you could see the girls themselves. So how do you, started with financial inclusion in Nigeria, how can they be money smart? Which you saw in the first episode. You saw Tife, having it out with her mom to say, look, I've been saving. How do you go into my savings without letting me know? So there's that sense of responsibility to save for the future. But also there's still an aspect that is coming on. So I'm not going to say it all, but it has to do with relationship. How do you take decisions about yourself as you grow, the issue of puberty, and then the issue of managing relationships, to make informed decisions based on the information that is available to you. To know that your no is no, your yes is yes. You heard a statement said, we no go gree and no go gree. So that means you already know who you are, what you want, your self-esteem, confidence in yourself, and the trust in your decisions, knowing that your choices are made based on the information that you have. So you will see how the information on sexual and reproductive health can actually make as a girl, to make decisions that will affect your life, and indeed, not just the journey to bloom, but the journey of your life.
Adenike Udutola, Country Director, SOUQ Girl Nigeria, shared the focal points that inspired the production and the aspirations for the project.
So what we have two critical focus issues focus issue areas for SOUQ, right? Sexual reproductive health and financial inclusion. There's the gender empowerment conversation in there, but it really just is hinged on those 2 strong, pillars. And you see that come through in the messaging around Journey to Bloom. It's a behavioral change drama series, so of course, what it means is we're going to see the messaging in there. We tried not to sound preachy, right? We tried to be as natural and as relatable as possible, and we hope that when the girls watch, that's how they feel as well. One of the channels that we realized is really critical, really key for us to be able to reach them was TV. They love drama, they love movies, they love great content. So that literally led us to creating this TV series for them, and titled Journey to Bloom.
One of the producers also had this to say.
Journey to Bloom highlights the story of 2 teenage girls as they navigate life. So as a teenager, you see different changes, start noticing different changes. So it's a coming of age drama. So these young girls, as we put them in this school where they start experiencing they experience sexual reproductive health to financial inclusion.
It's an amazing movie, and you should definitely see it. Oh, watch out for amazing performances, watch out for new talents, And of course, watch out for a reverting storyline and education, of course, because it's an educative one.
The TV series titled Journey to Bloom plans to address common issues faced by teen girls such as peer pressure, financial struggles, and the journey to self-discovery. The series aims to be both educational and entertaining, providing relatable scenarios and practical solutions to real-life challenges. SOUQ is a community of teen girls who are all about being true to themselves and what they believe in. The community helps girls connect, find a community, and discover themselves through a social media. SOUQ is a movement funded and supported by the Belinda Gates Foundation in conjunction with international media agencies from around the continent. Juvi Ufiene, SOUQ News.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Palm oil.
A very warm welcome to you this afternoon. It's time for news updates on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. Let's begin with NNPC. President Bola Tinubu has approved Nigerian National Petroleum Company NNPC Limited's request to use the 2023 final dividends owed to the Federation to cover petrol subsidies. This decision comes in response to a forecast by the NNPC which predicts that petrol subsidy expenses from August 2023 to December 2024 will amount to 6.884 trillion naira. Consequently, the NNPC will be unable to remit 3.987 trillion naira in taxes and royalties to the Federation's account, despite previous denials by the Nigerian government regarding the non-payment of fuel subsidies. This move underscores the ongoing financial strain caused by subsidy payments. The approval aims to manage the substantial cost while ensuring continuous fuel supply, highlighting the government's efforts to balance fiscal responsibilities with economic stability. On PMS, amid the ongoing scarcity of premium motor spirit in some states in Nigeria, the National Bureau of Statistics, in its latest petrol price watch, has revealed that the average retail price of Premium Motor Spirit PMS increased by 2.72% to 770.54 naira per litre in July 2024. This marks a significant 23.35% year-on-year increase, rising from 600.35 naira per litre in July 2023. The hike follows the government's removal of fuel subsidy in May last year, which initially spiked the price of PMS from 238 naira per litre to the current average. State profile analysts revealed that Katsina State has the highest average retail price at 950 naira, followed by Jigawa at 903.03 naira and Benue at 846.95 naira. Conversely, Kwara, Edo, and Akwa Ibom states recorded the lowest prices at 650 naira, 669.75 naira, and 673.75 naira, respectively. In a related event, the average retail price of automotive gas oil, popularly known as diesel, decreased by 5.71%, dropping from 1,462.98 naira in June 2024 to 1,379.48 naira in July 2024, according to the National Bureau of Statistics NBS Diesel Price Watch for July 2024. Despite this monthly decline, the year-on-year average price increased by 73.63%, rising from 794.48 naira per litre in July 2023 to 1,379.48 naira per litre in July 2024. Variations in state prices showed that Taraba State recorded the highest average diesel price at 1,721.79 naira, followed by Borno State at 1,694.17 naira, and Bauchi State at 1,619.54 naira. Conversely, the lowest prices were in Kogi State, 1,186.31, Kano State, 1,211.11, and Osun State, 1,246.82 naira. The Northeast Zone had the highest regional average price at 1,600.85 naira, while the Southwest Zone had the lowest at 1,266.57 naira. Away from that, rand dip against dollar. The South African rand is poised for a significant week, with investors eagerly awaiting the release of domestic inflation data. This data will provide valuable insights into the country's future interest rate path and potentially rate cuts in September. The rand dipped and is currently trading at 17.8775 against the dollar, slightly softer than its previous close. Global market focus will also be on the release of minutes from the Federal Reserve meeting and the Jackson Hole Symposium, where Fed Chair Jerome Powell will deliver a speech. As a risk-sensitive currency, the rand is influenced by global drivers like U.S. monetary policy in addition to local factors. South Africa's benchmark 2030 government bond is showing signs of firmness, with yields slipping 2.5 basis points to 9.295%. This suggests a positive outlook for the country's bond market. Thank you for being part of News Update. Remember to tune in at 3 p.m. for news on the hour. Meanwhile, SOUQ Sport comes up in a bit. Please stick around. I remain Grace Komalafe. Good afternoon.
Checked activities of the touts and extortionists at Lagos seaports and along the economic community of West African states, ECOWAS corridors, have severe impacts on trade facilitation, transport businesses, human lives, the maritime industry, the economy, and the country's international image. Despite promises from the state government and calls for collaboration among government agencies and security authorities to address the menace at Tinkan and Napapa ports, as well as the Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, extension points continue to increase. SOUQ News found that the number of extortion points along the port corridors manned by both state and non-state actors, which was estimated at 30 by the Nigerian Ports Authority 2 years ago, has increased to about 60. In July 2024, the NPA lamented the increasing extortion activities at Lagos ports as its investigation identified collection flashpoints ranging from 500 naira to 15,000 naira. From Ijora Olokpa to Apapa Port and Mile 2 to Tinkan Island Port, there are about 60 points where truck drivers pay between 1,000 naira and 5,000 naira daily. The most notorious checkpoint collects between 5,000 naira and 20,000 naira daily from each truck accessing the two ports in Lagos. Truck drivers I spoke with lamented that they are forced to pay about 70,000 naira daily to access the Lagos ports to these touts and extortionists who use dangerous tactics to collect money without minding the lives at risk. The Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, which is a critical international corridor, also suffers from over 20 extortion points, with each truck paying about 60,000 naira daily. Approximately 3,000 trucks access the Lagos ports daily, each spending about 130,000 naira on extortion, totaling 390 million naira daily. This is a huge loss to the country and its citizens, and yet our security personnel are always there. What a waste. This menace not only causes financial loss to truckers, but also significantly increases the cost of transportation of goods, with customers ultimately paying 20% more. The NPA, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, last month went on a week-long clearing of illegal structures used by extortionists along the corridors of Lagos ports to enhance trade facilities and improve the security and safety of port users. However, the NPA soon decried the resurgence of extortion points along port access routes, noting ineffective efforts to curb the menace. The General Secretary of the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amato, Mohammed Bala, raised the alarm over rampant extortion checkpoints surrounding Apapa and Tinkan ports, with violent activities of both governmental and non-governmental entities on container trucks along port corridors and international routes. According to Bala, these issues severely hamper the progress and stability of trucking operations and the country's gross domestic product, GDP. Bala pointed out that despite his position as one of the largest employer of labor in the maritime industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP and being the lifeline of ports and supply chain, its operations are under constant threat. The General Manager Operations of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NARTO, Mr. Stephen Okafor, noted that extortion activities translated to budgeted expenses for truck owners, contributing about 10% to 15% of their daily overhead costs. He said the cumulative financial loss runs into billions of naira yearly, affecting not only the transport sector but also the broader economy. According to the findings of SOUQ News, these hoodlums compromise safety by climbing onto the trucks, dragging the steering wheel with drivers, cutting container brake hoses, and unlocking container twists, sometimes causing containers and trucks to fall. Bala stated that truck drivers face brutal attacks while their trucks are often damaged, rendering them non-compliant with minimum safety standards. He also mentioned frequent thefts of truck batteries from vehicles queuing along the ports. A truck owner, Collins Ejiofo, told me that an average of 20 truck drivers die yearly due to the activities of these hoodlums. So, what is the federal and state governments, as well as the Nigerian Ports Authority, doing? Are they going to fold their arms and watch helplessly as these hoodlums bastardize our economy? I thought we have a Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is this not his job? Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who founded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing. Out there, people outside the gate of the stadium, there were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member. I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sets going out to play Continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 1996. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing. It's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Poya chukuna gaza. Poya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Poya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road, they will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years, they could no longer do it. Then for 1 year, MTN did it, they could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters law will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not go well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, you are not there. In a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we are supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8, 9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the which coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trousse. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to both the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sites have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future. And of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, You are no longer doing what you know how best to do. You now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football. Keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life. Making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's why we're asking that we should put more money, we should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match In Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness from, of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Well, the banter going on right here, even on sets, I tell you, was a dramatic weekend. Hello, sports enthusiasts, fans, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports. And of course, in the next 45 minutes, I'll bring you up to speed with what's happening in the world of sports, a review of the weekend, and of course, emerging stories in the world of sports. I am the top cat, TC Barra. I do have the governor right here, the one who calls people the usual. Well, is he eligible? Right? Yes, he's the eligible, he calls them. Unfortunately, they refuse to do the needful. I don't know how you feel about that, Chooks John Rogers.
Well, as we speak right now, they are your team. So whether you send them on transfer or you loan them out, we don't know yet. But all the same, good afternoon and welcome to SOUQ Sports. It's nice to be here.
I got Akata the attacker, looking all fresh. Akata the attacker. Akata the attacker. Well, I mean, it was also a busy weekend for you because I'm sure you had your eyes. You said you were going to be following all of the leagues.
I didn't leave my couch. I watched everything.
Oh.
Since I can't go and watch them live.
Yeah.
Yes. Great to be here once again.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all.
You're talking like someone that made money over the weekend.
Fortunately, I did not make money over the weekend.
Okay.
Well, some Nigerian teams have received funds, but before I tell you how much they received and from who or whom, the board of the NPFL has urged all clubs in the top flight to operate a functional website within the next month. Now, this decision is one of the key outcomes of a summit for NPFL clubs media directors. It was held in Makurdi, Benue State. And during that summit, the NPFL Chief Operating Officer, Davidson Wimi, emphasized the importance of digital presence and informed the club media directors that formal communication will be sent to clubs with our websites, instructing them to establish their own online presence within 1 month. I mean, Faf, does it make any sense that you'll be running an organization in this age and time, even of artificial intelligence, and you don't have website? I mean, some of them don't even have an updated social media presence. And it's unfortunate because what's your go-to source for information concerning the activities of the club, Chooks?
That's when we talk about sports business, just like you were talking about before the cameras turned on.
Yeah.
We can't go there if these basic necessities are not there.
Yeah.
So if I don't even know where to click and get a simple thing as pictures, before I even start asking what's this person's name, what's that player's name, where does he play, how many times has he played, how many goals has he scored, that's a problem. Then the coaches need to be given a knock.
I even think it's the management as a whole, not just the coach. Because in these days of sports marketing, where sports marketing is big business, I don't want to believe that there's a club site without a website. I don't want to believe
You'll be surprised.
I don't want to believe.
Okay, so Nigeria's representatives in the CAF club competitions, including Enugu Rangers, Red Stars, Enyimba, and El Kanemi Warriors, will each receive $50,000, and this is for participation in the preliminary stages of the 2024-2025 Champions League and Confederations Cup. Enugu Rangers, Remo Stars are representing Nigeria in the Champions League as the champions and runners-up of the 2023-2024 NPFL campaign, while Enyimba finished third in the NPFL, and El Kanemi Warriors, who won the President's Federation Cup, are representatives of Nigeria in the Confederations Cup. So the preliminary rounds of matches have commenced. The prize money will be notably increased after each stage, so the Nigerian clubs could earn up to $400,000 for Confederations Cup and $700,000 in the Champions League if they advance to the group stages in each competition. Enyimba, on the other hand, have been drawn by in the first stage, so they're not going to be taking part in the preliminary stages. But then the winners of CAF Champions League will receive $4 million, while the winner of the Confederations Cup will receive $2 million. Something to die for on the pitch.
The attacker is smiling.
Akata the attacker.
It is seriously smiling.
I mean, doing the conversion with black market rates. With black market rates. And it's good money by Nigerian standards.
Okay.
By all standards, not just Nigerian standards.
It's good money. It's good money. So
Well,
50,000
50,000
in the bag already.
Yes, indeed.
That's good.
Times 1516.
Don't.
He can't help it. He can't help it. He can't help. But let's see how these guys are already faring. El Kanemi Warriors did not have a good outing. Well, by the standard to which they must have judged themselves. And it's their coach, Ali Zubairu, who is attributing this to a lack of adequate preseason matches as a factor that has contributed to his side's 1-1 draw, right? His side drew 1-1 over the weekend. And I'm thinking, what could be the reason why they ended up sharing points in that particular fixture? Well, he's saying that it's as a result of the end hunger protest, right? The end hunger protest.
The end hunger protest
So the
causes
protest,
players not to train or to have the mindset of going and not winning the match.
Well, I don't know. They didn't have enough time to train and prepare for.
Was the hunger worrying them, or were they protesting? That's what we really need to know.
I think he's just making an excuse.
So they faced a team in Benin Republic, Daje FC, and he mentioned that their plans for preseason matches were interrupted because of that protest. That expressed satisfaction with the result, talking about the coach of Daje FC. He came, he picked up a point, and he's okay with that, But then Zubairu is saying, not the kind of result I wanted, and I didn't get enough preparation.
I'm still holding my head.
I mean, can't you have closed door training sessions?
I think they were in camp. So that's just an excuse. There are no small teams again in football.
No, there are.
And even
no. Benin Republic.
They've always done well.
Benin Republic.
Okay.
It's El Kanemi you are talking about.
When was the last time El Kanemi was on the continent?
Now, it's still El Kanemi you are talking about.
This is not the Nigerian national team. This is not the Nigerian national team.
But it's still El Kanemi. They have the muscle to attract the best in that entire region.
Yeah.
So what excuse are they going to give? You said it all. Why did they not just do a closed camp? Which should even be the thing in the first place. So what excuse is he going to give?
Okay.
You are raising your hands.
I can't defend it.
Do that calculation again. That 50,000 calculation. To see whether you can excuse him or not.
Maybe they didn't know that. They knows that now they're going to go away and score the needed goal. But it's going to be difficult for them this time around.
Definitely.
Away, very difficult.
Because those other guys to have seen the amount.
Yes.
So right there, there's a directive from the governor, that led to them being indoors because of some sort of curfew that was imposed, limiting the movement, and that's to also avoid risking the players' safety by traveling out of the state. It's not bad, but then it might be difficult for them to go to Benin Republic, to get the desired results and proceed. But then let's see how it goes. It's crazy that you have to build up for 1 year, right, to get to this stage, only for you to crash out or not to make it to the next round, and that's so unfortunate.
First round,
exactly. So on the other hand, the coach of Daje FC is very comfortable.
He's happy.
He enjoyed the fact that he picked 1 point on the road, and I mean, going over to Benin Republic to play the next leg might be a Herculean task.
And there you won't be playing the players. It's not just the players. You'll be playing both the community, the government, and the police people that will direct you to the stadium. You might be shocked you spend 4 hours you've not gotten to the stadium just to demoralize the players. They will do everything possible to win.
All right, we'll move on now to the next game right there. Nigeria's representative in the CAF Champions League, talking about Enugu Rangers and of course Remo were all in action in the weekend as well. We told you Enugu Rangers were able to win. Remo Stars were able to also win. Rangers had an impressive start to their preliminary round campaign and secured victories on Sunday. In Ikene, Remo Stars clinched a 2-1 win over AS FAR of Morocco, who had been princes of Perseus for them, all of this time. But then AS FAR, we had talked about it on this platform, that they lost some of their good legs good hands, you might add, and some of their best brains in the preseason window. Captain Junior Nduka played a very pivotal role in leading his team to victory, opened the scoring with a well-timed header of a precise free kick by Sadiq Ismail in the 19th minute. And despite the visitors equalizing early in the second half, we saw Remo Stars regaining control of the game, with Nduka assisting Ismail for the second goal, scoring with a spectacular flying header, one which Akata the attacker. Akata the attacker loved that particular header.
The header reminded me of the World Cup in Brazil 2014.
Yeah.
The goal between Holland and Spain, Netherlands and Spain.
Oh, Van Persie without no head.
From Danny Blind to Van Persie. And
from the left.
They answered the name Flying Dutchman.
Yeah.
And yesterday it was Flying Sadiq.
It was beautiful.
Very great goal. Very great goal.
Great stuff. But then in New York, at the Nest of Champions, MPFL champions, Rangers secured a narrow victory. A narrow one against Zilemaju at the Gospel Akpabio Stadium. And it was Wimiro's 22nd minute strike. Yes, we saw Rangers dominate the match. They could have won by a larger margin, but then there was a bit of inefficiency in the front of goal. And after the game, Enugu Rangers coach Fidelis Ilechukwu said it was a game, and they had control over in the first stanza and could have scored more goals that would have killed any fight back from their opponents. Let's take a listen to Fidelis Ilechukwu. We'll be back in a bit.
We're happy we won. Very happy we won. Fortunately, they are the team that gave us our first defeat in the continent. And the good thing is we give it back to them this time. We're happy. And nevertheless, the first 10 minutes of the second half was so scary for us. We slept off. We were waiting to come in the game, and they catch us unaware, and we concede. This is the worst moment for us in the game, because we know how much importance conceding a goal at your own ground in the Champions League is. But overall, in the first half, imagine we have a very good game. In the first 30 minutes, until we scored our goal, we showed too much respect for them after scoring. The boys were too careful, very, very careful, selecting decisions to make, with the fear of not conceding.
Finally, coach, second leg in Morocco, what are we expecting?
First, I would like to talk about what we expect from them. We expect a lot of hostility that they are used to, both on and off the pitch. Their antics, we are ready for that. We'll be so prepared for it as much as we can. Secondly, what you should expect in the second round for us is improving on our attack and finishing, because we're not going there to sit back. We always deal with every moment of the game as they come. Every moment as they come. At the time we need to defend, we defend. At the time we need to attack, we attack. At the time we need to keep the ball, keep it.
Sincere apologies for that mix-up. It is Coach Daniel Ogumodede of Remo Stars. And, well, of course, he has had a good outing over the weekend. But, Chooks, you feel like he's not going to be able to do it 2-over-2? I mean, go over or go away and then pick up the desired scores?
2-1. 2-1 is not good.
Very risky. Very risky.
It is not good. Not for North African countries. A lot of their players play at home.
Especially for a team that has always been beating them.
Always. Thank you very much. Just like it's like they are fellow bedmates, but one stays on top. Don't. That is just where we are. That's where we are right now.
So
they need every form of support, every form of encouragement. The traveling alone, it's far.
And they are going to play AS far. Okay, so an intriguing second leg is in the offing for us. A slim advantage, and Remo Stars will be facing a very tough battle in Morocco. Likewise, Enugu Rangers. And it's, I don't know what to make out of it, but then, like Chooks have said, we need to give them all of the encouragement, all of the support, and see how they go. At least if they can progress a little bit before the commencement of the Nigerian Premier Football League if they will keep to the 31st of August deadline? Because Magimo, is it possible that you know, the 31st of August is sacrosanct? We've not heard any word from the NPFL as to anything. Yes, the latest is just the summit with the media directors of NPFL club sides. But then, apart from that, are the stadiums ready? I know that before now we had some stadiums fitted with certain cameras to cover the games. Nobody's even talking about broadcasting. I mean, what are the states of the pitches? Are the broadcast rights deals signed, sealed? Are we good to go? I mean,
when it comes to stadia, that is the responsibility of the clubs. Each club has its own ground where they play, so that's your responsibility. That's where you make your money, where you're supposed to make your money. But what I would ask is, do we have a league sponsor right now? If we have a league sponsor and the money has dropped, the league is good to go. But right now, if we are still waiting for subventions across government agencies, we'll wait for papers to be signed.
Well, it's sad though, but then let's look forward to influx of money. But then for you to be able to attract a league sponsor, the league has to be marketed. It has to be beautiful. I mean, people need to want to cut it because you're seeing the potentials. And the only way that will be possible will be broadcast right deals, because when the league is not watched, it's not followed, how would you be lucrative for business persons who want to put their money, you know, to gain from this? So you need to make the league lucrative. You need to make it as beautiful as a damsel you want to pluck the flower from her father's house.
Oh,
and
yeah.
so when you go to her father's house, but it's true now, right? When you go to a man's house and say, I'm here to pluck one flower, it means the flower is blossoming. The flower is in its prime. The flower or the fruit don't ripe.
Try.
Do you understand? Then you want to pluck. When it's not attractive, when it doesn't catch your attention, when it doesn't stimulate your senses of you know, whatever sense that it stimulates, you know, if it doesn't stimulate any of your senses, even your sixth sense, then would you want to pluck? No. And so I think the situation we found ourselves is also managerial, if I had to take the words from Makata, where he says, you know, you have to blame the management for this. So make the league lucrative. Put it on TV. Let people watch. You can scan and have your TV remote on alternate. I do it a lot. ALT on my remote. And that's me moving from one channel back to the other. I mean, I don't need to go and search for it. It just takes me back to this match and I go back to this match in splits of seconds. So I'm keeping up. And then these days you can even connect and do an Explorer and you split, you know, and you now have two games showing at the same time.
No comment. No comment. Akata was saying that they need to first get the website ready. So we're still
talking about website, social media.
So the famous Nigerian time is happening to the Nigerian league.
Yeah, that one is strong. Anyway, let's move away from Nigeria, but still keeping up with the Nigerian, and that is the fight in the Ultimate Fight Championship, where a very highly anticipated and emotional bout in the UFC 305, where we saw South African fighter Dricus du Plessis retain his middleweight title, defeating Israel Adesanya by submission in the fourth round. Now, it was a milestone, very significant for the South African, as he successfully defended title. This title was one of the most intense rivalries that we've seen in recent UFC history. For Adesanya, it was a chance to prove himself that he was still a contender, trying to fight back to make a mark for himself. Du Plessis was able to secure a rare choke, very naked one, forcing Adesanya to submit. I've never seen Adesanya writhe in pain. Now, despite trailing 2-1 on the scorecards heading into the fourth round, Du Plessis stormed the fight in his favor with a powerful sequence of hooks and jabs. I mean, it was like pow, 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 followed by a decisive takedown, bam, and led the submission to victory. Now, that atmosphere in the arena was just very tense, stemming from pre-fight comments by Du Plessis, who had referred to himself as the original African man. It sounds like one of Fela's songs. I be original, African man, original. And then it felt like he was questioning the heritage of Israel at this time, and that did not sit well with him. How dare you come and say me, I'm not Nigerian? When I come into every bout with the Nigerian flag, when I come in dancing to the Nigerian song, when I eat the Nigerian food, when my family is Nigerian, and when I greet my father, I say Ekale and I go down.
Yes, and he was beaten like an enemy.
And he also went down.
He went down and shouted, Mubi. Free, it's due. It was a good fight. We were all rooting for Israel, but this is my
It's Drake, Drake that went to go stake money.
Anytime Drake stakes money,
Drake now go and stake money against Israel. For Israel.
This is like
the last style bender.
This is the first time I'm seeing him go down on submission.
It pained me.
Why? Well, it's a fight. It's a fight. So
you win some, you lose some.
It happened.
In the spirit of sportsmanship, congratulations to the South African. He's our brother. You are still our brother.
So you mean a brother beat a brother?
Who is the other brother?
It's a family fight.
No, well, they always make up, I mean, we've also seen Israel defeat certain opponents and still going on to congratulate them. I mean, this is what I expect in the spirit of sportsmanship.
Like the case he blew the guy after the game, after the fight, and give him a very good hug.
Kiss of Judas Iscariot. Anyway, we'll move on from the UFC to tennis, where world number one Jannik Sinner overcame Alexander Zverev in a 3-set thriller to reach the final of the Cincinnati Open. Now, he took the top seed 3 hours and 7 minutes to seal a 7-6, 5-7, 7-6 semi-final victory. The 23-year-old Italiano lost all 4 of his previous matches against the German Zverev, but then battled through a hip problem to advance to the final. I mean, why would someone's name be a sinner, for crying aloud? Anyway, he will face American Francis Tiafoe on Monday at about 11 p.m. for the chance to win his 5th ATP Tour title this season. Tiafoe had defeated 15 seeds Holger Rune of Denmark in the other semi-final March, and men's world number 4 Alexander Zverev defeated Karin Khachanov, to get into that particular final. So, guys, Cincinnati Open, not as big as what it was.
It's still big.
The Italian, the French Open.
Those are major Grand Slams. These are where you pick up those points that distinguish you, and people don't know when you're climbing to world number 1 and 2.
Yes.
For Yannick, well, he didn't have good outing at the Olympics.
Yeah.
And he's one young person that you need to look out for. And for his name, remember, he is Italian. Rome is not far from his hometown. The Pope can always grant him amnesty and forgiveness at any point in time. And he's one good lad that has put Italy back on the map when it comes to tennis.
Yeah.
And for Zverev has not... He's one of those people that have gotten to major finals the most, but not winning. So at his age, if he's doing the younger ones dirty this time, let him enjoy it.
While it lasts.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, in the women's category, Arina Sabalenka defeated world number 1 Iga Swiatek. That one came as a shock. For the first time this season, that happened. And she reached the Cincinnati Open final. They had met twice in 2024, the finals of the Madrid Open, the Italian Open, but Sabalenka had lost on both counts. Now, on Sunday, after failing to convert 9 match points, the Belarusian Sabalenka, who will become world number 2 on, when the new rankings come out, finally got a better rival 6-3, 6-3. The match was also the first time Sabalenka, who's 26, had beaten Swiatek, who's 23 years, in straight sets, and she'll go on to play Jessica Pegula today after the American beat Spain's Paula Badosa 6-2, 3-6, 6-3 in the other semi-final. I mean, Iga...
Of course, it's not.
It was Iga to beat Iga.
That Iga-Sabalenka fight is one of those matches that Sabalenka always go for confession and say, Father, Lord, what did I do? How did I wrong you?
Yeah.
Because consecutively, 2 major finals she's lost in this same year. Then in the last 2-3 years, knockout stages, Swiatek will just come and do the do.
And a lot of money. I mean, prize money.
Yes.
In the offing here.
Oh, yes.
May not be able to give the exact figure, but sometimes you just play your heart out, and yet you are consoled by the dollars.
Can I shock us?
Okay.
These guys make more money than footballers.
I hear so. I hear so.
For those that get to the final
The top,
stages,
yeah.
more money than footballers, and they play every 2 weeks. There is always an open every 2 weeks, sometimes
Somewhere.
every week. So imagine when somebody is making 1 point something million, 2 million,
If you get to the
750,
finals.
450.
Do we still have opens in Nigeria?
Yes. We have open football pitches. We have open basketball courts.
No, but we do have a tennis. We do have certain tennis open. We had one in Abuja, which we talked about, and that was some form of qualifications for African championship. So yes, we do. But the prize money is not as big as. I've seen a tennis open that is 10,000 naira prize money.
It's good. At least it's open. We used to have these philanthropists from Ijebu, Teju Osho, I can't remember his name. That was a major international open. How that died out is still a case to
Consistency is
study.
also an issue.
Yes.
All right, we'll move on from there. Over the weekend, the crew was at Landmark Event Center, where some big brands organized a match day event at the Landmark Event Center. We want to bring you a feel of what went down, so that when we come back, we'll be taking you to the rest of Europe, where we had football, of course, games across the major leagues in the world. Stay tuned. Yes, it's the 2024-2025 season of the English Premier League. It's back. And well, it's match day 2. We're right here at Landmark Event Center, Lagos, Nigeria. What's up, West Africa? My name is TC Barra, and of course, I'm right here with one man behind the camera. I'll let you know who it is. Well, let me let you know it's match day 2, and Chelsea's taking up the reigning champions, Manchester City, in a couple of minutes. Time check. Well, yesterday, Manchester United opened the 2024-2025 season by defeating Fulham. Wow, Old Trafford, what's up? Newly promoted side Ipswich lost to Liverpool, Arsenal defeated Wolves, and a whole lot went down in match day 1. But match day 2 is live, and this is one of the biggest matches this weekend. Chelsea against Manchester City. What will be happening at the end of 90 minutes? Let me let you know. Chelsea has got Cole Palmer in a contract extension. And of course, the coach has got no injury worries. But then, he might just have an expanded team. Maybe, he might say, surplus to requirements. But Pep Guardiola has done this 4 times in a row. He's looking to do it for the record of 5th time. Can he do that? Today, will be the litmus test, and I'll see you after the game.
At Chelsea now, just because of the color. And let me also say, they can win, or they can win like 1. I'm hoping and I'm praying that they will win like 1 so that we can equalize. If this will win me, it will pay me. Because I did not drink nothing to hold my chest.
No, my team is playing, but I'm cheering for them.
In this spirit.
Yes.
So what are your predictions? How do you feel?
I think 2-1. Chelsea lead.
I'm rooting for Man City. I see them taking, nailing Chelsea. Sorry if you're a Chelsea fan. Well, yeah. So I'm rooting for Man City. I'm looking at like 3-1. Yeah. Though it's at Old Trafford. Pardon me, not Old Trafford. Stamford Bridge. Stamford Bridge. Yeah.
It's already 1-0, so I'm thinking like maybe 3-1.
3-1.
Yeah.
Chelsea's got a chance.
So just 1 time. Yeah.
Just 1 time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a lot of brands have come together to make this work, and yes, Chelsea is taking on Manchester City. Predictions have come in. Let's see who's going to win. See you inside. And then that's what's up. Oh, well, that's a feel of what it was like at Landmark Event Center, and we know the way the story went yesterday. Well, I mean, you know. But then let me backtrack a little bit. Arsenal and Brighton made an impressive start to their 2024-2025 Premier League campaigns. They had exciting wins. Of course, Arsenal began the season with a victory over Wolves at the Emirates Stadium. They dominated the game with Kai Havertz opening the scoring with a header from Bukayo Saka's cross. Wolves debutant Jürgen Strand-Larsen had a header saved by Arsenal goalkeeper David Raya, and substitute Matheus Cunha missed a clear chance to equalize. Wolves failed to create many clear-cut opportunities. Manager Gary O'Neill couldn't argue with the outcome. Meanwhile, Brighton's youngest ever permanent manager Fabian Herzler led his side to a remarkable victory over Everton at Goodison Park. The match marked the beginning of Everton's final season at the historic venue before being relegated to a new stadium at Bramley Moor Dock. So despite the sentimental occasion for Everton, Brighton showed no mercy, securing a win for their young manager. The game saw tackles flying in from both teams, with Jack Harrison's early goal for Everton ruled out for offside and João Pedro hitting the post with a powerful shot. But Brighton took the lead through Carlo Mitoma's finish after Yankubu Mente did a fine job with his foot. Everton had a penalty decision overturned. Of course, VAR coming up, with that, and then suffered a little bit when Danny Welbeck and Senio Adingra added 2 more goals to seal the 3-0 win for Brighton. The game was marred by Ashley Young's red card for Everton as the home side endured a very torrid and what I may describe as a disappointing opening defeat. So in the other 2 games played simultaneously, we saw Newcastle grab a 1-0 winner over Southampton, while Nottingham Forest managed to play a 1-1 draw with Bournemouth in front of their home fans. Before all of that, the first match was between Manchester United and, of course, Fulham. And Manchester United, some persons and pundits have described as a runaway, as they say they managed to win Fulham by a lone goal. But then on Slot's debut Premier League match as the head coach of Liverpool, we saw Mohamed Salah and Diogo Jota instrumental in securing a 2-0 hard-fought victory over newly promoted Ipswich Town at Portman Road Stadium. Liverpool's opening goal came very well crafted, involving Trent Alexander-Arnold and Mohamed Salah, and of course the Portuguese forward Jota finishing off Salah's low cross to beat Ipswich goalkeeper Christian Walton. And then if we come back to the biggest match of the weekend, which was between Chelsea and Manchester City, we saw problems, mounting for Chelsea even before the start of the season. Raheem Sterling announcing his discontent an hour before their opener against Manchester City, and moments after the squad was announced, the forward had been left out. His representative released a statement saying they wanted clarity about his role at the club, and then they had expected him to be involved. Chelsea having a 42-man squad, and it feels like what they have is just too much. Maresca saying there are only 30 players, and that includes 11 summer signings, but then only 20 players can fit into match day, a day where Chelsea fell by 2 goals to Manchester City at Stamford Bridge. SOUQ John Rogers.
At this point, why do you want to hear from me? When you went for the Saturday event, did you call me? Attacker, did he call you?
He called me.
We went together.
No,
Why didn't I see your face?
I didn't go. I had promised to stay on my couch. I didn't want to be in traffic.
You didn't want to be in traffic?
I didn't want to be in traffic.
Okay. Yes. I didn't mind the goodies.
You would have made it.
I would have walked through the traffic.
Just because of
the goodies.
What made you think that there was so much of anything, by the way?
Come again.
Many thanks to Zika, Fortune Zika, by the way. He came through like bang da da dang, and I mean, thank you so much, Fortune. I mean, let's do this some other time. Back to you.
Did you say Chelsea signed 11?
Yes. How many goalkeepers do they have to start with?
Okay. So they signed a full team this summer?
I think they have about 4 teams within 1 team.
Okay. Yes. How many coaches did they sign this?
It's just one with head, Maresca.
Okay.
I wonder what Toy Boyle has on his mind, though. So much money. At some point, Chelsea used to be like the money spinner, buying a lot of players.
But they were buying things. They bought gadgets that were working.
No, like we said last week, there must be a plan which we do not know about. So let's still give them. The season is still early. Yeah. They actually played well, but they played against a team that was better than them on the day.
Better than them?
Yeah.
Better than 40 players.
They took Man City took their chances, and Chelsea did not.
Chelsea had the goal turned.
Yes,
it was Nicholas Jackson with his hand.
It was off.
His hand was offside.
Off is off.
And we had discussed it last week that they just have to score goals if they were serious about this season. And yesterday they could not score goals.
So do you think that Victor Osimhen will be the ace, the X factor? Because it feels like even
41.
It feels like even Mikel has washed his hand all the
He's
team.
a proven goal scorer. Victor is a proven goal scorer, and at the moment they don't have anybody that has scored 20 goals in any season of their career.
Okay.
They don't have.
Can you imagine this?
Yes.
Victor comes in,
Yes.
and he's scoring the goals, but the opponents are scoring more goals. The midfield is leaking. The defense is not even there. The only person they have right now who can attest for is the keeper, because he's the guy that is working. He's working everything out. If not for the keeper yesterday, maybe the goals could have gotten to every player 1-1 when they distribute it.
It's still early. It's still early. Let's watch and see what will happen in the coming weeks.
With the trouble happening in management already, players are telling me, okay, what am I doing here?
I don't think there's trouble in Chelsea.
Says who?
I believe there is a plan. I still insist there is a plan.
You know, some of the traditional four teams all had good outings.
Yes.
Right? Apart from Chelsea. But it's not far-fetched because Chelsea played the reigning four-time champions. So you cannot blame them, honestly, right? And then
we cannot blame who?
The team, because I feel a bit of hard luck also took a toll.
There were just 2 new players in City.
Consistency now, do you change it?
There were just 2 new players in City.
So you're saying
City is improving on perfection.
Okay, I agree with you.
Thank you.
80% of those guys in City are above 28, 30.
But they are proven campaigners. They are proven campaigners.
And then you now have
you have a Chelsea that was playing an average age of 23, 24.
If you were to bet on yesterday, if you're a betting man and you were to bet on yesterday's game,
who would you
back?
Of course, yes, Man City.
Let's move on from there then. Let's move on from there. Because, today there's going to be a game between Leicester City and Tottenham Hotspur, and it's going to go down at the King Power Stadium. Leicester City, apart from Ipswich, did gain relegation to gain promotion back to top flight, and that's because they had a torrid season 2 seasons ago. So we saw them in the championship. Some of their players kept faith, remained loyal to them, and were able to help them gain promotion. So we want to see what they're able to make out of, and Tottenham is going to be a serious test for them. If you had to put a scoreline to it, Jukes, what would you say?
First, I wish it was Chelsea they were meeting.
Why?
So they would take their pound of flesh off the coach.
Okay.
Well, as it is right now, Tottenham finished very strong last season.
Yeah. To a large extent.
And
yes, they did.
Finished very strong
towards the end of the season.
Championship. Leicester finished very strong last season in the championship.
Towards the end too.
Yes.
Because they were doing very well, then slumped, then woke up again.
Yes.
So it's going to be a very good match.
Yes.
Let's see that. Monday night, we do have games today, 8 o'clock. And of course, Leicester City against Tottenham Hotspur. Well, let's go back to the La Liga where Kylian Mbappe, made his debut as defending champions. Real Madrid were held by Mallorca on the opening day. The France captain scored on his debut for the club in Wednesday's 2-0 UEFA Super Cup win over Atlanta. But then this former Paris Saint-Germain player failed to get off the mark in domestic football. But then we've seen the La Liga start off, and let me just give you some of the scores that came in from the La Liga over the weekend. Osasuna went a 1-1 draw with Leganés. Valencia lost to Barcelona 1-2 at home. And of course, in Sunday's match day, yes, on Sunday, we also had games in the La Liga where we saw Real Sociedad lose to Rayo Vallecano. 1-2 ended. Mallorca, like I mentioned, in Madrid, 1-1. So, is there anyone that surprised you?
I think the Madrid game was a surprise.
Why?
They are the European champions. They wanted to beat any side they come in contact with.
Any side they come in contact with. Okay.
And they started on fire. Rodrigo scored in the first half.
Beautiful.
Somehow, Mallorca got back into the game, controlled the game, and should have even won.
Yeah.
So it was a surprising one for me. Surprising. But that's football, as we say. There are no small teams.
Thank you very much.
All right. So today we will see Real Valladolid play Espanyol. That's at 6. And later on, Villarreal will play host to Atletico Madrid. Quickly from there, let's move on to the Italian Serie A, where Antonio Conte apologized to fans after his team shockingly lost by 3-0 to Verona in their first game with him in charge. And Verona had the lead, and fellow Serie A debutant Daniel Mosquera netted twice in that comfortable win. Of course, not long ago, Napoli had won the Italian Serie A from the Scudetto, but then finished 10th last season. And the ex-Chelsea and Tottenham boss Conte replaced Francesco Cazorla in the summer. But then some of the changes he had made didn't they reflect in the game here with Napoli losing to, I don't want to describe Verona as a lowly side.
Well, the thing is this. When there is discontent in a team, it shows. You can't hide it, no matter how you try.
Going through 3 managers in 1 year, there's a bit of instability in the club. And for the coach to prefer a Lukaku who is on the wrong side of at the twilight of his career to an Osimhen who is red hot, you know that the coach, we have to ask the coach questions. I trust the Napoli owner. If he does not improve within the next 1 month, he will be sacked. Conte will be sacked.
No matter how much.
I'm sure of that. Florentines does not take prisoners. He sacks anybody.
So Genoa played a 2-2 draw with Inter, surprisingly. Parma, Fiorentina 1-1. AC Milan and Torino 2-2. Empoli and Monza goalless. Did you notice a trend, a pattern?
Yeah,
all draws.
It's good draw.
Everyone taking 1 point apiece.
But dramatic draws.
No victor, no vanquish.
Because the Genoa game, Genoa got the equalizer in the 95th minute.
Oh. We've seen longer times.
In 95th minute. And in the AC Milan, they were losing till like the 85th minute. And they got back into the game with Nigerian-born non-strand striker, Noah Okafor, getting the equalizer very, very late in the game. So I enjoyed the games.
Are you sure you didn't stick on these draws?
No, I did not. I did not.
Well, it improved a little bit on Sunday because Bologna and Udinese, despite playing a 1-0 draw, we saw Hellas Verona beat Napoli 3-0. And then we saw Lazio beat Venezia 3-1. But then another draw between Cagliari and Roma. Stalemate there.
We should watch that league. I suspect that league.
Okay, so the French League on, Paris Saint-Germain trashed Le Havre in their first competitive match since talisman Kylian Mbappe moved for Lee Kang, scored inside the first 3 minutes to give the defending champions an ideal start to their Ligue 1 opening. Gatia Loris equalized in Normandy just after halftime, but late goals from Ousmane Dembele, Bradley Bakola, and Randal Kolo Muani gave the visitors a comfortable win. Some great outing in the French Ligue 1, you might say. I don't know what you make out of this. I mean, PSG not missing the man Kylian Mbappe.
They won't. It's more of that's a PSG league.
Yeah.
Who is going to beat them?
But I think we should also watch out for Marseille with Mason Greenwood. I think he scored a hat-trick over the weekend. They are
5-1.
Yes.
They beat Brest 5-1.
PSG.
Yeah.
Well, if it's possible to put my money on PSG, first day of the match, they'll still win the league.
Well, Reims lost to Lille 2-0. Monaco beat Saint-Etienne 1-0. And on Sunday, we still saw some games improve in the French Ligue 1. Let me reel that for you real quick from the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. So Nice lost away to Auxerre 2-1. It ended. We saw Angers lose by a lone goal to Lens. Montpellier and Strasbourg were in a 1-1 draw. And then Toulouse-Nantes ended in a stalemate. And Rennes beat Lyon 3-0. So the German Bundesliga hopefully will be starting off this weekend, and we'll be hands-on to bring you up to speed with how that pans out. But because we're running out of time, let me really run through some of the games to look out for today. In the La Liga, it's going to be Real Valladolid against Espanyol at 6, like I mentioned. Villarreal Atletico Madrid at 8:30. Leicester City Tottenham in the Premier League. In the Serie A, Leeds Atlanta, Juventus Como in the evening. Yeah, Serie A. And of course, the rest of all the lower leagues will have games which we might not be able to let you know now. But then, quickly, on rumor has it today, on Manchester United and Manchester, we hear in pursuing a deal with Tone. Manchester City, we hear, wants Pep Guardiola, the manager, to decide on whether he will sign a new contract with the club by Christmas. It's not Christmas yet. Why are you hurrying? So much money to spend.
They want to hold him down.
Money.
He said they want to hold him down.
His current deal runs to 2025.
They want to hold him down.
To 20, so like Obama.
They want to hold him.
He signed Ancient of Days contract. Crazy. Anyway, Nottingham Forest, Villarreal, Sevilla, and Valencia have also registered interest in Aston Villa and Spanish defender Alex Moreno, who is 31. And we hear Panathinaikos are in talks with Manchester United over a deal for 22-year-old Uruguayan midfielder Facundo Pelistri. Atletico Madrid have not ruled out a move for Valencia's 21-year-old Spanish midfielder Javi Guerra, as the deal for Chelsea's England midfielder Conor Gallagher is stalling. I mean, not so good for them, and even Conor Gallagher. Liverpool here will have to wait until January transfer window to sign the star midfielder of the clubs. After the club had moved for Spain's Martin Zubimendi, that's from Real Sociedad, you know, not falling through there. Fulham have reopened talks with Manchester United over the signing of 27-year-old Scotland midfielder Scott McTominay. Could that be as a result of the loss to Manchester United? I don't know. But Sporting Director of Napoli, Giovanni, has refused to rule out a move for McTominay as well. The Serie A club have also agreed a deal to sign 27-year-old Brazilian winger David Neres from Benfica. La Palmas have a bid for Fulham's 29-year-old Brazilian forward Carlos Vinicius, who is also wanted by Corinthians. And Crystal Palace have made a breakthrough in their pursuit. The French defender Maxence Lacroix, 24 years, from Wolfsburg. I mean, there's what they say, awkward in Wokwia is hot. So, you know, people trying to put pen to paper. Palace are leading the race to sign Chelsea and England under-20 midfielder Carney Chukwuemeka, who is 20 years old. Of all of these, I'm sure you have one of these signings that will be of interest to you, Chooks.
I think Carney Chukwuemeka leaving Chelsea will help them reduce the number.
Well, Carney Chukwuemeka is not even part of the 40.
He should be part of the 40.
The academy players are not part of the 40.
But he has been playing. He has been playing in the senior team. I think it's part of the senior team. So
he should go.
Then Lacrosse should be joining Crystal Palace because he might be leaving Crystal Palace very soon. So they have to plug in whatever hole or void is going to leave. Those are the transfers that are interesting.
Another people that have issues is Nottingham Forest. When they came to Premiership, they made the mistake of buy.
Now they want to say.
If not, the wage bill is going to be killing.
It could be enormous for them. Well, then, if you have money, I mean, you put your money where your mouth is, and that's what Portuguese pay television broadcaster have done to retain the rights to Italy's Serie A. They've been given that 3-year agreement, which will run from the 2024-2025 season to 2026-2027 at an increase on its previous deal. Congratulations to them. Ben Media Group has struck a new rights deal with the English Football League, covering 27 countries across the Middle East and North Africa, France, Australia, and New Zealand. You know that sports channel that when you watch on free to air, yeah, that's that. Okay, so Chelsea Football Club has avoided going into the new season without a single sponsor on its men's first team shirt. I mean, seems like it's a trend now where you have 2 sponsors on your shirts, probably back and front. And the last time we were on the show, we said they should also have sponsors for their socks, their hose. You know.
Are you sure they don't?
They should, you know. They've announced a late deal with entertainment discovery platform Fever, which encompasses the sleeve sponsorship rights for both its men's and women's team.
Money.
The details of this contract is what I would have been, looking forward to hearing.
That's a league well package.
Hey,
as you said earlier.
Hey.
So what is contract sponsorship for sleeve?
Beautiful bride,
sponsorship
as
for
you said earlier.
Chest. Sponsorship for the back. Money. That's another company will now sign another sponsorship for training kits, not match day kits.
Exactly.
Football is
exactly. And then you now have the stadiums, the branding of the stadium. Different companies will also do branding for the stadium, and so you're seeing them on the on the dashboards and all that in the stadium. I mean, it's I envy, I envy.
They are working for it. They are working hard for it. It's a package. It comes with good management.
Anyway, I'm African. Just like the UFC fighter, he's the true African, knocking down our dear brother Israel Adesanya down. You win some, you lose some. I hope that Israel will get back to his feet, and I hope it's not a decline. I mean, after AJ's had those strings of losses, he's not been able to get back to the top of his game, bounce on within the box and sting like a bee, like Muhammad Ali?
It should take some time off.
I think it's psychological when you lose in that way. And it takes you some time to get back to your rhythm.
AJ is back. It's Usman that is not back yet. He's had 4 fights and he has won 4 fights. 3 knockouts.
All those, should we talk about those fights?
No, it was a good beating. And mind you, good money.
Well, yeah, better. Anyway, we're practically out of time. It's time for us to say our goodbyes. It's been a pleasure being here with you. So I'll start off from Akata, the attacker, lead the offensive. You have something written up.
I wanted to say something, but let's just...
Don't get angry. Forgive them.
I don't want to start talking about the club side.
No. Father, forgive them for...
So nice to be here. Great one. And we expect that this weekend we look forward to the games during the midweek and the weekends.
All right, Governor.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much for having us share part of your shine. Thank you very much. Then for those in Nigerian League, hey, that money is much, please. Qualify. They should just qualify for the next round. Okay. Try.
All right, it's been fun hanging out with you. Of course, the guys have made it a lot more interested. I've had Chicks John Rogers, the governor, and Akata, the attacker, on the show today. Many thanks to everyone who's behind the camera and, of course, behind the scenes, ensuring that you can receive us crisp, loud, and clear. My name is TC Barra. I am the Top Cat. And until I come your way next time, have yourself a wonderful day and keep watching SOUQ News Television. So follow us on social media, like, comment, share, and engage. Ratata!
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news, first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit, suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to.
Well, good to have me.
Welcome home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Naija.
Blackface Naija.
Yes.
Yeah. So many people were very blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Naija to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Naija, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Naija to my name. Because I love my country so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Naija. So it's Blackface Naija. Hate it or love it. That's
Blackface Naija. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
That's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so he had to take out the sense and he became common. So I hope that's not what happened.
That's not it. It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Naija, you have done this so long. So I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions. Okay, so I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have peaked, that we are where we are supposed to be, what we are planned to be, where, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill. And there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists. The real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular. You stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what someone is not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here, and then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listened to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things, but these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke, but they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. Hey, you understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
When
up.
you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House Entertainment.
So,
Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now we see people, anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. They fuse all sorts of things. So in a week you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside were called Afrobeats. Wow. What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down,
Yeah.
so people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. But it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before
we came. So we had those. There were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda, which is Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say. There was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke, and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, making a big deal, I mean a big deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or highlight? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. Where they don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah,
I'm talking
then.
pre-Plantation Boys.
Yeah.
Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88.
Damn.
Around that time, you know.
Wow.
That period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu. You know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music and all of that. You know,
Correct.
so I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also started to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams, and with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man.
Please explain what Rap City jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City jams. Rap City jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there, and from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends there, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent. You know, so I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though. You know, and it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish 1 or 2 things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in, because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. And it wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like.
Talking about different record labels, do you remember that time I think it was Christmas, you were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking. That was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting.
Yes.
In Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do, because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them, And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. Like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept, because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him then, it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome. So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like they did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
the media
back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efeomorbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been
squashed.
When
there was we
had that, but they didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about
that? I have not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting.
Credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula balu all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote and unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. You know, it's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash it.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash it.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process, and I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothman's Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothman's Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody.
The
Nobody
music
knew
was
us. But
massive.
the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New
International.
Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We were having people come to our house to come and visit us, plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, almost, that guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him.
why-
In Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world made them check my profile. Say me better than you. Let them got myself signed. Mediocre. It's time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Name and Spicy Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
But
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why a propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing. I will see it's going to last long in this game, because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're out there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
person,
an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I was too strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that. I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get? How did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Park. So, Ray Power history is our 3rd anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history. It's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then he came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said, this guy not get the harmony. We'll make this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at, what's it called? At Demola Tokumbo or something.
Yeah.
Something VI.
Yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, It was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When Faith sang, they said it's a lie. There's the karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do? They
put
it off and
I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live, and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with Faith is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about Faith. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are, and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed to take
you, the person that believes in you will tell you you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go. We plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's Faith right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some, because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can't sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat till I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, isn't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist. You can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula balu.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I'd made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Tom.
Yeah,
talking about
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was
Tijo.
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we're able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment. Correct. If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us. They do me. Abroad, he shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yeah, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to going to the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and Tijo felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way on why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through, why didn't the group, and when I say you, I mean the group, why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Ateke Tom.
Ateke couldn't continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. Some were like they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. Music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There has to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo. Everyday People.
I wrote a song one of their beats.
Arrested Development are still here. So Baba Oje died, 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
It's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See, understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that our GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white.
No,
they still use
all those old phones. The phones are ahead of them. But I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We're not supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information, good information,
yes.
helpful information,
yes.
which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great job.
IL 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came
So
I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
so
but I said that the Oga chair I want to sit down. No, I don't want to get job for another place. So the Oga chair I want to sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair, see the view. God damn it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music, as someone that has done almost 40 years, 30, 35 years in the biz. Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, you know, survive and take care of your bills, family and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language. You study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it to your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you, you can't do that. You know, I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce ourselves.
That was the first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce ourselves. And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to just say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
go. Do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like me. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed. Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life, SOUQ News Television, the IL 104.9.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So, it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
When Africa has been infiltrated by the much dreaded monkeypox, and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree killing cholera, the Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos state government under a free health program tagged Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. The program, organized by the Lagos Island local government, had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people sees good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCAH program provided free medication, food and health care for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
Healthcare, generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian, was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
The National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees Senior Staff Association has made a passionate appeal for urgent presidential intervention by President Bola Tinubu to resolve the crisis created by the refusal of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration (NAFDAC) to comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives directing it to lift the ban on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles. The association made the appeal in an open letter sent to President Bola Tinubu and made available to our newsroom on the 16th floor of Necom House, 15 Marina, Lagos. In the petition, signed by National President of National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees, Comrade Garba Ibrahim, and the National President of the Food, Beverages and Tobacco Senior Staff Association, Comrade Jimoh Uyibo. The union requested for the fatherly intervention of the president in what is called this lingering, unnecessary, intransigent refusal of the Director General of NAFDAC to comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives which directed it to lift the ban on alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles in its resolution on the whole House dated on the 14th of March 2024. The union expressed its profound gratitude to the President for his fatherly concern and exemplary leadership in the resolution of the minimum wage crisis, and expressed the hope that this groundbreaking achievement will go a long way in calming tensions in the unions and the organized private sector in the quest for the improvement of the economic well-being of the struggling but ever-enduring Nigerian working masses. It explained that it had resorted to the last-ditch attempt to resolve once and for all the avoidable impending crisis in the industries, which, if not quickly tackled, could appear to jeopardize the industrial peace that the resolution of the minimum wage negotiations are expected to lead to. The union noted that there have been copious presentations by the various stakeholders in the industry in response to what is called the sudden, ill-advised and ill-motivated draconian imposition of the ban of NAFDAC at the beginning of the year on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles, pointing out that the proposed ban will kill industries and investments. The union was of the view that the ban will invite economic disaster in Nigeria, which will affect hundreds of thousands of businesses, homes, and families in the country. The petition stated that as members of the unions dealing with food and beverages, they were of the opinion that the actions of NAFDAC was injurious to the economy at this difficult time, stressing that it was no surprise that the patriotic, honorable members of the People's House of Representatives unanimously passed the resolution due to stave off the looming danger to the economy. It observed that the position of the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, after the resolution was that she was waiting for ministerial directive before compliance. It wondered how long it will take the DG of NAFDAC to get the so-called ministerial directive months after the resolution of the House of Representatives. The union said that it did not want to allege or suggest that it appeared that the DG of NAFDAC was acting against national or public interest, as even the Distillers and Blenders Association of Nigeria, the ban, have appealed to NAFDAC to suspend the ban. In its resolution, the House of Representatives stated that government regulatory bodies should place more emphasis on regulation, monitoring, and enlightenment campaign to educate stakeholders and the general public on the dangers of underage consumption of alcoholic drinks and its sale in motor parks. It also resolved that the enlightenment campaign should be carried out in secondary schools across the country as practiced by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) to educate students on the dangers and vices associated with the abuse of alcohol. It tasked parents, religious bodies and non-governmental organizations (NGOs) should be tasked to counsel their children or ward, especially the underage, on the dangers of alcohol consumption, and that regulatory mechanisms should be strengthened to ensure enforcement and compliance. We call on Professor Moji Adeyeye, the DG of NAFDAC, to conform to and comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives in the interest of the public and adhering to the rule of law. There is no individual in Nigeria that is above the law. She should do the needful by lifting this ban on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachet and small PET bottles. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Augmented reality (AR) is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complex.
Right here at Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Thank you for joining us. Do not forget that you can follow us on any of our social media platforms and be a part of the bulletin. President Bola Tinubu has approved the Nigerian National Petroleum Company NNPC Limited's request to use the 2023 final dividends owed to the Federation for covering petrol subsidies. This decision comes in response to a forecast by the NNPC, which predicts that petrol subsidy expenses from August 2023 to December 2024 will amount to 6,884 trillion naira, beg your pardon. Consequently, the NNPC will be unable to remit 3,987 trillion naira in taxes and royalties to the Federation accounts, despite previous denials by the Nigerian government regarding the non-payment of fuel subsidies. This move underscores the ongoing financial strain caused by subsidy payments. The approval aims to manage the substantial cost while ensuring continuous fuel supply, highlighting the government's efforts to balance fiscal responsibilities with economic stability. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, in partnership with the National Identity Management Commission (NIMC), has introduced a data capturing scheme for Nigerian farmers. This initiative aims to create a comprehensive database that will enhance agricultural planning and targeted support for farmers. Mr. Temisope Fashedemi, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, emphasized the significance of accurate data in transforming the agricultural sector, ensuring resources are allocated effectively based on farmers' needs. The Technical Working Group, TWG, led by the Director of Planning and Policy Coordination, will oversee the scheme's implementation, focusing on developing strategies for data collection and management. The TWG would also design training programs to ensure the accuracy and consistency of the data collected. By leveraging NIMC's expertise in identity management, the initiative aims to support food security and empower Nigerian farmers through data-driven agriculture. The Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Afe Babalola, has urged President Bola Tinubu to listen to the cries and complaints of Nigerians on food scarcity. Founder of the Afe Babalola University in Ado-Ekiti, Ekiti State, made his statement while receiving the former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Emeka Anyoko, at his residence. Afe Babalola condemned the palliative being distributed to Nigerians by the federal government, saying that it was turning the people to beggars. According to the legal juggernaut, it is the duty of the government to cater to the welfare and security of the people. He stressed that the people should be encouraged to go to the farms. He discouraged the idea of sharing rice, beans, and gari as palliative to the people, pointing out that this will not encourage them to work. Rather, he submitted that the government should provide an enabling environment for the people to work in their farms unhindered and unmolested. The federal government has set a 90-day deadline for subscribers of the National Housing Program (NHP) to complete their payments. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Marcus Ogunbiyi, announced that an additional 8-week grace period has been granted, allowing subscribers a total of 26 weeks to finalize payments. Ogunbiyi warned that any subscriber who fails to meet the deadline, including the grace period, will have their offer revoked. The first batch of provisional allocations under the National Housing Program was issued in April 2024, following a review of the program conditions and procedures. Miscreants and squatters returned to Obalende 6 months after the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources cleared the Obalende underbridge in Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Miscreants, squatters, ramsellers, and others have returned to the area. In February 2024, the Ministry and the Special Environmental Task Force cleared the area and expect plans to ensure its cleanliness and safety. But intruders are back. Bayo Olaoye has the reports.
The Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Lawal, had given an assurance there was a plan for the space and that it will not be left alone. He was quoted as saying that all shanties, dwellers, traders, settlers and abandoned vehicles under Obalende Bridge must vacate the area by Thursday afternoon on February 22, 2024, as enforcement will commence on the early hours of Friday, February 23. But the Commissioner has not kept to his words. Mr. Lawal stated that the government was set to sustain a clean and safe environment and that in a couple of months the Lagos State Parks and Gardens Agency, LASPAC, will move in after the deadline to commence work on beautifying and landscaping the Obalende, Akmogbo and Ebuteru under bridges. However, this reporter can confirm that commercial activities have returned to the area under the bridge, including joints for smokers and probable nighttime robbers. Settlers have started building structures, while ram traders have converted a portion of the space into a livestock market. Also, the drainage is filled with refuse of all sorts. When I contacted Gaji Tajuddin, the permanent secretary of the Lagos State Ministry of Environment, on the telephone, he said that the ministry was gathering funds to begin work there, adding that it was work in progress. Mr. Tajuddin stated that work will begin before the end of September, pointing out that Lagosians should be best assured that the intruders will leave Obalende when the time came. When asked about the drainage, he advised that people should do more advocacy and caution the people throwing dirt into the drainage, pointing out that charity must begin at home. He called for the cooperation of the people in ensuring a clean and healthy environment that will be the pride of every Lagosian. But this is not new. The people at the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, led by Tokunbo Lawal, should do the needful and restore Obalende to its past and save us from this nuisance, this disgrace. Right in the middle of a center of excellence, government must keep to its promise to clean up Obalende. We are waiting. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
The Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, has praised the launch of the Lagos State Revenue Portal, noting that it will enhance the state's revenue collection. CITN President Samuel Agbelui commended the platform for simplifying non-tax payments, which is expected to improve compliance and boost revenue. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu unveiled the portal, which consolidates payment obligations into a single platform, reducing the compliance burden on taxpayers and businesses. Agbelui urged other states to adopt similar systems, highlighting the portal's role in promoting fiscal and prudence and improving governance. The federal government has taken a significant step to combat fake degree mills in Nigeria. All higher institutions are now required to submit their matriculation list to the Federal Ministry of Education within 3 months after matriculation. This move aims to flush out holders of fake degrees from the system. The initiative follows an investigative report that exposed the activities of fake degree mills in the Benin Republic. The report led to a ban on the accreditation and evaluation of degrees from Benin Republic and Togo. The Education Minister, Tahir Maman, has approved the recommendations of an interministerial committee set up to investigate the allegations. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, will oversee the implementation of this new policy. Institutions must submit their matriculation list through the board's dedicated channel. This move is expected to curb the proliferation of fake degrees and ensure the integrity of Nigeria's education system. The Naira struggled to maintain its $1,600 baseline in the official foreign exchange market last week, dropping to 1,579 on Friday from 1,564 on Thursday. The depreciation comes despite the US dollar index falling to 102 points, its lowest level since January, as a result of declining US Treasury yields and increased risk appetite in the markets. The weekly Naira has also affected major businesses, including MTN Group, which reported a decline in earnings due to the currency's depreciation and ongoing conflict in Sudan. The Naira's decline highlights the ongoing challenges in Nigeria's foreign exchange markets, exacerbated by infrastructure financing shortfalls and the government's reliance on borrowing to cover a 9.8 trillion naira deficit in its 2024 spending plan. Despite a drop in the dollar's strength, the Naira's continued struggles in both official and black markets reflect broader economic concerns, including foreign investors' hesitancy to implement investment pledges amid FX instability. We now move to Africa, where ECOWAS Parliament is intensifying diplomatic efforts to prevent Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso from exiting the regional bloc. Right after this break. The Economic Community of West African States ECOWAS Parliament is intensifying diplomatic efforts to prevent Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso from exiting the regional bloc. Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu confirmed that parliamentary diplomacy mechanisms are in place to engage the three nations, emphasizing the importance of unity within the ECOWAS. Speaking in Abidjan, Kalu assured that letters have been sent to the governments of the concerned nations, with parliamentary representatives scheduled to visit soon. He expressed confidence that dialogue will lead to their reintegration into the regional body. Humanity is more than just giving gifts or providing physical support. It's a deep passion that drives us to make a conscious effort to bring smiles to people's faces, to rescue those in trouble, and to improve lives without expecting anything in return. Today is World Humanitarian Day, and we celebrate these selfless acts that embody the true spirit of humanity. Let's take a look at this report from our studios. We'll return shortly after this break.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment. iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Humanity at its core embodies the collective responsibility to care and support one another. It is the essence of compassion, empathy, and solidarity that transcends borders, cultures, and beliefs. Humanity works through acts of kindness, large and small, where individuals and communities come together to alleviate suffering, protect dignity, and uphold the principles of human rights. The World Humanitarian Day serves as a global reminder of the shared responsibility, whether through providing food and shelter to those in need, offering medical care in conflict zones, or advocating for the vulnerable. Humanity thrives on the actions of those who refuse to stand idle in the face of suffering. Celebrated every 19th of August, this day is set aside to honor and celebrate the selfless work done by humanitarian workers all over the world. Established in 2008 by the United Nations General Assembly, it is in honor of the humanitarian workers who lost their lives on August 19, 2003, including Sergio Vieira de Mello, who was the UN's High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Special Representative of the Secretary General to Iraq. This year's theme, Iraq. This year's theme, Act for Humanity, emphasizes the critical need to uphold international humanitarian laws and safeguard those who risk their lives to deliver aid. World Humanitarian Day 2024 stands in solidarity with humanitarians at the front line in Gaza and beyond. While the work of humanitarian workers is vital, it is also faced with dangers. According to the Aid Worker Security Database, nearly 600 humanitarians face violent attacks, kidnapping, harassment, and intimidation, with 280 individuals tragically killed in the line of duty. However, it is essential to remember that these challenges do not define the entirety of humanitarian work. Despite the risk, countless humanitarian workers continue to deliver aid, provide hope, and build resilience in communities affected by conflict, disaster, and other crises. So courage and commitment make a tangible difference in the lives of millions. As we observe World Humanitarian Day, it is crucial to not only recognize the challenges faced by humanitarian workers, but also to focus on actionable solutions. Strengthening security measures through improved protocols and international cooperation is vital to protect aid workers. Additionally, the global community must enhance support for humanitarian efforts by increasing financial contributions, volunteering, and advocacy to ensure that resources reach those in need. Governments and local authorities must also guarantee safe and unhindered access for humanitarians to effectively carry out their life-saving missions. The World Humanitarian Day offers an opportunity to renew our collective commitment to humanity, support those on the front lines, and work together towards a world where compassion and action lead the way. Sade Uwe for SOUQ News Television.
That was a report on World Humanitarian Day produced from our studios. We head to Kenya now, where the National Treasury has reported a significant increase in state dividend income, reaching about 80 million following a directive from President William Ruto. The surge in dividends collected from various state-owned enterprises marks a substantial boost to government revenue. The directive emphasized the importance of optimizing returns from governments to support national development goals. This increase comes amid efforts by the government to enhance fiscal discipline and resource mobilization. The additional revenue is expected to contribute to funding key projects and reducing the budget deficit. The move aligns with President Ruto's broader economic strategy to strengthen the financial health of the country by maximizing the profitability of public assets. And still in Kenya, Kenya Electricity Generating Company, KenGen, has announced plans to construct an 80-megawatt geothermal power plant in Olkaria, located within Hell's Gate National Park. The project, expected to cost 32 billion, aims to boost Kenya's renewable energy capacity and reduce reliance on fossil fuels. The new plant will enhance the country's energy mix, contributing significantly to the national grid and supporting Kenya's commitment to clean energy. KenGen's investment in geothermal energy aligns with Kenya's broader goal of expanding its green energy footprints. The Olkaria geothermal field is already one of the largest in Africa, and the addition of this plant will further solidify Kenya's position as a leader in renewable energy in the region. This project is part of KenGen's ongoing effort to meet the growing energy demands of the country sustainably. Algeria has pledged to immediately supply Lebanon with fuel to address the country's severe electricity crisis. This commitment was confirmed by Algerian Prime Minister Nadir Laboy during a phone call with Lebanese Prime Minister Najib Mikati. The Lebanese government expressed gratitude to Algerian President Abdelmajid Tebboune for his support amid the ongoing energy crisis. Lebanon faced a nationwide power outage on Saturday after its primary electricity source, the Zahrani power plant, went offline due to fuel shortages. The outage severely impacted essential services, including the Rafik Hariri International Airport and the port of Beirut. This crisis follows a pattern of increasing power outages due to Lebanon's financial difficulties, which have hindered its ability to import necessary fuel. Morocco's annual inflation rate fell to 1.3% in July from 1.8% in June, according to data released by the country's statistics agency on Monday. The decline was driven by slower food price increases, which rose by just 0.5% compared to the same period last year. Non-food inflation, however, grew by 1.8% year-on-year. Core inflation, which exudes more volatile items like food and energy, edged up 0.1% month-on-month and increased 2% year-on-year. The easing inflation comes as a relief following a period of rising costs, primarily driven by food prices, which have been a significant contributor to inflation in recent months. The slower inflation may provide a boost to Morocco's economy as it helps stabilize purchasing power for consumers. However, the ongoing rise in non-food inflation indicates that challenges remain in fully controlling price pressures across the broader economy. We will now take a look at the stories from the Middle East after this break. British International Investment (BII) and Dubai-based World are investing up to $35 billion to transform the port of Banana in the Democratic Republic of the Congo into the country's first deep-water container port. This development aims to become the primary gateway for container trade in Congo, potentially reducing trade costs by 12%. The port of Banana follows previous successful collaborations on port modernization projects in Senegal, Egypt, and Somaliland. DP World plans to invest $3 billion over the next few years in expanding port infrastructure across Africa, reinforcing its commitment to enhancing trade logistics on the continent. The new port in Congo is expected to significantly improve trade efficiency and contribute to the region's economic growth. Egypt's mobile network operators are set to introduce a Wi-Fi calling service before the end of 2024. The service, currently undergoing technical tests, aims to enhance indoor signal strength and improve coverage in densely populated areas and high-rise buildings. The National Telecommunications Regulatory Authority (NTRA) has approved the regulatory framework for the service, which will be priced at the same rate as regular mobile calls based on the subscriber's plan. The move is expected to reduce poor coverage issues and provide a more reliable communication experience for users. This initiative aligns with Egypt's broader efforts to upgrade telecommunications infrastructure and enhance connectivity across the country. And now we move to stories from around the world. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Ukraine, the foreign ministry announced, amid delicate diplomatic balancing acts with Russia and Western nations. Modi's visit comes weeks after Ukraine condemned him for hugging President Vladimir Putin during a visit to Russia. India has maintained close ties with Russia since the Cold War, but has also sought stronger security partnerships with Western nations to counter regional rival China. Modi's government has avoided explicit condemnations of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, instead urging dialogue. India has benefited from discounted Russian crude oil, saving billions of dollars, but has also faced a human cost with at least 5 Indian soldiers dying in the conflict. Western powers have cultivated stronger relations with India as a hedge against China. Modi's visit to Ukraine aims to strengthen ties with Kyiv while maintaining a delicate balance with Moscow. India is part of the Quad grouping with the US, Japan, and Australia, positioning itself against China's growing assertiveness. The visit is seen as a significant development in India's diplomatic efforts to navigate the complex geopolitical landscape. South Korean artificial intelligence chip makers Rebellions Incorporated and Sapion Korea Incorporated have signed a definitive merger agreement. The companies announced the merger on Sunday following initial negotiations in June. This merger represents a strategic move by South Korean firms to challenge global AI chip leaders like NVIDIA. Sapion's shareholders include SK Telecom and SK Hynix, the world's second-largest memory chip maker. Rebellions recently received a $15 million investment from Wide Ventures, the venture capital arm of Saudi Aramco, bringing its total funding to over $225 million. The merger aims to leverage combined resources and expertise to enhance competitiveness in the rapidly growing AI chip market, fostering innovation and technological advancement in South Korea's semiconductor industry. European shares showed mixed movements on Monday following their best weekly gain in 3 months. The Pan-European SOUQ 600 index edged up by 0.1%, despite notable declines in defense stocks such as Rheinmetall and BAE Systems, which fell due to Germany's decision to limit military aid to Ukraine. The industrial sector saw a 0.2% drop, while basic resources gained 1.3% as copper prices rose. Investors are preparing for a data-heavy week, including flash PMI data and U.S. jobless claims, with particular attention on U.S. The Chair Jerome Powell's upcoming speech at the Jackson Hole Conference, which could provide insights into future monetary policy adjustments. As markets await further economic data, Nexans saw a 3.3% drop following a rating downgrade by Goldman Sachs. The SOUQ 600's performance has been buoyed by reduced recession fears and expectations of potential Fed rate cuts. Market analysts predict continued volatility as traders assess the impact of global economic developments and central bank signals on European equities. World shares saw modest gains on Monday, buoyed by expectations of upcoming interest rate cuts from the U.S. Federal Reserve, while the dollar weakened. MSCI's global index rose by 0.2%, with European markets also showing slight increases as they prepared for a week of crucial economic data, including Fed Chair Jerome Powell's anticipated speech at Jackson Hole. Despite a strong stock performance last week, gold retreated from its recent record highs and oil prices fell amid ongoing concerns about China's demand. In the currency markets, the dollar slipped against major currencies, including the euro and the yen. The Federal's potential move towards rate cuts, along with Sweden's expected rate reduction, has influenced these shifts. Gold prices fell to around $2,488 an ounce, and oil prices dipped due to persistent worries about demand in China. Investors are awaiting further economic indicators and central bank communications to guide their market strategies. We now bring you news from the exciting world of sports. Napoli striker Victor Osimhen is reportedly ready to reject Chelsea's offer and wait for Paris Saint-Germain to make a move. Despite Chelsea's interest, Osimhen has his heart set on joining the French champions, who are now in need of a new striker after Goncalo Ramos suffered a severe ankle sprain. PSG are expected to reignite their interest in Osimhen, who is willing to wait until the transfer window closes to seal his dream move. This development has cast doubts on Chelsea's proposed triple swap deal for the Nigerian striker. Osimhen has been frozen out of Napoli's squad after requesting to leave this summer, and it seems he's determined to join PSG. With his impressive record of 76 goals and 18 assists in 133 matches for Napoli, Osimhen would be a valuable addition to the French champions. And that's all we have for you on the news at this hour. Thank you for watching. I am Temisope Omole. Have a good afternoon.
In the realm of human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry.
So one of the things that lawyers and law students will have you know is that the knowledge that they acquire from studying law makes them able to operate in various disciplines. You know, personally, I think it takes a lot of guts to study extensively as law students do. And that's not to say that people of other disciplines don't do the same thing as well. But law is time consuming. There are facts that cannot be changed. So you have to study what was written many years ago. So it takes a certain kind of discipline to go to school to study law and then be called to the Nigerian bar or any other bar, as a matter of fact. So I think that discipline carries on when they now venture into other projects in their lives. And it's not just Mr. Ig that has done this switch from law to banking. The late Otumba Shubumi Balogun himself was a lawyer and now made a move into merchant banking. So clearly there has to be something that bankers need from the legal side. I mean, if you are dealing with money and financial, there has to be legal regulations that go into it. So I think having a great knowledge of the law, which will have studied financial, policies and instruments and all whatnot, gives you a slight edge if you now want to move into the money market, which is what I think has happened for Mr. Ig thus far.
I think as a young man who was working in a finance company, with my boss then, I've had contact with him at Guarantee Trust Bank, where he started his career from. I've met him one or two occasions at that level when he was a senior manager, where we were looking for treasury instruments and forward placement far back. But then His background is law, and he has used the instrument of law to advance his practice in the banking sector. But in my view, what is more remarkable in his journey to success, and having made success of banking, particularly with the acquisition of former Intercontinental Bank, which is now Access Holding, and with some other business that is involved, Coronation group of company, comes to me as a very shrewd businessman, somebody that is professional in outlook, the way he has operated within that sector of the Nigerian economy. But in my view, I think his public advocacy in terms of public sector reform is more remarkable to me as a Nigerian that is committed to seeing reforms work in the public sector. So he has an initiative that he has run with one of the schools of government at the Oxford University in the UK that find a way to support young people, and they find a way to develop those young minds.
Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian SOUQ Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not possible.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability.
In every generation, there are outliers. There are people that are almost supernaturally inclined to do certain things, and that's not to remove the place of hard work. Now, if you look at how children today go to school, we tend to finish school early, like 19 and 20, right? So in an era that the average graduating age was, say, 22 and 23, and you have a guy that has graduated at 18 and 19, he naturally has a head start, you know, among his peers that will have gone to secondary school. But beyond that, genius, you know, it's not as important as hard work. You know, if you're a genius, yes, you might have that gift, but if you don't work hard at it, it's not going to drive you anywhere. For somebody to be this successful, it can't just be happenstance. It can't just be a gift. Yes, you might have the natural gift for learning quickly, for being brilliant, but if you do not study and apply yourself, there's no way that genius can shine through, which is what I think is the case, you know, with Ike at this point. So him having that head start played a role, but him also being aware of his brilliance and applying it appropriately plays a major role in some of his moves that you've seen. I'm sure there are other people that are graduated at that same age, 18, 19. In some cases, you might find 17, but how far have they gone in creating legacies such as this? How far have they gone in working on institutions that is going to outlive all of them? So those are some of the things that I think stand Ike apart, and the proof is in the work that is done thus far.
Hard work, they say, pays. Aigboje Aige-Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige-Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige-Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria.
He also had done some great work beyond advocacy in terms of actual initiative, particularly in the health sector, health service delivery across Africa. To me, is corporate social responsibility beyond just giving handouts to immediate community, in my view, is one of the greatest testimony that we can say of Mokwede in recent times. So it's somebody to be reckoned with. For me, what is unique and what is outstanding, which you can describe as one of the best Nigerian men of this generation that have impacted their immediate community, that have impacted Nigeria as a whole, and that they are impacting Africa, particularly in the reform which is undertaken in the public service in Nigeria. That initiative has done a lot of service delivery in the public sector.
He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aige-Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Even though he's not in the academics, I see some element of scholarship in him, in the way he drives his foundation in particular. And I've spoken to some of those aspects of Ike Imokwede. I think for people to see how they can impact society based on evidence-based research that they believe in, and that if we go into a certain sector, have them make good of their professional calling and investing in some other sector. I do know for sure that they have a registrar department. I think they have insurance businesses, they have services businesses. Just shows a man that is driven by an uncommon knack for entrepreneurship and enterprise development. And I think it's one of the iconic Nigerian of this generation that will continue to impart in terms of mentoring, in terms of coaching, in terms of providing a leadership compass to the new generation. And to that, I salute his courage, I salute his resilience, and I salute his simplicity.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ike Imokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
A huge criticism of the Nigerian civil service is that civil servants are often disconnected from the nation building process. They just want to clock in, clock out. They have no vested interest beyond what the government pays them, per month. So if you were somebody that was restless, as a young Ike was, you want to input some kind of change into it. Working as a civil servant ought to be a thing of pride, and it is. But for many countries, Nigeria being a prime example, the process of civil servants interfacing with their duties with government is often monotonous and boring and mundane. So if you were a smart person that had experienced it firsthand, as I suppose that Mr. Ike had seen it, it naturally falls on you to want to lend your brilliance to expediting the process of civil service. And it's incredible what he's been able to do, offering the services to the federal government, and also look at what he's doing with the art sector. It's not surprising, because if his mom was curator of the National Museum, you can see how Ito has invested in art collections, not just for himself, but to give artists, an opening to display their talent, to show up their works, and ensure that the creative sector enjoys the same type of access and privilege that banking has come to enjoy thus far.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ike Imokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital
parts of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and spur progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome to your show, welcome to your program, welcome to SOUQ Pulse. This is SOUQ News, where we are all about positive programming. So I will always start on that belt. No matter where you've been, no matter what has hit you, no matter the network where you are glued on and you're trying to ask yourself, what is this? Come to SOUQ News and Detox. We are all about positive programming. We seek solutions, and in those solutions is the profit. That is where the business is. Here on SOUQ Pulse, we look at issues and we talk. We tell you directly, don't keep quiet. So it doesn't matter who is gaining, who is losing. We talk. It doesn't matter the nation whose policies, be theirs or those that they've gone into debt with, is killing them or making them get profits or making the businesses flow or making the businesses slumber. We still talk. Be it health, be it technology, be it innovation, we talk, and same should you. Welcome to your show. Today we are going to do something that we will do more regular and on weekly basis because we need to get productive. That's the baseline. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. I'm going to introduce our topic and also introduce our guest. We have him again. He's back and he's in Lagos. And hey, we've missed him. I sure know you also have done that. So hey, I'll introduce our topic and our guest once we come back from the break. Then remember, don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Welcome back. It's still SOUQ Pulse. For those that have always looked around, for those that are observant, which I know you are, one thing is sure, you get to see a signature everywhere. China. Now, if you look around Africa, you also see the signature everywhere. China. China is expanding. China is not just expanding, but investing majorly in Africa. Then you ask yourself, how? Why? Because they see something good. That's what we'll be going to today, and that's what we'll be talking about today. We are looking at the expansion of China and their influence in Africa, and we are asking ourselves directly this question. For today, what are the opportunities there for Africa? They said if you want to get somewhere, follow who know road. That's the Nigerian balance, let me get to tell you. Now, if we are looking at a nation that has been able to bring themselves out of a situation, that's what we're talking about, that's what we're calling it. And over time, they have become a superpower, China. And now they are forming and getting this investment and direct relationship with Africa to this magnitude. What are the opportunities for Africa? Remember, it's the opportunities we are dwelling on today because we also want to get productive. Now, for those wondering, major infrastructures in Africa, China. Major investment in Africa, China. Major markets, China. A lot of treaties. We're not asking how it's going, China. So what are the opportunities right here for Africa? In 2023 alone, the trade between Africa and China rose by 282.1 billion. I know you say that's not that much, yes, but ask yourself, what was it like 10 years ago, 20 years ago? That's what we are going to. And to do justice to this particular topic for today, this discussion for today is no other but our very own learned person. I always call him that. He's a public analyst, and he's one that has come back from getting people educated. Now he's going to get us educated. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome again on SOUQ Pulse, Dr. Idahosa. Sir, you're welcome back.
It's a pleasure to be on the show this evening. Great Nigeria.
Yeah, great SOUQ.
Great SOUQ.
Thank you very much. Now, welcome back. Now, let's go straight and dive in. Opportunities for Africa. What are the opportunities when it comes to China and their expansion in Africa? Let's go straight to the beginning. Now, for negotiations, Africa has always had these negotiations with former colonial masters, former colonial lords, people that colonized or people that were close to those that colonized Africa. And we had treaties that were always there. And for most negotiations, you look at those treaties and Africa was negotiating from a disadvantage. Is it possible that this relationship with China will give Africa a new start when it comes to negotiations?
Well, I don't think so necessarily. If we continue on this trajectory we are on, except that there's a deliberate policy on the part of the Africans to get to the point of self-realization that they want to grow up.
Point of self-realization.
Realization that there's a need to grow up.
Okay.
Because naturally, when you look at the relation between China and the Africans, and you see there's a thread that is around that relationship. Chinese understand Africa as being very desperate and a lot of bureaucracy very corrupt. And they take advantage of these weaknesses to penetrate us. But because they are deliberate in their coming to Africa, they are able to actually make arrangements such that Africans surrender their sovereignty to them in most of all these contracts.
Okay. Now, when you say make arrangements where Africa surrender their sovereignty to them, was it not more of a negotiation, a contract that people entered into?
You see,
those letters were on the paper you signed.
Just on Wednesday, I was speaking to some bureaucrats and I was telling them the story of Esau and Jacob in the scripture.
Is it the Esau we know?
Yeah, the same Esau you know, who was hungry for one day and was ready to trade his pride, his birthright, on the pretext that if he doesn't eat this meal now, he would die. I have never seen where somebody died for not eating in one day. But at least I say, at least you can survive up to 7 days. Esau was just hungry for one day. And therefore he says to his brother, what does this right mean to me? If I don't eat this food, I will die. So you can take it. So I said to them, most of the agreements we sign with international bodies, we don't do it from the point of strength. We do it from the point of weakness. So we are beggarly.
Are we looking at those that are doing the signing or a general behavior?
It's a general behavior really right now, because when you see governments across, whether it's in Kenya, whether it's in Angola, whether it's in Zimbabwe, whether it's in Nigeria, you see the same trend happening.
Okay, which means
where we sign out our sovereignty.
Just to get at that particular point in time.
Yeah, just to make people feel good that we are making some progress even when we are on the same spot, not moving.
Okay. So now let's ask this question again. Are we doing anything different from the kind of negotiations and agreements we're entering into with the past colonial masters?
Well, these are all the issues. They said if you want to hide something from a black man, write it in a book. Because he will not read it.
But black men write books too.
They don't read the books.
The one they wrote.
So this is a problem. So if you want to
Why are we sending people that don't read books to sign contracts and sign negotiations on behalf
of us? This is the issue. So when you can do a random search, even within your office, and as everybody who has bought a piece of equipment, how many of them take pain to read a manual?
Which of the manual are you talking about?
Because it's a form of an agreement that is signed between yourself and the manufacturer of your product. So you don't know where the indemnity lies. Because all you are interested in is just a piece of the device. This is a problem and it's fundamental
Is
to
it the
Africa.
piece of the device on the on, start, work? What's the reading the manual? Okay.
So that's the thing. You just buy a phone and then the phone is there. The manual is, you cannot even bring out the manual from the pack. Then you just start to operate. So this is a problem.
The manual is kept. Should you want to sell the phone again, this thing, you have a new looking manual to package and sell.
The phone. So this is a problem. So when you don't read agreements and you are not looking in between the line to look at the terms that is inserted in those things, because the man who is coming to you is deliberate. He understands what he wants from you. He knows that you are fraudulent.
Okay. Now, before we get to that particular part, which I will shy away from getting too deeply, let's look at it. Is China and the negotiations, are there really opportunities for Africa in them?
There should be opportunity if we as Africans become very deliberate.
If we as Africans become deliberate.
Very deliberate. Okay. Because once you're getting into partnership, which is, somebody told me a story which made me really laugh about, I think it was on Thursday or Wednesday in the course of our training. And he said there was this particular country that signed contract with a particular government in Nigeria. And when they want to come to start to work, they come from 3 p.m. When the local staff had closed, they're almost closing. So they walk through the night. So he said one person accosted the head of the team and said, why are people always coming in the night? Is it I don't want these people to? So he said that, look, the agreement that was signed was that is install, don't show.
That's serious.
Yes. So all the agreement we agreed was that just install, but don't show. They didn't say we should show. So which means we can actually look at this conversation with people and say, okay, we're not just wanting you to install, we also want you to show.
Okay, we are going to get to that install, don't show. Definitely going to get there. Now we are having a bit of, it's not just a bit, it's harsh and it's direct, unlike the diplomacy we used to see it before. Now we are having countries break into harsh corners. BRICS, to be specific. Now we have that alignment, and we have China playing a major role. We have other Asian countries playing a major role. Now with what China is doing in Africa, do you think aligning with China, Africa aligning in China, is positive for Africa?
It should be positive. But at the moment, that is the point I'm making. At the moment, it is not positive. It can be positive. It could be positive if we as Africans are getting into this business and we're sure that, look, this is what we want. And so you know what you want, you become responsible. So once we become responsible as a people, and then we're going to sign a contract with you, we know that it is for us not a death or life issue. We are not in the situation of Esau. So we're not willing to sign out our birthright. Because it's not only in Africa that China are doing business. Now, if China do business in Europe and they don't get into this trap, and they do business in America, they don't get into this trap, they do business in some other part of Asia, they don't get into this trap. Why is it it's only in Africa we get into that trap? So it shows you that there's something that's fundamentally wrong about our political class and our elite who get these people in, because they don't have intention, really, aboriginal, to really see that this thing benefits the greater majority of the people, but the private interest of the person who is doing the lead is always taking precedence over the national interest.
Private interest over national interest. And the other party who happen to be intentional about it.
They are very intentional because they are protecting their national interests.
Take advantage.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Now, let's also look at it from this other perspective. We have Chinese policies. First, let's look at the go-out policy. Then we'll now look at technology growth and acquisition, then self-sufficiency. Go-out policy has been there right from the 70s, 80s, majorly in the 90s. They are shipping out Chinese companies away from China with Chinese money going out and establishing and also making China self-sufficient.
Yeah.
What can Africa replicate from this sort of policies? From the go-out policy to the technology acquisition and self-sufficiency?
Yeah, but if you go from the ancient China to the modern China, you see there's a transition from where they are. China did not beg anybody to dash them technology. They did a whole lot of reverse engineering by stealing technology from anywhere they can find it.
Can you say that last part?
Yeah, but that's what I've just said.
Well, I didn't hear it very well. Can you?
You don't need to hear it very well. What I'm saying is that China did not set out to go and beg anybody, dash us technology.
Okay.
They went out to steal technology.
Okay.
Because there's nobody who is going to dash you technology, as it were. So you must be deliberate in terms of what you want to get from a people. So they take a piece of equipment, they do a reverse technology, check it, what is it made, then of course they try their own prototype. And that's how they have been developing. And now they have built competencies that they are even doing better than the original owners of those technology. So this is the part every nation that is serious should toe in terms of what they want to do. And this takes some year and it takes some effort. But you see, the bigger problem is in Africa, and I think this is where a lot of people are also talking about our government system, that liberal democracy and this tenured civil rule will really not help Africa. Because you find that there's always a race to win the next election. And
not the race to deliver?
Yeah, of course. That's why they talk about it, that only statesmen talks about the next generation. Politicians talk about the next elections. So we are almost concerned about next elections. So what do? We run into agreements that are not working just to prove a point and say, okay, we have concessioned this to a Chinese company, we have concessioned this to a Chinese company, and we use it as if it's an achievement. So this is a problem. So there's no strategy around our engagement diplomatically. And this has been the bane of Nigerian diplomacy, for example. Because if you look at it, even though where we've said as a country, right from the origin, that we have these three concentric circles, that West Africa, Africa, and then the globe. But we are seeing that all the efforts that Nigerians, for example, have made in terms of investing its resource in Africa, in West Africa, is always not compensated. Because nobody acknowledges it. And that's why people say to you and say, look at what South Africa does to us, and see what Nigeria committed into that. Because there was no strategy around these moves. Because you're just doing things and you're not looking at what are the implications, what are the agreements that should come from this. So we threw money around and we are not really expecting anything back in return. So when people give you money, sometimes they are expecting loyalty from you.
And it's spelled out.
And it's spelled out clearly.
Okay. Now let's go back to the technology part we were talking about. Now we have, thanks to the go-out policy, we have Chinese companies scattered all around Africa. Very good, big companies. What is stopping African companies, smaller companies, and African institutes from emulating what is being done in those particular companies that are on their soil right now? Why can't they start imitating those technology being used in those companies or replicating those products?
Yeah, but even this imagination, really, that even to the point of rubber slippers making factories, all dominated by the Chinese. And these are not sophisticated technology.
On African soil.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Recycling technology, dominated by them.
On African
soil. And these are things that we can actually leverage as a people. So the problem in here is the fact that we living in an environment and we cannot even see the potentials that are inherent in them.
Why? Are these opportunities China have come with? If there are opportunities, why are we not seeing it?
You see, I told our group on Wednesday, Miles Monroe wrote a book before he died, which he, of course, recommended to most African leaders to read. which is The Burden of Freedom. And according to Miles Morrow in that book, there are two very critical, fundamental criteria that a nation that is serious must put into her. Number one is taking responsibility, and number two is accountability. And he said in most of the third world countries, these two elements are missing. We are not responsible. So there's a slave mentality that somebody must make provision for you, somebody must supply what you need, somebody must give you an assistance, and so we cannot take responsibility for our lives. And that's why you are seeing that all African leaders, when you elect them, the first thing they do is junket the whole world around, looking for help. That's slave mentality. We are not even thinking of seeing how to look at within and see things around us and see how we maximize the opportunities and the privileges which nature has given to us. And the first thing that we are looking for is seeking for help. And you can still see people sit around and say, oh, there's no problem in taking loan or debt. It's not a big problem. How you use it is what matters. It does matter. Because we are not even. While other nations are implementing the law of effectuation, making use of the resources that they find within their environment, we are there, cap in hand, begging for help everywhere across the globe. And of course, because you are hungry, and of course, like Esau, if you don't eat the red porridge, you die, so you can mortgage your future.
Okay. This particular red porridge has gotten a lot of bashing in this particular millennium. Now, let's go to the loans where you went to. I'm happy you went there first. Let's also look at China. A lot of Chinese loans are tied to infrastructure. And a lot of those infrastructure is built by China. Is it better that way compared to the loans African nations used to take before, where they take loans from Bretton Woods organizations and they can't show what the loans were used for?
Yeah, but
does Africa have any better?
Yeah, but it still gets to the point of negotiation. So you get into an agreement and say, oh, we want a PPP arrangement. And there's a law that exists in this country for PPP arrangement. And this PPP arrangement is between us and you. And say, okay, you're going to do this road for us. And say, okay, well, we are giving you loan to do this road. And then they tell you, okay, well, we are going to bring the expertise. We are going to supply the equipment. And all these things are tied into the agreement. And so you don't have a bargaining power. That's the problem. So you are not able to say, oh, well, I need this loan, but I have alternative. But where people have alternative, they can negotiate and say, we don't want this. I've made this reference to the U.S. Buying 5G from China against the U.S. And, of course, they have to trade in something. And that is the willingness of the United States to sell war aircraft to the UAE. And they say, we don't need this. We are not fighting any war. So what's important to us is the 5G, because that would drive tourism. So what is in focus is their vision, where they are headed for. So all that they think that they're going to do, all the operational, all the tactics, all the strategy are driving one direction, and that's the end goal. Now, we don't have an end goal. So everybody wake up and does just whatever thing that they see, like they say in the book of Judges. And in those days, there were no kings, and people do the things that they feel that was right for them.
But for these days, African nations have presidents. They have leaders. Be them the real leaders or be them the not real leaders. But now let's look at it from this aspect. The last Nations Cup, China came in and built stadia. We saw the infrastructure built and completed and handed over. We've seen China build rail across Africa. At least we can look and say, okay, that is the rail built by CCECC. Now, this is the money that was used. Okay, good. Now we are owing this money because this infrastructure was built. Unlike what we used to see where maybe a Ghana will go and collect loan to build a dam we will never see. Same thing with some other East African countries. Is this a better approach to the loans? Or is this another Africa having the same problem? But at least we can see something we can hold on to. Which is better?
Yeah, it's the same point I have made to you. Chinese are loaning to companies in America. And they are not having these kind of issues. They are loaning to companies in Europe. They are not having this kind of issues. Now, why is this issue in Africa? The issue is in Africa is because they also see that there's something about us.
Something about the set they did the negotiation with.
Yeah, about us.
The group.
You see, this is the point. And this is my argument.
Can we start this argument? If you were the person doing that negotiation, will you do the same thing?
Well, I'm not even thinking I will even go for a loan in the first place. And that is
okay.
Because
if you are doing a negotiation, even if it's not for a loan, and it has to do with business venture with China, will you go the same route this set of people that have put Africa at the back have gone?
Yeah, I would not.
Good. So it's not something about us. It's something about a set of people.
Now, the question you have to ask me, will I ever get the opportunity to be a part of those ruling class?
Must you be in the ruling class? Because we're also
but for me to be able to sign on behalf of the government, I have to be in the ruling class.
Okay, now we are getting there. Now, beyond what government does, Chinese companies are also finding inroad into Africa. Chinese businesses, not just government now, are also finding inroads into Africa. And Chinese businesses are dealing with African businesses.
Yeah, but this is what
some of those businesses are doing very good.
It is not the business that comes first.
Okay.
The Chinese government comes first.
Yes, the Chinese government came first.
Take, for example, you having the challenge that Nigerian and the certain Chinese companies having. Now, when you go to look at the real facts behind this matter, you discover that in 2001, the Chinese government and the Nigerian government signed an agreement on how they have to deal with their companies mutually. So what happened in 2007 and what happened in 2012 and 13 are things that are built on the agreement signed between the Nigerian government and the Chinese government in 2001.
Good.
So this is the issue. So it is not the company first. It's the government.
I agree.
Yes.
Good.
Who is protecting the interests of their establishment to see that wherever they are on the planet Earth, they are protected. And this is quite very instructive. I give you one experience I had some certain year in the United Arab Emirates. We were on the street and it was during a Ramadan period. And you know, you don't eat in the public. And we're traveling a long distance and we needed to eat in the public. So we asked the driver, who was in the car, can we eat in the public because it's Ramadan period? He said, but you said your friend is an American. We said, yes. He said, oh, that's fine. If police stop us, the American embassy will come and take him off from here. So it tells you.
Okay. So for those that are in that same vehicle and are not Americans.
So of course, we could languish the jail because nobody will. But you see, the point was the fact that if he flags him as an American, the likelihood that, of course, because they know the police knew in the UAE that this guy, if they take him in the police station in the next 20 minutes, that the government of America will be there in UAE to ensure that he's released and nothing happened to him. Because that is what government is meant for. It's protecting the interests of the generality of your people. That's what the Chinese government is doing all across the globe. And so they ensure that wherever their company will do business, that the ecosystem is friendly to them. So they give them all the support that is required. So African leaders need to do that. And that had to be intentional. So it's not something that we have to wish. We must get to that point to understand that whatever prosperity that these businesses are bringing, they have a way of rubbing off on even the prosperity and the success of the regime.
Okay, they have a way of rubbing off on the prosperity of the regime, whoever is in charge.
Is in charge at that
particular point in time. Now, let's also go back to this particular point you've raised, where you said that every country, in quote, let's leave the US out of this now. China is what we are talking about. They protect not just the companies, but their citizens.
Wherever they find themselves.
Are this not nuggets that African leaders should also see and start emulating?
Yeah, but that is what it is. That is what we've been talking about. That, you see, you're first a Chinese.
Not me, right?
Not you.
Okay.
Yeah. So the individual is first a Chinese.
Okay, I'm first a Nigerian.
I wish that we'll have millions and tons of people who are first Nigerians, first Ghanaians,
okay,
first Zimbabweans, before they become themselves. In that case, when they are acting, whether at home or outside, the interests of their nation is elevated over and above their personal interest.
Okay, now
that's what they call nationalism.
Okay, now let's also turn it and go beyond the individual. Let's look at Chinese companies. Every single Chinese company in Africa, I won't say is affiliated, but is directly answerable to the government, and the government take care of them wherever they are.
Yeah.
And the government put them first when there's any form of competition.
Yeah.
Why and what is stopping African nations and African leaders to do the same thing when it comes to African companies outside the shores or having dealings with other companies outside the shores of Africa?
That is what it said. The Holy Book says, where there is no vision, people cast restraint. Effort is wasted. There's a global vision for a prosperous China that is the dominant nation on earth, economically more sophisticated. And so they are working at that. That's the point. So, and this is why today you can find a China who is, of course, neck to neck, even with the biggest economy of the world. And they are pushing a whole lot. Now you see Europe, America, even be threatened. The recent trade diplomacy between this sub-region and a country tells you what this means. That these guys know what they're doing. They're determined to get to a particular destination, and everything they're doing is channeled towards reaching that destination. Professor Claude Ake of blessed memory wrote that the leaders in Africa have never put development issues on the front burners on the table. In his little work he wrote, How Politics Underdeveloped Africa. That all the debate in Africa is about power sharing.
Okay. While we look at the debate going beyond power sharing, this is SOUQ Pulse, mind you. And we're looking at China and their inroads. This has gone beyond inroads because they are here already. And for those that are from the other sides of the planet and other continents, don't worry, China is here and we are dealing with them. What can Africa take out of China here? What opportunities abound? What policies can we learn from? What can we copy? That's what we're talking about today on SOUQ Pulse. We're going on a very short break. Dr. Dausa is still here. It's not going anywhere. So you two don't go anywhere. We'll soon be back.
The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse and we are live on SOUQ News. You really need to see and hear what happens when these cameras are not live. It's always good. We're here and we're looking at Asia and we're asking ourselves, as they expand and have great influence in Africa, what are those opportunities and how can African nations, its leaders and its businesses tap into? What are those opportunities in the first place? Let's get to see it. What are we not seeing? I'll have Dr. Idahosa here, and he's been shining and throwing a whole light on the opportunities that not just the ones that are there, but the ones that we have refused to see, and the ones that are there that we are still missing day in, day out. Before we went behind the cameras, we were talking about some good industrial estates that have been abandoned, and all of a sudden, if you go there right now, they are occupied by Chinese companies. Kudos to them. Yeah. We ask ourselves, what exactly are we missing? And that takes us to our next question. You talked about the story you heard at the last trading, which happens to be outside Lagos. Let's leave the name of the place. And someone said they come to work by 3 and
Yes.
they signed a no-show agreement. Now we have several infrastructure that China is developing across Africa. A lot of this infrastructure, when they are done developing it, they've done a lot of it. Is Africa and Africans not supposed to take over this infrastructure? At what point is Africa going to see the opportunity of knowing and passing this knowledge from the Chinese developers to Africans?
Yeah, but that's a whole issue that really worries us. And I think this is something also that those who are at the corridor of power must also have to really evaluate critically to see that if you're signing an agreement or a procurement agreement, you should be able to tie into those agreements and to say, yes, there's also part of this that you are going to train our people to maintain this equipment, and you sign it into the deal. If they said, oh, we cannot train, then of course don't go into the agreement. Because these are little things that amounts to the bondage that the African is in terms of debt.
Are they little?
Yes, I said these little things.
But they are not little.
They have accumulated now to become a big storm in a teacup. Because we're not doing due diligence and we're not doing the needful. And that's why I keep emphasizing, when agreements are signed, the truth is not that our people really do not see some of those clauses. But like they said, and of course, China has worked on that now. When the Great Wall of China was built, in 100 years, twice it was invaded. And the people who came in through the gate by giving money to the soldiers. And they took money and they entered into China, and then twice in 100 years. And this was, of course, a very fundamental problem. So they have worked on that. And now ethics and morality is on the rise. And this is why you find that, of course, capital punishment is sure in China if you do things that, of course, will sabotage the interests of the state. So these are the issue. How do we drive righteousness?
How do we drive
righteousness in Africa? Such that...
Not just for those that represent us, for everybody?
I think is you see, my worry really, which
Must
is my
we drive
argument.
righteousness? Why can't we just put the capital punishment there? If you commit, you go.
You see, the issue is that, there are a lot of issues. Just last week, after the bad governance protests, the Inspector General of Police came out in the open that some foreigners were arrested for fueling this crisis. And incidentally, the one who was the real key among them had escaped. How? We have not heard who is fired. We have not heard whose head has been cut. The same happened with the Binance case. So when you are looking at issues, so it's just beyond those who are in control of power. So that thing seems to be almost in everybody.
It's not in everybody. Remember, we asked the question in the course of the program, and we got a definite answer. So maybe it's not in everybody.
Maybe when I am manning that bit, then I'll be able to answer very correctly. Okay. You see, but the issue is simple: that there are national laws, national regulations that are violated in breach, even by people who are supposed to know. I was asking somebody that day.
Okay.
How can we be talking about stealing of crude oil from Nigeria, and ships are moving through the water? We have all manners of security apparatus in the water, and the things are moving, and nobody sees when it moves. These are issues. Now, if you have been doing
these are issues of righteousness.
No, yeah, these are issues of righteousness. Okay. Because if you have been doing one thing, you can count the regimes in Nigeria from 1960 to date, and if the same problem had
the regimes are not righteous.
No. Wait.
Yes, the regimes are not righteous.
We have had military, we have had civilian.
Not righteous.
If these regimes,
okay,
with different actor personnel from different generations and epoch, are living the same way. You see, the law of probability says that it is likely that everybody...
Now, I like when you say the law of probability.
Yes.
It's a probability.
Yes, I do.
It's a law of probability.
Yeah.
Which means there is still a percentage that could be false.
So I just feel that, like that same question that Abraham was going to ask to God, if we find 10 people in Sodom and Gomorrah, will you still destroy it? And God says, if I find 10 people, I will not. But eventually Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed because there were no 10 people righteous in it.
But there were 3.
How are we sure the 3 were righteous?
But they still escaped. There were 3 and they escaped. Now let's leave this analogy. I'll stay here. Let's look at ports. This is one particular area China has dominated in Africa. Construction of ports. Not just financing, but direct construction of ports. Another area is shipping. Chinese shipping lines rule African waters till tomorrow, whether manned by them or not manned by them. Now we see this port, be it the one they will hand over or not hand over, whatever agreement was entered into it. We see these shipping lines coming in on daily basis into Africa. These opportunities not seen. Is Africa not seeing opportunities in being able to operate not just the port, but being able to also replicate what China has done in the last 15, 20 years with these constructions?
You see, you gave us a figure, but unfortunately, the details, which they say that the devil's in the details, you didn't show us. That
we're looking at opportunities.
Yes, of course, we're looking at
so
opportunities.
Later, we'll now look at the devil in those opportunities.
in those details.
Yes.
So, but what I'm saying is that you could just look at the trade relations between Nigeria and China, for example, or Africa and China. It has increased. Now, is it a two-way trade? Now, how?
Definitely, it can't be a two-way trade.
How balanced is the trade? What's the level of skewness?
Somebody is older than the next person. Somebody is more productive than the next person. So it can't be. Somebody is bringing the money and the other person is collecting. At least you taught us that in one of the trainings. So it can't be a balanced trade. But now in this trade, no matter how unbalanced it is, these opportunities, are we taking advantage of them?
Yeah, but that is the point. Because the opportunity is one-sided. Because one man's meat is another man's poison.
This same opportunities is open, and we see it happen in the UAE. We see it happen in other Arabian countries. People bring in their money to do business, but not to detriment of the Arabian countries.
Yeah, but because there is discipline in place, or people who understand what their national focus is. I mentioned this recently, about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Some Bangladesh were arrested in the UAE and tried and jailed for protesting against their government in UAE. And they said it is unlawful for street protestation in UAE. They were not protesting against UAE. They were protesting against their home government. For being in the street alone, they were arrested and they were tried and they were jailed. So this tells you how nations protect their interests. Nations that are serious. We virtually worship these people.
Okay. Let's leave that side. But if you have been falling our hands, it's still in Nigerian parlance. Just know that you've been marked. Yeah. Now, let's look at special economic zones. China is doing this a whole lot. Now, they come to Africa, they pick up their specific interest. They go and develop that particular zone. Then the next thing you get to see is companies from China get into those zones and start production. But at the same time, African companies are there. Africans are there. Maybe you get to work in those places. Are we not also seeing these opportunities? Don't you see this as opportunities?
You see, it's just that China is doing colonization by other means.
Colonization by other means?
Yes.
Okay.
Different from what the West had done. West came in here and colonized us, set up a government over us, and then, of course, exploited our resources. And in some of the cases, our able-bodied men were taken to go develop their environment. And that, of course, was blatant, and people see a whole lot of immorality in it. So, but you see that what really precipitated the colonization or this acquisition of territory was the social pressure that was in these colonies. Now, at these colonial masters' abode. So there was social tension. Industrialization had gotten to almost its peak. And of course, industry could no longer accommodate so many people that were being born. And there was a need to ship away some people from the environment to go to other place and become masters, since they could not become master at home. So that's exactly what China is also doing with trade arrangements across the globe. They're also shipping social tension away from China and creating avenue or Chinese extension.
Chinese extension.
For their citizens.
As beautiful as the Chinese extension, what opportunities are bound for Africa in those Chinese extensions?
It's left to be faking. See, you can imagine, for example, you with your suit, you want to take your wife out for a treat. Where do you go to in Nigeria?
Well, it depends if she can cook.
You go to a Chinese restaurant and you are proud about it.
When there is Iya Basira very close.
You see, this is what it is.
When there is Iya Basira very close.
You want to have a treat, you go to a Chinese restaurant.
Because they have been able to brand themselves that much.
So this is, of course, and this is patriotism.
For China. Okay, now let's also now look at money. The Exim Bank of China. They are not just in China. They are almost everywhere right now. And Chinese businesses and African businesses have opportunities of being able to deal with the bank directly, why do we still have a whole lot of government directly go for Bretton Woods loans when they can get it easier with some banks in China?
You see, of course, a lot of the Global West had argued that most of the facilities that you get from China, they are debt trapionage in terms that...
Their argument.
Yes, that's it, of course.
But do they tell us the ones we get from them?
Yeah, but you see, they're really not interested in your colony anymore, really. But you see, these guys are interested. And that is why they're actually negotiating your sovereignty. They are negotiating your sovereignty. Otherwise, how will you be claiming a national asset of a country by an individual company, which is business to government? It does not exist.
The question should also be, when that particular agreement was being signed, what was signed?
Yeah, that's the thing.
What was signed?
Well, we're not there, so we don't know what was signed. So these are the real issues.
We have a governor that has come to apologize to his people. Unfortunately, it's our presidential jet that is in question. But let's leave that matter till next week.
No, your evil money.
Whose money exactly?
Our money.
I hope mine is not involved.
The P&ID award that is in UK is as threatened as the Attorney General of Nigeria has said, that they also want to take that money. And they are looking at Nigerian asset in Belgium. They are looking at Nigerian asset in America. This case is filed in 8 different countries across the globe, including Singapore.
But this is those kind of issues where this can be sorted out with good diplomacy, without all this issue and all this rancor coming out.
Yeah, but it is also the rascality of the political class in Nigeria, who feel sometimes that you can do and undo and no heaven will fall. This is the outcome. And these are the sort of things that you get when people are getting into action without considering the consequences of such action. So you just don't wake up and say you want to fire somebody. You have to also look at what are the legal implications of firing this person. So you just feel that you have executive power, then you become reckless with the power, and just feel that you can do anything and go away with it as long as you are the chief executive. But these are some of the things that should teach us lessons, that we need to exercise power and authority with some sense of restraint.
Exercise power with sense of restraint. Now, let's get to this particular last bit before we close the program for today. Now, Africa is also having issues when it comes to security. When Africa or African countries decide to buy some form of weapon, they have to go get clearance from one UN or wait for one elder brother country to approve or not approve, even with your money. China is not in that particular league. Do you see opportunity with Africa getting the form or types of weapon they need with China because they are open? Is this something you advise us? Okay, good. It's an opportunity. Let's explore.
Well, of course, since the Chinese had been admitted into the WTO from 2001, a lot has changed with those that, of course, if you're a signatory to some certain treaty, there are a lot of trade that you cannot deal on. And those treaties are signed and they are binding from the West.
Yes, yes, they are signed and binding, but sometimes,
you see,
most times they don't obey them.
You see, the rule in international relations says that some nations are so immature that you cannot leave the trigger of a dangerous weapon in their hands.
Signed by
the United Nations.
Okay.
So
headed by.
So this is the rule. So okay. And that's why, of course, if you look at all the argument around the nuclear negotiation, that there are only some privileged nations that are feel to be matured, who are able to, with sense of restraint, use whatever capacity that they have developed. And so they don't want this thing to filter into their hands.
But as we speak right now, Africa is not even asking or going anywhere close to that kind of weapons of mass destruction. Africa is just looking for long-range weapons. Africa is looking for aircraft, and Africa is looking for tanks.
Yeah.
As it is right now.
Of course.
Even with that,
because they are
there's
not
still,
even sure.
there's still a whole lot of restriction.
They are not sure of your responsible use of the rifle. Because
African
they feel that
government,
if they are given to you,
okay,
you are going to use it to kill your opponent,
okay,
or to kill your people. So they feel that you are not responsible enough.
The amount of death in Africa, is it the proportion? Is it as much as the amount of those killed in gun violence in the West?
Well,
even with the war.
Yeah, because you understand this thing. And this is...
I don't know if I'm making sense.
Now, if you see the narrative right now in the West...
Who's narrative?
Their own narrative. Okay. From their media narrative. What you see really here, and they feel that most of all these killings are done by immigrants who are migrating from these nations. And that's why there's a whole lot of restriction and ban on immigration. So these are issues. But when you look at the things that are happening to us, when brothers are killing brothers and they are mutilating themselves in the form of a senseless warfare, it gives you an indication of immaturity, irresponsibility.
Okay.
So we must grow up.
Can we agree? Can we also agree that over 50% of the conflict in Africa is instigated from outside Africa?
I don't have a problem in agreeing.
Over 70% of the conflict in Africa is resource-based.
Yeah, but this is
over 90%, over 99% of the conflict in Africa is fought with weapons not made in Africa.
Yeah, and this is where
so who is selling? Who is profiting?
Leave who is profiting.
Good.
Is to say that
is Africa
give you
is Africa getting her weapons from Asia, not an opportunity?
It doesn't matter who you get the weapon from. You see, it is like somebody prescribing for you.
Okay.
A sniper to drink.
It depends if it's a cocktail.
And even in a cocktail, and they give you the sniper, and you are willing to swallow it. How will somebody come from another clime to tell you to kill your brother, and you are responsible? And then, of course, take the gun and start to kill your brother. This is the irresponsibility that I am talking about. And this is why, of course, they are not even allowing us to get access to this weapon. So even with China, there's agreement or trade on how these weapons should move and say, look, be careful, don't let it get out of this place. So all those international treaties are there because until they see us becoming responsible.
We are responsible. Very responsible. If possible, more responsible.
Then the crisis in Africa must cease.
The crisis in Africa, okay, that's a different kettle of fish. That's a
when we become responsible, the warfare in Africa will cease.
I'm talking about the people.
The killing in Africa will cease.
The people.
The brigandage.
As we
speak, pillaging
as we speak
of the
right
state
now,
will cease.
As we speak right now, there are crises all over, not just in Africa. But let's hold on to our discourse.
Yeah, but you see, why you are pointing to the crisis?
Okay.
All over. Take Europe, for example.
Do they have crisis?
They do have crisis.
Thank you.
But now, you look at the crisis in Europe. Is it clown against clown, state against state? No.
Okay. Over time, we are almost out of time, but over time, Europe have been able to purge themselves to the extent of having one state form of system.
Yeah.
Unlike African countries. African countries still have a whole lot of different nations bonded in one. So
you are saying you are concurring that Africa need to grow up. So we still have some long period of time to grow.
They did.
I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. We have to start to grow today.
Okay, we'll keep growing. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure having you on SOUQ Pulse.
My pleasure to be here.
For those that are wondering, next week we'll be looking at, okay, with this opportunity, with this expansion of China, we'll now be asking ourselves, what are the risks? What are the downside of it? That's what we're talking about next week. We spoke about the opportunities this week. So, hey, make sure you watch part 1 and look out for part 2. Thank you very much, Dr. Dahosa. It's always a pleasure having you on SOUQ Pulse.
I am expecting a day that Africans and Nigerians will start to take this Chinese equipment and then, of course, start to do reverse engineering and study them very closely. And we start to build our prototype so that we can become the emerging economy globally.
To that I say amen. To everyone that has been part of this particular program today, we say thank you very much for being there. Remember, don't stop talking. And get busy. Get those hands dirty. There is no food for lazy man, mind you. We'll do this again tomorrow. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Have yourself a very beautiful evening. Bye.